the gravy,
8 minutes past the hours. We start a brand new week together. It's the Good Time Gang here on the Rick and Bubba Show. And we thank all of you for joining us, making us part of your day. We got a busy weekend to recap. Everybody out living their lives, which basically means we're doing show prep. Yep. We don't look for stories to do show prep, even though we got to know what's going on. We go out, we live life, come back and report it, just like you guys do. Plus, phone calls today. Don't forget that. Always an option. Unscreened, though. And if we can take them, we will. 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to join in the conversation. Wheel of Meat back on the table, a brand new week. So we reload that, and that is always an option for you. So be looking for that. A lot of talk from this past weekend's RBU with Greg Phillips. If you haven't seen that, make sure that Rick and Bubba University is part of your podcast selection. You can go wherever you listen to podcasts and subscribe, download that, and enjoy. Also, that's always an option for our YouTube channel, Blaze TV, Pluto TV, every single weekend. All right, so let's bring them in. Over to my left, it's Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Yeah. Gentlemen.
Are we fired up, ready to go?
We are.
I see
indeed.
where you did go to zip up long sleeve. You said, I'm done with being cold in here.
Yeah. Yep.
I know you promised that last week, and you tried it one day, I think, and then you declared Friday. All right.
I was going to start bringing just like a pullover.
Yeah.
And then I thought, just wear one.
Yeah, just wear
it. There's no
You know
sense
you're going to get it and put it on.
You know by 7:30, 8 a.m. in the morning in the studio, it's going to get
That's
a little
right.
crisp.
Yep.
Just put it on then.
Yep.
Yeah.
So now I just took that out.
Right.
Eliminate the middleman.
Well, you left the big show, the main show, early on Friday because you had some kiddos getting wisdom teeth out, 2 of the 3. And so how did that go? You gave the staff a little bit of an update that, it went well as far as the success of the wisdom teeth coming out, but a little bit of difference there on how they both reacted.
Yeah, you find out, how they act under these things.
Yeah.
They've never been down that path. I think Caroline may have had some with something else, procedure she had done a long time ago. But, yeah, and let me tell you, it was they reacted much different than one another.
Okay.
And I'm not going to give every detail. I can't give every detail because it's a radio show.
Right.
And there's guidelines, which things that we can't say.
Can't say. Yeah.
Braden likes to use the middle finger.
Does he?
Under anesthesia or
Interesting.
coming out of it.
I get that.
Okay.
Found that out.
Is he upset with everybody or just thinks it's funny? Did you know?
A little of both.
Okay.
So it started off when he first came out, he was angry.
Right. Okay.
And then as he
trying to figure it out.
Yeah, as he figured it out, he wanted to be the fun drunk.
Oh, okay.
And so he went from
We all love that guy.
He went from angry to fun.
Okay.
And I thought that may be the case with him, and that's why I requested to take Caroline home. We took separate. I said, if you'll let me get Caroline, I'll handle Maddie too, our 9-year-old, about to be 10 by the way, which is amazing. But I said, hey, I'll get her home. We'll get the prescriptions filled and all that if you can just get Braden home. Well, they got home. They got finished right at the same time, and so they wheel them out, and so they brought Caroline to the truck. And Caroline, I probably could have messed with her a little more and got a little more, but she was being so sweet, I didn't want to ruin it. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's the route she took.
Okay. Which is why it was brilliant on your decision.
Yeah, and you never know how that goes. I mean, and Rick even said, hey, I bet Caroline's the handle and Braden's not. Of course, he was incorrect, and I won that battle. But they're feeling good. They, of course, they got the puffy cheeks. They look like chipmunks have been storing up for the winter.
Right.
They've been, icing and taking their medicine appropriately. But it's been a weekend of just really for them of just laying around, like, relaxing. They're bored out of their mind at this point because they're starting to feel better. Last night was the first time they were actually starting to feel better. And so now they're bored. But now we're having to go, okay, you still got a couple more days of this. You can't just go back out to do what you were doing.
So let me ask you this. So you had told everybody about this thing that this drink or something that Caroline found on TikTok that was supposed to help with inflammation and the swelling prior to. Braden didn't do it. She did. Is there a difference of any kind?
There is a difference between the two, but I don't know if it's pineapple juice related or not. Okay. The reason I say that is because Braden's halfway done ice. He's really halfway took medicine. Caroline is around the clock doing exactly to a T what the doctor is asking her to do. I mean, every hour she's got that ice thing you put around.
Yeah.
And she's also got this ice roller thing. I don't even know what. And she just sits there and rolls her cheek. So she's taking better care of herself.
Right.
Braden's not doing anything crazy. He's just not applying as much ice as her. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but you can tell a little difference. We got them side by side last night just to kind of, hey, I want to see what's going on here. And you could tell Braden was a little more puffy.
Yeah.
And I think his were impacted a little more, so he may have more swelling just because of that. Wow. I think it was a little tougher getting his out. So there's a lot of factors involved.
You had to get them
how much the pineapple juice, that theory that she got off of TikTok worked, I have no idea. So, but they're both in good spirits and ready to get back to some normalcy.
Good,
for sure.
Good. So that went well. So there's your update.
Some of the things Braden said, guys, I wish I could share with you because they're hilarious.
Yeah,
but I just can't.
Look, we've all seen. Speaking of social media and stuff, we've all seen people put out video of someone that's had that procedure done, and it is quite hilarious. For them trying to figure it all out, like
confused or
for Maddie, for Maddie to go, why is Braden talking like that? Why does he get to talk like that? Are you gonna punish him for saying that?
Why does he get to talk like that?
That's what she
like,
said.
is he got a free pass here? What are we doing?
That's a tough deal. It's like, he
can claim I don't remember. Like, what are y'all talking about? I didn't do that.
Yeah,
that's what Greg does.
Well, I tell you, they were out of it. They don't remember hardly anything. I'm like, Braden, you don't remember that? You don't remember what you were saying or doing? He's like, I have no clue.
It's a great lesson. It's a great lesson, really.
Yeah, it is.
Show him the video and go, see, don't be this guy.
I know.
We'll be right back. 15 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
We all care for the planet and want to take care of it. Our friends at WizKid make smarter cleaning products where you bring the water and their clean pods bring the clean. From glass cleaners to bathroom cleaners, multi-surface and more, these cleaners will defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime, reducing cleaning frequency and the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. And you guys can get a 10% discount off their bundles with the code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. And find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Here's a question. Is there anything that matters more than the safety of your loved ones? That's why we use Simply Safe Home Security. Their security technology helps you sleep at night, and they always put you and your family's safety first. Simply Safe has affordable plans starting at less than $1 a day. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Go to simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
Inflation is rising, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did to your retirement in 2008? Our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's coming. Smart investors are doing this, so talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. Right now, you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
If you own a fleet of trucks, if you're an owner-operator, you know how much nonsense comes with fleet fuel cards? That's why you should check out A to B Fuel Card. A to B has no setup fee, no transaction fees, no monthly fees, no over-limit fees, and no credit check required when you apply. You can use A to B to get discounts on every drop of fuel at any gas station or truck stop that accepts Visa. Apply for the A to B Fuel Card today at a2b.com/radio and get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card.
Okay, folks, the MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who have changed the quality of their sleep with MyPillow and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get to buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, a roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Go to mypillow.com/Bubba for our special show savings and discounts, or rickandbubba.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, we love it. If you need a new mattress, go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders for our listeners at helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress order. Or you can visit rickandbubba.com.
Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, you can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your order. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. Buying furniture can be a hassle, but allform.com/Bubba makes it simple. It's delivered right to your door in days. We're talking high quality, handmade in America armchairs, sofas, sectionals, and love seats. They're premium products at affordable prices. Allform furniture can customize in all types of colors, fabrics, legs, shapes, and sizes. And it comes with a forever warranty. They offer a 100-day trial, delivery is free, and financing is available too. Check them out today at allform.com/Bubba. Save 20%. Allform.com/Bubba. Save 20%.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Want to once again say hello to a listener that we picked up. Someone that tunes in each and every day. Is the real world is real, and that's when Reese the Boss Wilburn headed in. What's up, big guy?
Yeah.
All right, so he reminds me of that.
World.
Yeah, he reminds me of that. You know, my 40-minute drive, Dad. Y'all get me there. Isn't it funny for a kid to say that?
He didn't even know you had this hour.
No, didn't know what we were doing and why we were on
I
the
get
air.
it. If you ain't up, who would know?
Hey, Greg, how long y'all been doing that?
Oh, good while.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Ask Greg. He drives it every day.
Yeah, believe me, it's been a while.
All right, so speaking of kids, I told y'all, we got a couple, Tyler, of course, married on his own now. And he was already on his own, but he's married. So they got a place, and we helped move him a couple weeks ago, right? And then the next phase was my middle one, JC. He has got an apartment for college and all that. And so that was this past weekend. And he didn't require as much. Because, I mean, really, and I was trying to tell Terry this, and I know Rick has talked about it with Sherry and the wives, and I know that Lisa was this way with yours, Greg, that this isn't your, I mean, you're not moving in. You realize that. This is their place. So they don't really require everything you desire. And Terry, for the most part, did pretty good. But, this isn't your room or your bathroom. He's a dude. Give him a bed, place to put some clothes, somewhere somewhere to sit a TV on, and he's good. Yeah, who's got some used couches? We'll set you up. And we have some pieces of furniture that if they could talk, they'd be like, so I mean, what are you doing? Because that piece of furniture has been at every apartment that we have had or rented. Yeah. From Jacksonville State to Wallace State to Tuscaloosa, the kitchen table, and it's a good kitchen table. It's got good chairs, but it's
just
like
been
hey,
through it.
yeah, got us a recliner.
Traveled.
Got us a recliner. It's like, man, the stories I've got for you. We've got us a dresser and box frame for the for the bed, little full size bed. That's all you need. And it just seems to go from apartment to storage to garage back to another apartment and just kind of loops around. So
Yeah, I have those.
Saturday, really Friday, it started where we live. Rain was in the forecast, and whenever you live in the southeast and you see anywhere from 40 to 60%, you're alerted to the fact that hey, we could get wet.
Chances are good.
And if you're moving stuff, like mattresses and stuff that don't need to get wet, you got to get a plan. And
But if you're going to travel within a 10 to 15 mile radius, you're going to see rain.
Yeah, you really are.
Yeah.
You really are. And that's kind of what we were doing. We were going from one end to the other of the
Your
Birmingham
40
Metro.
to 60% went up to 100.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So we didn't require like a U-Haul like big box truck or of some kind, but just a pull behind.
Yeah.
And so I just rented a pull behind and went and picked it up early Saturday morning. I mean, I'm talking about like I'm there at 7.
That hurt.
That's when they open.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you know this, but everybody else wants to get theirs too at 7.
Oh.
Sure.
And I had to ask the guy this, and I tried to be as polite as possible. When I was having to do everything I've done online again in the store, in the showroom there, I'm like, is the online?
What was the reason
I need
for
to
me
know
doing it
this.
online?
I need to know this for the next time I do this, I don't waste my time. Is online a complete waste of time? And they said, well, I wouldn't say complete waste, but because like you got to take a picture of the front of your driver's license and then the back, and you got to upload them, and you got to do all that stuff. Okay, if you got to pull behind, what type of load does the trailer hitch take? Does it qualify for what you're doing? I go through all that. I get there, and they're like, okay, and they start asking me all the questions that I've already done
Why?
online.
Did they not have your paperwork? Could they
Well,
not
yeah,
log
they
into
say-
the computer?
Well, they say, well, yeah, I'm sitting here looking at it. Well, this didn't upload right, and this didn't. And so they have to get it all over again. Well, I finally get it, and we get there in time. We go back and start loading the pull behind up, and you could tell from the distance you had dark clouds, and so we were like, well, we can kind of use the back of my truck and the pull behind. Then you had Terry's car and all this kind of stuff. So we got it there, and we met the other 2 roommates' parents. Everybody was kind of converging on the apartment from different areas of the state of Alabama where they're from. And so everybody gets there. So you've got like 3 sets of parents and 3 roommates converging on one apartment.
Okay.
And you got, hey, I got a couch. I'm giving. Hey, I got a kitchen table, and it's just
And
like
y'all had all that planned prior to, obviously.
right.
So when you get there with all that, do the dads help? And
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You're like, you've got 6 guys really,
Yeah,
essentially, and then the moms kind of do their thing.
Yeah.
So this is a good situation.
Yeah, I
to be
actually
in.
asked if our moving companies would it be father and sons?
Okay.
What would it be? Because we were getting after it. We were pulling and going, and we would go in, and the moms would just be pointing like that
Sure.
goes there, that goes there. Just where do I drop it? So we get through with the day, and I had unfortunately one run back to the house that I felt like maybe I had failed a little bit, but I didn't have room for it. So I had to go get one other thing. So I get back, and
Was it a heavy, big thing? or
it was just
something
it
you
was some outdoor. Really, we got it out around from the house. I really was like, "Hey, buddy, do y'all want this? Y'all need
trying
this?"
to get rid of?
I was
Sure,
trying to get
I've
rid
done
of
that.
it. I got some outdoor furniture that's
Yeah.
really not really what we want, and it's kind of in the way.
Yeah.
Y'all want it?
I know JC's not listening, but Reese is. So
Yeah.
you think he would tell JC stuff like this? Like, the reason you only got that because they were trying to get rid of it.
Not really, because when
Okay.
they go through the room, their conversation with each other is like,
Okay.
it's like they're cavemen. It's like y'all do see each other in here. Y'all are in the same room. But they're 20 and 18,
Yeah.
so they're So it was time to take it back, and I had to have it back by 7 p.m.
Oh,
That's
I
when
know.
That's
I know
when they
where this
close.
is going.
And they say that there is a $20 drop-off after hours charge. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute.
You're not paying that.
Wait a minute. Look, we've never done that, but then why'd you highlight it on my receipt? Because you decided to highlight $20, and I'm talking about really bright highlighter.
Is that because you wanted to be leaving on time?
Right. I'm not trusting you, buddy, to hold to your word. So I get back and it's 6:53. Well, about halfway there, and I felt like I had won because we beat the rain.
Yeah, and it was a bunch.
I don't know where all of you live, but in the Birmingham metro, around 7 p.m. Central Time in Birmingham, Alabama, there came a system through. And let me tell you something, it was sideways raining, people pulling over with hazards on. They can't drive. They're concerned. It's raining.
The thunder was so loud.
My gracious.
Rocking the
It was a good
house.
one, huh?
It was. It was a
Rattling the windows.
So
Yes.
when I
Scared
checked,
Maddie to death.
Yeah, when I checked it out, they had 4 people working. When I dropped it off, they had what looked like a high schooler just accepting all the returns.
Sure.
One person, and I've got to drop this trailer, and it is raining so hard. I have no umbrella. I have no rain jacket, and so I jump out, and the guy is trying to lock the door like 10 minutes early. And I'm like, no, hold on. Whoa, wait a minute. He opens the door. I'm like, hey, here's my receipt. I'm returning this bad boy. What do you want me to do? He said, just put it right over there. Thank you. I'll make sure this gets into the system, and just like closes the door. So now I've got my truck. It's running, and I've got a pull behind, and it's raining so hard that like the parking lot's flooding. Like your shoes are
You're
wet.
out there unhooking it.
And now I've got to go unhook it. I'll
They
let
didn't
you know
even
how it
help you.
finishes. Oh, no. Just I see you later, man. I'll get it in the system. What about me?
Rick and Bubba.
The sun might be setting on summer, but HelloFresh helps us savor every last bite of the season with farm-fresh ingredients and chef-crafted recipes delivered to your door. Did you know that the ingredients travel from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days? That's why our meals always taste deliciously fresh, and HelloFresh always has your back with over 55 items to choose from every week. Family-friendly to fit and wholesome to veggie, they have tasty choices that please even the pickiest eaters. And I can even swap sides and proteins to truly customize my meal. Fall right around the corner, and HelloFresh is ready with flexible options that work with my busy schedule. You can skip a trip to the grocery store and get meal staples, snacks, and more from HelloFresh Market, because saving time is what they're all about. And that's what I'm about too. Sign up today for 16 free meals across 7 boxes plus 3 free gifts with the code BUBBA by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba. From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we started using Upside to get cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. Next, claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. Check in at the business. Pay as usual and get paid. In comparison to credit card rewards or loyalty programs, you earn 3 times more cash back with Upside. Upside users are earning more than $1 million every week. That's probably why they have a 4.8-star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app and use the promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents back for every gallon on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25.
If you own a fleet of trucks, or if you're an owner-operator, you know how much nonsense comes with fleet fuel cards. That's why you should check out A to B Fuel Card. Seriously, folks, with A to B, there's no setup fee, no transaction fee, no monthly fees, no over-limit fees, no credit check required when you apply. You can use A to B to get discounts on every drop of fuel at any gas station or any truck stop that accepts Visa. And talk about nonsense. Unlike other fuel cards, A to B has no gallon limits, and A to B is going to help you grow your business. As you're paying on time, you're growing your credit. Apply today by going to a2b.com/radio. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card. That's the letter A to the letter B.com/radio to apply with no credit check and get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card. A2B.com/radio or head to rickandbubba.com under sponsor. Have you tried Helix mattress yet? Everybody's unique and Helix knows that. So they have several different mattress models to choose from. They have soft, medium, firm mattresses. They've got mattresses great for cooling you down if you sleep hot, and mattresses great for spinal alignment to prevent morning aches and pains. They even have a Helix mattress for the plus-size sleepers. The Helix mattress is a major upgrade, and we love them. Plus, they come in a box that comes right to your front door, and you can try it in your home for 100 nights risk-free. They even have a 10-year warranty, and Helix was awarded the #1 best overall mattress pick of 2021 by GQ and Wired Magazine. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, order the mattress that's matched to you, and the mattress comes right to your door, shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. So I'm sorry, I don't want to make this drawn out, but this was my Saturday, and we were moving JC, my middle one, into college, and so it's just if you're a parent and you got stuff like this, I mean, there's things that you hire movers for, and then there's things that are just small. You know, we got to move things, and we've never been, especially when I've got boys that can pick up stuff on their own. That is my moving company. I've got I've got 20-year-old, 18 to 25-year-old boys that can pick and move
wish you
stuff
had one
up.
to help you unhook
Yeah,
that
so
trailer.
that's my moving company. Why pay somebody when I've got 3 sons to do it? So, and then we had 3 roommates. You got 3 dads. So we're picking and lifting. The moms are doing work too. They're all in, but they're doing more of too. The hey, we got kitchen supplies. We're cleaning back. What is it? And I don't understand this. And moms, I mean, I'm not going to argue because it's not worth dying on that hill. But the place has been cleaned by professionals, but we go in there and we got to clean it again. And so we got, Clorox and bleach out, and we're cleaning bathrooms and disinfecting, the kitchens again. And I get it. So, I mean, they're doing a lot of that and then picking up, boxes as well. So we go through that whole day. I'm returning the pull behind, and a storm comes, and I'm left having to back it in. And you've got, like, a 20-foot U-Haul that's being returned. I think there was a 15-footer trying. So it's like a traffic jam, and I've got to back through them into a space that he's told me to go to in the pouring rain. and they're all trying. They just want it to be over with too, but they don't have
Nobody
a
to
pull
watch you
behind. They're
back
just
in.
dropping off keys and putting it now in the drop box because he's locked the door on everybody.
I'd have dropped it right outside that door and just left.
Well, there was no cover anywhere, so it was if I drop it there or I drop it over here. Have you ever been in a situation where you just have to declare, okay, I'm going to get wet. I can't.
Yeah, I'm going to get real wet.
Yeah, I gotta dive
terrible
in.
feeling.
Yeah, because at first you tried. I had like a big sweat towel from the day that was in the car, and I tried to throw it over my shoulders like that was going to help.
Yeah,
and then
worked.
finally I just slung it off and said,
how about your feet? How about when it's flooding and you're
Oh,
standing in it?
Yeah, I had to put the tennis shoes I was wearing it in front of the fan in the garage to dry them out.
They're gonna smell good.
Oh yeah, it's got kind of wet. So I mean, I am soaking wet, and when you bend over and that cold rain's hitting that back, and of course I couldn't.
Did you wave at the guy? I appreciate that.
Yeah, I couldn't get it
Thanks,
off
buddy.
the way I wanted to, and I felt like I was timing myself like I was at a NASCAR pit crew. I thought I was let me see if I can do this in 20 seconds. And I almost got it. And then there was one time I said one bad word.
Chains and drug it.
Yeah, I was trying to make sure I had all that unhooked. So I finally get it unhooked, and I am dripping wet. I'm talking about. I mean, there's not one dry spot on my shirt or shorts. And here I go sitting in the car, and I'd left the air conditioner on, so you get back in there, and it's just freezing. And it's still. Please understand, the storm has not passed. So now I'm trying to get out, and there's a log jam of U-Hauls trying to get in. Everybody's trying to beat the 7 o'clock drop off, and I finally get out, get home, and just sling clothes off in the garage. Oh yeah, and so it was about probably a 5:15 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. kind of day. But he's moved in, and
you were
I
done,
got
you were glad.
Finally.
You wet, but you glad.
I'm talking about soaking wet. But you know what? They like the apartment. He's got some really good roommates and great parents, and so. And then Sunday came, and I had to. It was my day to run sound for church services, and Rusty, who is our fearless leader, I think is always concerned. Will we show up? We volunteered, but we've all been that person that's in charge of volunteers. Are you going to be here or not? Yeah. And whenever he sees my face, he's like, "Oh, hey, buddy, how you doing?" Because he's playing bass, he can't do both. But we got a brand new digital board. I'm talking about a sure enough one.
You sent a picture of it, and I was, obviously envious.
Yeah. I'm talking about you hit one button, and you can program them, and all the channels they slide up and down, and it's like really, really nice. But it was my first time to run it, and I didn't want to be the guy that messed up. So I'm, sitting on pins and needles the whole time.
You mean you can hit one button and all of our mics would come up?
Yeah, like you can hear like left, right, and that's what you're hearing in the sanctuary. So you're hearing it, and then you hit monitor, and it's what all the folks playing are hearing.
Yeah.
And then you hit stream, and it's what the streaming level is hearing. And then you hit another one, and it's what the recording of the podcast is. So you can sit here, but when you hit it, it's like everything moves to that setting. It's really neat. But I got through it with no big issues. I don't think. I think we finally dialed in the acoustic guitar player. It took us a little bit, but we did that, and that's why we have rehearsal, right? At 7:30 in the morning, which is real early.
But after moving all day the day before.
But when Rusty saw me come around that corner, the relief on his face, like, okay, you're here, even though I know you are here and you're coming.
Look,
I just need to see you.
I've been the guy that coordinates it. Whatever, you take anything that's a volunteer situation. I've been the guy that coordinates it and has the anxiety about people showing up. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, I've also been the guy that hasn't showed up for something I volunteered for. Mm-hmm. And that's a horrible feeling either way.
Right. Yeah. But back to the and look, U-Haul wherever, and this
still not over it.
I just want to ask a question. So shouldn't they be unhooking stuff? Why am I getting out there getting
Did
wet?
they hook it up for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess
then they probably should unhook
you
it.
unhook too.
Yeah.
You haul it and then you unhook it.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's good,
I
Greg.
guess so. I just was thinking about that as I was getting wet, and they weren't. But you know what? It is what it is.
So
got
when
through
you
it.
the whole 7 o'clock thing deal that they pointed out on the receipt.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't like close gates or anything, do they?
No, they actually it's pretty seamless. They've got like an app where you can go, self check in and take pictures of the whatever you've rented, and then U-Haul will go, okay, you're good. That, and it depends on if you're driving something or pulling or whatever. But the guy spooked me a little bit because I actually had the rental till 7 a.m. the next morning. But he said, now there's this $20 charge here. And that he highlighted, by the way, made a point to show it. But don't worry, I mean, I've never, since I've been here, charged anybody that. But that is an after-hour charge. It's like he was contradicting himself, and I'm like, well, that's weird.
Yeah. Maybe he thought that maybe he'd looked at the radar and thought this was the favor he's doing for you. Because he's going to leave here in a little bit, and he knows that you're not going to be. He's not going to be there to help.
And it got to be 6:15, and I realized we're done. This thing's empty. I really don't want to be dragging it around until tomorrow morning.
Sure.
I got to serve at church. I don't want to bring it in the morning. Heck, I'm done. So on the way home, I'm just going to run it by because I'm beating the 7 o'clock. It's going to work out.
Yeah.
And then the rain came, but it is what it is, I guess.
Could have been worse. Could have happened in the middle of the move.
Yeah. Oh, hey. I'm telling you, man, I thought a couple of times that it was going to hit us, and it did start raining a few times, but we were able to get all the big stuff in from.
So you're really done for moving for a while.
Yeah,
You've kind of knocked it off your plate.
Right. Yeah, there's a couple of things that we have to do, but I'm talking about just small.
Now,
real small.
Now, what about? So I know and Bubba's been going through this too. You're wanting to take your garage back.
Yes.
Is that the next
and
phase?
Our house?
Is that the next? Is that the next phase?
Believe me, I know what you're talking about.
And when does that start?
Well, right. Well, I think that starts here really soon because my garage has things that garages need to have, and then the other side, it's been slightly of a storage unit.
Yeah.
And then there's been like a few things that we weren't sure if we needed or not, like a little entertainment center and a recliner and. For some reason, a microwave, a side table, and so now we know what's going to stay behind. And so do we take it to Hannah Home or King's Ranch or, donate it, whatever, or is it going back in the house? But Terry declared last night that I'm getting my house back. Yeah, I'm getting my house back. We've gone from used parking lot outside the house to now we just have, a couple of cars there. It's us and Reese.
There you go.
The boss, who just goes to work and comes home, and goes to bed.
Yeah.
He's starting to go to bed at like 8:30.
Yeah.
He's like, Dad, I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Your body don't make you do
He
it.
will appreciate you and Terry so much through this.
He's something else, though. He's something else.
Yeah, he is.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. So that was my weekend, and it was pretty adventurous. But, on the good side of things, though, it all went well. He's got great roommates, great parents, and of the roommates, and so it's a good situation.
Well, you know what I did. We know what you did. Y'all ain't gonna believe what Greg got into this weekend.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, boy,
he don't
I
want to
tell you.
talk about it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
This is Matt Crowder, live at the gas station on 41st Street, reporting on those skyrocketing gas prices. Excuse me, miss, are you buying less gas now because of the high prices?
Oh, I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute, are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Well, does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow! Well, there you have it. Stop paying full price for gas. Download the free Upside app and get real cash back every time you buy gas. This is Matt Crowder Radio News Network. Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LOT for a $5 bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LOT for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code LOT.
ABC Wednesday, the music event of summer, is back. with performances by Carrie Underwood, Luke Bryan, Kelsey Ballerini, Luke Combs, Kane Brown. Plus, epic collaborations. Carly Pierce with Winona Judd and Darius Rucker with Zach Brown Band.
So we feeling good tonight or what?
Elle King and Dierks Bentley host CMA Fest, Wednesday, 8/7 Central on ABC, and stream next day on Hulu.
This is a court-ordered notice. If you were subject to the data breaches of the United States Office of Personnel Management and you experienced an out-of-pocket loss after the breaches, you could be eligible for a payment from a class action settlement. To see if you're eligible, go to opmdatabreach.com or call 1-855-917-3567. That's opmdatabreach.com or call 1-855-917-3567.
Here's the deal. I've had constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating for years. I've tried a lot of laxatives and fiber supplements, but my symptoms keep coming back.
You could have a chronic condition called irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS-C. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
The sun might be setting on summer, but HelloFresh helps us savor every last bite of the season with farm-fresh ingredients and chef-crafted recipes delivered to your door. Did you know that the ingredients travel from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days? That's why our meals always taste deliciously fresh, and HelloFresh always has your back with over 55 items to choose from every week. Family-friendly to fit and wholesome to veggie, they have tasty choices that please even the pickiest eaters. And I can even swap sides and proteins to truly customize my meal. Fall right around the corner, and HelloFresh is ready with flexible options that work with my busy schedule. You can skip a trip to the grocery store and get meal staples, snacks, and more from HelloFresh Market, because saving time is what they're all about. And that's what I'm about too. Sign up today for 16 free meals across 7 boxes plus 3 free gifts with the code Bubba by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid, and you're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. And you can get 10% off their bundles with code Bubba at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
It's 9 minutes till top of the hour, and this portion of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you by MyPillow.com/Bubba. Big news here today, folks. The biggest bed sheet sale ever is going on right now. Whether it's back to school, kind of like it is with us, but not like, elementary or high school. I mean, college and stuff. You having to get stuff. I mean, and if it's back to school or back to comfort for you, whatever it is, MyPillow has got it handled for you when it comes to their sheets. They're available in a variety of colors and all sizes, and available now on their super sale. For example, the queen size that's regularly priced $89.98 is now just $39.98. That's a $50 savings, and only at MyPillow.com/Bubba. Bubba. And with these prices, we'd encourage you to even think ahead, which I know some do. Believe it or not, they don't just think right now, they actually think ahead. Consider stocking up for Christmas gifts at these low prices so that you got that taken care of. Check them out right now at mypillow.com/Bubba. And don't forget that they come with that 10-year warranty and that 60-day money-back guarantee, too. Great products start with great companies like MyPillow. MyPillow.com/Bubba is the place to do it, folks. Go there now for these great show specials, and including, don't forget, the biggest bed sheets sale going on ever right now at MyPillow.com/Bubba. You can always go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So you kind of were joking around a little bit, Helmsy. You said, well, we'll hear about how Greg's weekend went. It was uneventful for Greg over the weekend, but he said, things have changed today, though.
Sure.
Greg, update us on what you've been going through.
When you get a text your wife this time of day,
yeah,
especially because, days when a lot of times when she goes keeps the grandkids, she has to get up. But this wasn't one of those days.
No.
So I get a text a few minutes ago, and we've all dealt with this.
Oh, yeah.
She's got a chirping fire alarm.
Oh, God.
First of all, just trying to figure out which one it is. Basically your battery's going dead. Even though they're all wired in, they got the backup battery. And when it starts going dead, change me out. Well, you got to go. And like I say, it's real quick, and it's about every minute, and you can't never figure out which one it is.
Right.
So what I do is I go get the step ladder, and I'll say, I think it's this one. So I'll climb up on the step ladder, and I'll get right up against it.
Yeah.
And then I'll say, that ain't it.
That's it.
Anyway,
and you think you've dialed it in, all of a sudden you hear another one across the room. You're like, no.
Step ladder and Lisa don't go together. She's never, this one's probably about a 6-footer out in the garage. I said, that's one you got to have. And what I would do if I was there right now, I've actually got some batteries, but I would go up and turn it counterclockwise. It'll drop, and then unplug it. And just take it down, and then I'll change the battery. But anyway, so I don't know how much try to talk her through that. She just sent me in the text that she's ready to take off screaming and just run down the driveway. Because you get to anticipate it,
I got it.
Yeah, but listen, I've been up in the middle of the night going through upstairs and trying to find the right ones, and I thought I guess
and that giant place you got. My goodness,
that's what it is.
You probably got 30 alarms.
30, you probably so. Yeah, But no, you're fine. I think Baker Mayfield did a funny story, a commercial about this, where he's walking through Brown Stadium and then he's walking down the hall. So beep, he's like, "Oh no, where is it at?"
And I'm like, honey, it's fine. It's gonna be a while before I get home. So.
It'll play with your mind for sure.
It'll get in your head, and it's something about that. They got it at that.
Well, I hope this didn't wake. Is she up at this time of day?
No.
Oh, so this woke her up.
Oh, that's even elevated.
That's terrible.
Who decided that's the chirp we needed?
I know.
I mean, I'm sure there's some kind of scientific something that'll wake everybody up. I don't know, but
I said at a certain level.
Why on earth is that what they went with?
Yeah, well, because you know why you want.
So
if you
annoying.
Think about it, it's not that loud,
no.
but it will wake you up.
Yes. Right, it will. It will. I think they said, what's the most annoying, disturbing sound that people would hate the most? And let's go with that.
Yeah, they put it at the right frequency where you like.
Because you definitely want to get your attention, and it's got hers.
Well, she's gonna have to get the old ladder out and give it a shot.
All right, give me a percentage.
Or it's gonna be a lot of chirping.
Give me a percentage on where do you think she can pull this off? What percentage?
What's your chances you think she's gonna actually pull this off?
I think she could do it. She'll just attempt it. I'll talk her through it.
Are you gonna be patient when you talk her through?
Oh yeah. But look, and I'll admit, the little plug's hard to unplug.
It is
a little tougher.
Don't just pull her out.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Yeah. And you're having to describe. You might need to FaceTime her, not call her, so she can. Okay, well I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Maybe put it.
She could actually set the phone on the ladder.
Yeah, facing up,
and
I can hear you grabbing that right there.
All right, pull it. They don't unplug as easy as you'd want them to.
Right.
But
you know what you could tell her if you wanted to. You could tell her to just do this. I mean, if you wanted to.
Yeah, they're going to have to get in there with some tweezers to get a hold of it.
That might help.
Yeah, but then she's going to say,
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got the tools here to pull this off.
That's probably what's going to happen. That's probably.
Yeah, I want to run.
There's going to be a lot of
chirping
chirping between now and the time I get
home.
I want her running down the driveway,
screaming.
Yeah, yeah, you're screaming. Is there anywhere she could go? I know it's early.
What if you go upstairs? I wonder if that would, if it's chirping downstairs, go upstairs and try to hide from it.
Yeah,
could do that.
Boy, it's that chirp.
Make sure you can put in your new Raycon.
Ear.
She could borrow my Raycons. Yeah, and then put them in there and just Just try to shut it out.
Maybe find a good podcast.
Because it's like you're not going to be home like anytime soon.
No. At best case scenario.
Yeah, your day's just started.
Yeah. I mean,
we've all been there trying to do what she's trying.
I mean, if I left the minute to show, which I'm not, because I got to cut a commercial, I got things to do. It's going to be a minute before I get there.
This brings up a great point. Are there things around the house? You're obviously talking about one that like you just always handle, and your wife never really does.
Oh.
And then there's things that she handles that you don't.
Sure.
And so if it's
even longer list,
if they ever have to do it, or you ever have to do that one thing that you never do, it's hard.
Yeah.
And this is one of them.
It is.
I'm kind of like you. I'm the guy that gets up there and changes things out.
If it gets to a point, she'll probably get the ladder out and get a hammer and just beat it.
Yeah, right. There's always that. Just beat it to death.
Stop by and get another alarm on the way home.
Why?
There's
I
always
beat
that.
this one to death.
I took a hammer and I pounded it up into the ceiling.
That'll do it. That'll fix it.
Golly.
Well, I could tell, during this time of day, if you're listening live, it's in the 5 a.m. Central Time day, and you were real busy
on your first segment.
You were real busy on your phone
because it's rare.
There.
She knows we're on the air and all this. I thought, I better check this.
Well, I was thinking, if something's wrong, he'll tell us.
There's always two things. One, something's wrong, and we hate that. Okay.
Yeah.
Then the other thing is, I just couldn't sleep. I got up and listened to the show, and I heard something you said.
Yes,
that
is absolutely.
That's always
true.
when I see a text from Amanda
so it's not
this
just me?
early. Oh no, it's not just you. I can't believe you said that.
Oh yeah, we all get those.
And I just have to remind her, hey, probably best you just don't listen to the show sometimes.
I had that conversation before.
Yeah.
I agree. Terry was actually setting up where she has a little desk at the house where she does some work or whatever, and she's like, I'd like to sit. Could you set me up like a little monitor, or whatever? I could just pull up the show and watch the show. And I'm thinking,
probably not.
I don't know about that. It'd be kind of better.
Maybe not a good idea.
You're just kind of lost when it comes to what's going on with the show. Wouldn't y'all agree?
They do that. See, that my kids during school year, because they're up, they'll take pictures of us on YouTube, different pictures, and they'll send like to me, and they hadn't done that in a while because they've been out of school. But then because they were up Friday, getting their wisdom teeth out, I got a couple pictures of front. Caroline's the main one that does that.
Yeah. I did have a conversation with Reese now that he listens. I said, son, things you hear on the show stays on the show.
That's it.
You don't be coming home tired.
That's it.
Secondhand information's never good.
It's not good. Well, good luck with that, because I know what you're about to do when it says Rick and Bubba. You're going to call Lisa, aren't you?
I'll offer that up.
Just get it done.
Rick and Bubba.
Before all the horrible things came out on Bill Cosby, you said what you said a minute ago about listening once you read Skelton. Well, see, that was Bill Cosby for me.
Okay.
When I was a boy, I listened to his, and I learned how you tell a story about your family, about your kids. I learned that from Bill Cosby. He had one of the best. He had a huge influence on me as far as comedy.
Do you remember Chicken Heart?
Yeah, when all that happened, it just broke my heart.
Yeah, we had a chance to meet him, and
had him on
he's
the
a
show.
nice guy, but you never know what people are going through, what they're doing.
I know.
As entertainers, we knew something, but we did not know about the drugs. So
So you did know that he had there was some issue there somewhere.
Well, we knew he liked the women. That was almost like in the contract to after he gets off stage to have some girls. But he was always having fun. All the older entertainers know this.
You're right.
Yeah.
But in the business, I'm strictly talking about on the stage. He was considered to be one of the best.
Without a doubt, you're not going to get it from the dentist routine to you name it. Come on.
Yeah.
And you would watch. Comedians would go watch Bill Cosby. He'd sit there for 2 hours in a chair and do nothing.
Right.
And you go, he's done. What a great job. Isn't that wonderful?
Just talking and people just enjoy it. It was heartbearking for me, even on a personal level.
And so that's why I'm out here trying to make you laugh in the moment.
No, well, let me tell you what. See, but I can laugh at that.
Come on.
I mean, because what you just said,
that's funny.
I don't care who you are. That's
about your mama joke, right?
Yeah.
I told another guy his mama was, they call her Space Mountain. She's a good ride, But the line. Some people get that, some people don't. The line. Your mama's teeth are so crooked she got a job at Home Depot making keys. People in the audience laugh.
Yeah,
Y'all need to pay. Come out to the comedy club. You can talk about my mama too. I don't care who gets to laugh.
Right.
I'm the one taking the check home. Come out. Let's have some fun, and we talk about anything and everything. You name a subject, we talk about.
Oh, yeah. What was it you were talking about? You about tying in with Seinfeld, the Seinfeld, and
what was it, Rick? I can't remember
about
now.
the guy that ended up. You said, "Hey, we'll talk about."
Oh, you know what we were talking about? Why did I not do more?
More
of
episodes.
Seinfeld?
Because I saw you on
That was
Seinfeld.
it.
I knew y'all were friends, but I mean, his show ran for what, 10
you
years?
did the
or something?
doctor.
I did the doctor and the witchy woman.
Yeah.
What happened was that a friend of ours, Gary Shandling, you know, our comedian
Yeah,
friend.
very funny.
So
Very
that was my
funny.
second best friend. So when he
Funny.
passed away, but what happened was Gary Seinfeld, Gary Shandling had a friend, Louis Black, and I think from this area. He was on his show, and something happened. They had to fire Gary's best friend, but Gary never said anything, so that broke up. He said, well, why didn't you tell me if I was doing something wrong? So we decided we can't have this. You know, we're roommates for actually, I'm the real George, okay?
Right.
We're roommates for 13 years, Seinfeld and I.
Right.
So we decided not to mix business and friendship.
Well, it can be difficult.
It can be difficult.
I think I would have not been his friend.
What is that? Well, we're doing well. You know,
Bubba would have taken the show.
I wrote a book. Did I bring my book here? Did I bring a book here since I wrote a book since I seen you guys laugh it off?
Did
And
you
Seinfeld wrote the forward of the book.
Did you bring it?
Well,
we should be
download it.
giving the entire audience a copy.
Look,
of
it's
that.
electronic. We'll download it.
You got 500 people here in this audience this morning, and I should have given everybody, each individual, and signed it too. All 500 people. How y'all doing, 500 people?
Yeah.
Make some noise back there.
Come on. There they are.
500 people in the morning, 6:30 in the morning at the Rick and Bubba show. You got to be somebody to have that many. And they took the bus.
Hey, you wouldn't believe. We always, when people will come like from Missouri or from whatever, and we'll literally ask them, now, why else did you come here?
Yeah, are you headed to
This
Florida?
this cannot have been the destination.
You guys are crazy.
This could have been
Why else would you be here?
yeah. I mean, a lot of people pass through here going to Florida. We're like, well, we hope because if they just came for us, wow, the pressure.
Yeah, tell me this was something you added to the itinerary.
No,
It wasn't the focus of it.
You have influenced so many people. You have that the touch, the Midas touch. And see, people want to see you. They want to come in. They enjoy you. They hear you on the radio, and they come in and they see you, and they go, ooh.
Wow, we should have just listened.
It's the old sausage jokes. One thing to eat it. It's another thing to see how it's made.
Oh, listen,
You know,
it's
rough.
so true, right?
Yeah.
The old factory's rough.
Yeah, they all leave here and go, I thought there was more to it. They really do just sit there and talk.
Most importantly, they're laughing, and you make people happy. And that's our business. We're making people. We're doctors. We do more than doctors do. We make people happy. We see people. And then people don't have to pay $175 for an office. Since when did people start paying money to visit people? Office visit, $175. I had to go to the doctor the other day. I had a problem with. I had a problem with my backside.
Yeah,
What do
thank
you call it? Hemorrhoids.
Yes.
I don't know what kind of pain you've ever had in your life, but there's nothing like.
It's terrible.
It's terrible. I would stop my car in the middle of I-15 and get out and walk around the car. It itches, it burns. Every time my heart would beat, I would feel it in my behind.
Oh, no.
I told the doctor, cut my butt completely off. Just cut the whole. You laughing at me. You ever have it? Just cut the whole thing.
I've been sick. I'm trying to breathe.
You've been sick. I just pointed at my throat off the table, just pointed at my hand and said, why me, Lord? Why me? Why me, Lord?
Of all the places to have a problem.
Right?
Yeah. Now they run you to TV. You got to go.
I got to go. I got to go do some TV.
George,
but you
carry
need to
that
know,
biscuit with you.
I'm going to take this here. I just told him I don't eat biscuits. He said, take it with you.
No, you're going to eat a biscuit.
But I want to thank you so much. That's the start on tonight.
Back at you,
Y'all
brother.
come out and you want to give away a few passes, do that.
Okay. All right. So has anybody ever made this transition that we're about to make?
Rick, I think in the history of broadcasting, the transition from comedian George Wallace to Gary the bulldozer driver has never been done.
Hey, Gary.
How you?
I'm good. How you doing? I know you're trying to talk lower.
Now, Gary, the microphone.
What's going on
fell
with the
or
microphone?
What
something. You got to talk
Gary?
in the side.
What are you doing, Gary?
I don't know.
You got to talk in
Gary,
the side.
you act like it's your first time here.
All right, Gary, come on. How long did it take you to mess that up?
Well,
There.
Not long.
You talking?
I
I'm
don't
talking?
like it right in my
Well,
face.
you got
Yeah,
to
it's
talk
gotta
in the
be, though.
side.
It
of
needs to be in your face.
All right, go ahead.
That's good enough.
All right, you see how he's trying to talk lower?
Yeah.
But you hear a minute ago when we got frustrated, he became really Gary. We're
We're very excited to see you.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio. A brand new hour has begun on a brand new day, on a brand new week. And we are thankful that you are here. This hour will start with our national anthem.
What?
minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. A brand new hour is underway, and we're glad that you are here. We'll unpack the stories of the day. You can reach us at the number you've just been given, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Jot it down. We want to hear from you today. We'll look back over the busy weekend within the show and all the way around the world, the stories of the day. And a lot has happened since the last time we were together. We'll unpack it and see if we can't decipher it for you in our own special way. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Big Boy staring at us today, reassuring us that all is well. Will of Meat is back in play, and various stuffed coyotes are everywhere. Across the way, there he sits, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. Van Halen, Jamie's Crying.
Yeah, about it.
Well, of course, then was sampled by Tone Loc. Of course, he went another way with it. Yeah. So we have, so are we about to enter? I thought when we decided to elect Democrats that it would be all loving, all peaceful around the world, and we'd all hold hands and we'd sing Kumbaya and we'd share things and we'd all have everything in common, and it would just what's happening?
Could you imagine? Let's just flip it around the other way.
Oh, Bubba.
That if a member of the Republican Party was threatening to go to Taiwan, and the Chinese were claiming that they will shoot them down, that this will be that you will pay for it, and those that play with fire will get burned. Oh yeah, they would be screaming, "You go get us in World War III right there."
I mean, it would be just a meltdown. So warmonger, saber rattling.
Oh,
Hawk this and hawk that.
Yeah, I heard several people say this weekend, is there a win-win in this somehow? But
all right. Yeah, it's
wasn't me. I heard it said.
Well, I think what you're seeing too is what we have been talking about on this show since we were taught this, our whole lives is if you sometimes people. And we had, and I know we all go through life and change our views, and it could be, and I hate to keep, saying because I don't like people to do it to me when maybe at some time in your life you acted a certain way and no one will allow you to say, I've changed. They keep bringing it up like you're still that person. Right. But we remember when Sheryl Crow said, the one way not to have wars is not to have enemies. And that was sweet.
You know what? I'll agree to that.
Yeah, and that was sweet. The problem is you just can't get the world to go along with you on that one. And in this case, you would think that the non-threatening Democratic Party of all people, I mean, this have been so good to China, and we just want to appease China. And, it was Trump that was so mean to try to say that we got bad deals with them and we need to bring some of that back here and look after our people. And that was considered mean. And now, you try to appease them, and you can't blame them for anything. You can't even remotely suggest that something happened at Wuhan, and remember all that was forbidden. And if you remember, the president was told that he was a racist because he was cutting off travel from China when the pandemic first started.
Right.
But we look around, and here's the all-loving, all-caring Democrats, and here we are. At odds with them. I mean, it just doesn't seem to matter, does it?
Yeah, I don't think too people realize and honestly, I was not educated where I needed to be on the history of Taiwan and how it fits into mainland China and the Chi-coms and all that business too. Maybe we need to break that down here in a second. But, I'm really kind of taken back when any country tells us we can't go visit somebody.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And remember China too. We moved their missile program and their space program ahead 20 years.
Of course.
Back during the Bill Clinton days when they made a big deal with Loran, who was a big Democratic contributor, and they let a bunch of technology go that no one else had ever allowed China to have. So, we've tried various approaches, Rick, one being their buddy and all this other, but, they want to be the dominant superpower, and they're working very hard around the globe to accomplish that through military and through economic means.
Yep.
And they've got quite a foothold in our Bahamas. I don't know if you're aware of that. Very close to the United States.
Yep.
So, what are we going to do about it?
Well, I mean, it's they said you can't go to Taiwan or, you'll pay a price for it, and I guess we'll just sit here and watch. You talk about Taiwan. I remember when I was a kid, any souvenir you got was made in Taiwan.
Right. It's a powerhouse economically, and it's a free democracy, unlike mainland China, which is not. But I think we need to just break it down in general. You want to come back? I don't want to be rushed on that.
But what I was going to say, it is interesting that all the things that used to say made in Taiwan now say made in China.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I remember my first little headdress I got back when it wasn't politically incorrect. And apparently it's not anymore because the Pope wears one. But, like when you went to Gatlinburg and you saw went out to the little show that you could get your little Indian headdress. Right. It was always made in Taiwan. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's a
Yeah,
Rick has been promoting you coming by all week. I haven't seen you in forever. I don't get to share you as much as Rick does now, and he promoted your apple pies. I was fired up. Save room this morning.
That's false.
Well, I didn't have time to really make any last night. I had to put some turkey calls together. It's hard to put turkey calls together and make pies at the same time.
Are you
two different skills?
Are you kidding around? Because I know you like to mess with us.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm waiting on him to pull them out.
He's got them in a cooler in there, and when you open it, a squirrel's going to jump out.
Yeah,
exactly.
Where are the pies?
Well, I didn't make them. I ain't gonna lie to you about it.
How come you make them?
Come on, Gary.
There you go again.
Well, I can't help it. I mean, I even
Rick, I have a difficult question
can't
to
help
ask, but I've got to ask this.
Don't say it. If you say that name,
you know where I think the pies are.
Yeah, don't say it.
Over at Al's this morning.
It's a bone of contention. It's a bone of contention.
Rick's not used to being number 2.
I'm not.
He doesn't do well at number 2.
I don't like it.
He got to get off that bill for a little bit.
I mean, hey, Al takes care of me.
Right then, I didn't know who was talking. I was looking back and forth. So, Gary, where are you headed exactly?
I'm going to Nashville, Tennessee.
Now, what is it? A turkey show? Or?
The turkey convention, national convention.
So, have you brought to?
Have you got a booth or what?
Are you the headliner?
No, I just got some friends I meet up there. And
are you taking some calls?
Out.
You taking some of your calls?
No.
You doing a demonstration?
You're not even taking your calls?
The big show, you're not selling any?
No.
Why not?
Somebody might buy
one. I
one.
sell enough. I don't need to sell too many of them.
Well, so you're still on that?
That's a good business.
It's the weirdest business plan I've ever heard.
But the reason you don't want to sell too many of them?
Well, there ain't gonna be no turkeys left after a while.
Right. So you say you can't put that out there?
No. No. I've done just about. Eradicated the turkeys over there in Mississippi.
I know. You said people buy my Mississippi.
Oh, I'm telling you, Mississippi. I believe everybody over there at Turkey Hunts has got one.
Dang.
I heard you can't even find a turkey feather down at Pine Valley. Is that
can't
right?
even have a turkey.
No, you can't have nothing.
I mean, so what about the people that are using them are doing real well with them, and that might make other people want them, but you refuse to keep up with demand?
Well, I just started this out as a hobby. It ain't it ain't what I make a living at, but I enjoy it. if I sell one, I sell it. If I don't, ain't nobody hurt.
How are you, like, how many do you turn them out now? I mean, because I know you were hand producing
we got
a lot
into
of
that
those.
thing, you asked that question, and, I don't think we need to repeat what I said.
I agree.
We was at the expo that year, and you asked that question, how long it takes to turn one out.
Well, I think that's an interesting question because I don't know.
Let's just move on.
Okay, you don't want to talk about that?
No.
Now I want to.
How many is in inventory now? Can we know that? I mean, if somebody wants.
They may be a couple of hundred.
I might have what, 200.
Bubba, does he talk like me sometimes up here when I'm not here?
Yes, all the time. All the time.
Gary, all the time.
It's like you're here when you're not.
Hey, you know who's coming next week, don't you?
Who?
John Thomas from South Africa.
He is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we need to go four-wheeler riding.
You're confused a little bit on that.
He got confused on that one, didn't you, brother?
Yeah. If he's from South Africa, I thought he'd be black, but he wasn't.
No, he's not. You're right.
No.
Let's get to it, Gary.
He said, hey, I thought you was bringing some Africans down here. I said, I am, Gary. Here they are.
Yeah, well, it fooled me.
You thought, no way.
Now, what in the world's going on where you live?
Yeah, that's the first thing I noticed.
Now you're messing with it.
Oh, man,
Is it a fungus or what?
No, I've been in misery.
What happened?
Last Friday night, we went out to eat.
Oh, my God.
Oh, you and Gwen?
Yeah. Well, I had two of my grandkids with me.
Okay.
We went down to the little Chinese buffet. Not the one that me and you usually go to.
Why not? Why didn't you go that one?
Well, we just didn't.
Okay.
Ain't no other reason. But
okay.
We just tried another one,
Right.
I
bet you wish you had now.
Yeah, I do. But yeah, that was. I've been in misery since about Wednesday. I mean, till Wednesday, and it eased off. Well,
It is 20 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio. Thanks for being with us. And he was brutally handsome, and she was terminally pretty. All right, so the gang's all here. Bubba, so in case you're wondering what we're talking about, because honestly, when I came into work today, it's the first time I heard about it because I didn't pay attention to any news Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. So I come in, and everybody's telling me that Nancy Pelosi may start World War III. And so I wasn't exactly, I didn't know what they were talking about. But anyway, I see now, and I'm getting educated on this as I come in today, that Pelosi is leading a congressional delegation on a visit to the region of the world where Taiwan is located. And we are being told by Xi and the gang, and how you pronounce his name, Xi?
Yeah, go with that.
That from China, that if you can go to Singapore, you can go to Malaysia, South Korea if you want, and Japan, but if you go to Taiwan, you got problems.
Yeah, well, it's a complicated history, but I'm going to give you the Bubba version, the short version of it.
Okay, good, because that's probably the only one I'll listen to.
So Taiwan was part of China.
Right.
Okay. The communists came in and started a civil war to overthrow the government.
Right.
Like they did in a lot of places. Okay, we saw all of Asia dealing with this.
They want to help the people.
I know. They're just there to help the people,
right.
Rick, and lock them up when they need to.
We're just here to help.
So they come in and they win the civil war, but they never actually took Taiwan. Now, Taiwan was the capital, by the way, of China at one time.
Didn't know that.
So they took everything but the capital, and Taiwan remained independent. They never could take that island.
Let me guess, the part that they took, then they made it safer by taking away everybody's guns.
All right. So it would be like in the United States. Let's just say I'm trying to give you some comparison to it. And when you look at size-wise, it would be like this. Let's just say we had a massive civil war here.
Of course we did.
And the District of Columbia was never taken.
Right.
So the District of Columbia remained America free, and the rest of the country was communist America. And so there are two countries now.
Yeah.
Now, the communists of Red China say that Taiwan is theirs. They call it one China.
Mm-hmm.
Taiwan's like, we're going to do our own thing over here. You leave us alone. You can call it whatever you want to, but we're going to do our thing. We're a democracy. We're a thriving democracy, by the way, economic power. And China keeps inching closer. They don't like this, hey, you're separate from us. They want them to be all one. And they're like, well, no, you didn't defeat us militarily. You took the mainland, you got it, but we're going to do our own thing. Here's the problem, though. They're real close together. They're an island sitting right off China. So it's a hot spot. You know, if you acknowledge Taiwan, the communists, the Chi-Coms, considered a slap in the face.
Right.
Well, the U.S. has said for many, many years, we will defend Taiwan against a Chinese invasion if they do so. And most people thought the Chinese were inching closer and closer to doing that. And then the Ukrainian war happened, and they saw how that didn't go as smooth as they want to. So some people think that, well, maybe the Chinese have backed off a little bit.
Right.
Other people have said, no, the lesson they learned is you gotta go with overwhelming force, and Russia didn't do that with Ukraine. So that was their mistake. So the Chinese have actually ramped up their military practice and drills and live fire things around Taiwan. They're kind of, it looks like trying to close the noose on them a little bit.
Right.
And then here we go. We have the third highest member of our government going in, and they're highly offended by that. They lose face over that because they're acknowledging Taiwan as an independent country, not one China,
Right.
is what the Chi-Coms want it to be.
Yeah. So
does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, yeah. It would be like really, if you think about it, getting really close, even though it still is on the mainland, but it's down there by the water. Really, if the Civil War had ended and Pensacola was never conquered.
Yeah, say Florida had remained, but size-wise, it's not a good comparison.
Right.
But for that argument,
down there by the water,
South Carolina or somebody
because it's a little off the mainland down there, but somewhere where the rest of the country.
Let's say Gulf Shores had never been conquered in Fort Morgan because it's kind of an island,
right? I was going to say Montgomery, but that's so far inland.
But it's tiny compared to the other. But they held out; they never conquered them.
And the only way they haven't been conquered is allies say, if you try to conquer them, we'll help them, because they couldn't defeat China on their own.
That and the fact that Taiwan is pretty well armed. I mean, they realize what they're facing. They're facing a much bigger giant, a lot like Israel. That is very well armed and capable of defending themselves. So I don't know. There's some people that say they wouldn't put up much of a fight. Some people say that they would hurt China mightily if they were attacked. So I don't know.
But they do have allies, so that, I mean, including us, right?
Right. And the U.S. has said, I don't know that we officially have a treaty or not, but we have said, and many of our allies have said, we will defend them because they are a free democracy in that area.
So, but where we are today is that China has said to our delegation, don't go to Taiwan. If you do, there'll be a price to pay.
Oh, they've said some really
provocative things. Yeah.
You know, when Xi talked to Biden on the phone last week, he told him, said, look, if you play with fire, you're going to get burned here, and we're willing to do whatever we have to prevent this from the world seeing Taiwan as a independent country.
And sadly, even though he told him that, Biden now doesn't remember it. But
right.
And
by the way, Biden has COVID again.
Yeah, well, that's this deal with this antiviral drug. Now, is he sick? They say he's not. And the people that I know that have taken the drug that had a rebound, they're like, yeah, I was testing positive, but I didn't feel like I had anything. That goes back to that. The test says you're positive.
Well, I was concerned when totally different topic now, but I was concerned when they were saying last week, well, he tested negative, so he's okay.
Yeah.
Well, we've been told all along that a negative test is unlikely in a lot of cases because you still have those dead viruses floating around, and they will show up as a positive.
Right. So the good news is the president doesn't seem to be in any health danger, but he has. If you look at the card and says, We all live and die by the testing. He has tested positive again, which does happen to about 40% of the people who use this drug.
Yeah,
so
that is.
It's
and
not,
the drug I had has been taken off the market. They said because of drug interactions, but at the time we got that one, they said it had less drug interactions. So go figure that out.
Now they're telling us 40%, but it is odd that two of the most high-profile cases, Fauci and Biden, both had it happen to them.
Did Fauci have?
rebound.
Yeah, Fauci rebounded too. So, you know, 40%.
Yeah.
Wow, it seems like the two that we heard so much about that happened is 100% with them.
Yeah.
But anyway, but
Well,
but if you're
Rick,
not, but if you're not deathly ill, it's all kind of. Hey, I tested positive again. I you know, if I'm in that situation, I just don't want to be, you know, in the hospital on some sort of event. You know, if y'all can test me, y'all can come up with all kinds of states. If I feel okay and I'm not struggling, I talked about it again over the weekend. Most everybody that I know that are running companies, doing everything, they're saying, look, at this point, all we're doing is saying, if you're sick, stay home, come back when you feel better.
Right.
I know some people saying we're not even testing anymore. If somebody in our family doesn't feel good, we know not to go anywhere. And how about this? We didn't do that back when we were sick of other things. Even here, we said if you're throwing up or have a fever, don't come to work. You know, so I mean, I think we're shutting everything down. And again, we know that that's not really necessary because we have had now for what, months and months and months, giant gatherings of people, and doesn't seem to really. It seems like it's just doing what it's going to do no matter what we do.
Yeah.
So you just take care of yourself. And
that's why they call it a pandemic.
Right. Or is it even a pandemic anymore? Bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fixed my plate, went, you know, eat one plate.
Rick?
You know, I went back. Why are you laughing, Rick?
I just had a picture. I didn't know.
He just injured at the Chinese
restaurant.
restaurant.
I'm sorry, Gary. If you're injured at a Chinese restaurant, I'm already laughing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was bad. Real bad. And you know that cup you get that's got that egg drop soup in it?
Mm-hmm. Is that you, Gary?
Going on.
Gary.
That's somebody from Nashville calling me right now.
You can't even. I mean, you can't.
Can't do a radio interview on a nationally syndicated show.
Well, I got me some of that, a bowl of that.
What's it called?
Egg drop soup.
Wonton soup. Wonton.
Well, yeah. And you know
you talking
them,
about egg drop, or you talking about hot and sour?
Are you gonna let me tell this?
Okay, you go ahead.
All right.
Are you gonna tell this, or are you gonna tell this?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Yeah.
All right. You know, I got the egg drop soup. You know, it's in that big old thing. You know, with the dipper. I dipped it in there.
Sure.
And then they got them. What is that? Fried noodles there
Oh,
beside
yeah.
of it.
Yeah, I love those.
Did you put some of that crispy stuff in there?
Oh, yeah. I like that.
Well, I took that bowl to the table, and it was sitting there, and
the bowl with the
took the
fried
whole
bowl,
Yeah.
the whole bowl.
No, the bowl that I dipped out. You know.
Okay.
So you've dipped soup, and now you put
Got you some of that
those
stuff.
fried stuff
Yeah,
on top
that
of it.
fried stuff.
And you carried it to the table.
Yeah, and I was sitting there, and I had a big spoon in it, and you know, I would finish eating my other plate, and I got me a spoonful of that, and you know, them noodles they kind of get limber, real limber.
Oh, yeah.
When they get hot.
It's almost like clouds floating.
Oh, yeah.
Floating in there.
And I put that in my mouth, and one of them noodles come across the bottom of my lip, and it was so hot.
It must have been because that.
There was a blister popped up there about a half inch.
Rick?
No.
Look
Oh,
at
yeah.
it. It's still.
Oh yeah,
bad.
it's still there. I mean, it's a lot better.
Are you telling us a noodle did all that?
A wet noodle. Wet noodle.
Have you called the Alabama Hammer?
Nah. Hey, I'm gonna tell you, it was a wet, hot noodle.
Yeah, I bet.
Real
It took
hot.
the hat off.
It took the hide off, and I mean, it was stuck, and I slung it in the floor, and there was a blister popped up there, and it busted
Oh my God.
right
on.
as it popped up.
Oh, Gary.
And I jumped up and went in the restroom and opened my mouth, and it looked like I had curtains hanging in the roof of my mouth.
Oh boy.
The skin in my mouth was just hanging.
Gosh.
How
And,
hot was
So are you
the
saying it was
soup?
a little warm?
Oh, there's no need of anything being that hot because you can't eat it.
No.
You can't
I mean,
have nothing.
If
no,
it's
you
burning
can't
your
even have.
skin off,
Oh yeah.
Can't even have egg drop.
what'd you tell them? Did you go complain?
No, it wasn't no need.
You
They
didn't
couldn't-
complain?
Well, they couldn't understand what I say. No way.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Gary.
You couldn't speak, could you?
No.
Now does it mess up your turkey calling because you make
No, I
Great
don't.
point.
But you make a funny look with your mouth while you're doing it with your hands. You know.
Well, there for
so-
2 or 3 mornings when I woke up, you know, you might, when you stretch,
How's it go?
it was. But
now how?
It busted my leg. I'm not doing it no more. But I left out of there and I met somebody. I had skin hanging off my leg.
Oh my gosh!
And he said, "How was it?" And I said, "Well, I tell you one thing, it's pretty dadgum hot." And I don't know. I put all kind of stuff.
You may have a
Vaseline,
case, Gary.
I don't know. I'm gonna call that. Who was that?
Alabama Hammer.
Alabama Hammer.
Yeah, one of them.
What was the other one you thinking about?
Shakanara or something.
Yeah, call him.
Shakanara.
Call me, Gary. You heard
Call me.
Yeah, right. Well, Gary, that's rough. That's terrible.
I know it was terrible.
You saw how much that woman got with that coffee from McDonald's that time. It pays out pretty good.
You better. You may have a case.
Well, I still got a scalp.
I see it.
Yeah.
You can't even have nothing.
No, you can't even have nothing.
Can't even have egg drop. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Got one of the hosts here with us today.
It's the granddaddy of them all, Rick.
Yeah, but not Kevin. He's actually the rookie at 14 years.
That's true. Always the rookie.
Kevin O'Connor. Kevin, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Thank you very much.
Glad you're here.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
Those of you then that are all around the country, obviously you can look and see where Kevin's going to be. We put all the websites up in show notes today. But for Birmingham, it is the Birmingham Home Show coming up this weekend, and he'll be on the Fresh Ideas stage Friday, which is today, if you're listening live.
As opposed to stale ideas.
Yeah, that's right. You don't like stale
That stage is about back.
I went over to that stage, and I found Congress. But anyway, I'm here all week.
Yeah.
Saturday. He'll be Friday and Saturday. So go by and see him. And you've been this way before, though, haven't you?
I have. Yeah, I've been down here. I think I've been to this show before. Not you guys, but the show that I'm going to be at, the home show. Yeah.
So you know the Southern hospitality.
I do. It's fantastic.
Yeah, and everybody will love you. "35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Wave the flag. Yeah, the red, white, and blue. So if you're looking to make a hire right now, the folks at LinkedIn.com/Bubba can help. They can help you. Go there right now, and you'll find the people that you actually want to interview because of the process. They will weed out for you, and so you don't waste time interviewing people that really were never even basically qualified from the beginning. So then you can hire the best of the best. They have this purple hashtag hiring frame. I put that on your LinkedIn profile, and that spreads the word that you're hiring, so your network can help you find the people that you want to hire. It's simple tools, like I mentioned, like the screening questions, really makes it easy not to waste your time. You focus only on the candidates that have the right skills, and then you prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. Because let's face it, the next hire that you have could be an asset to your company, or it could be a detriment. So be sure that you use the great tools available to you at LinkedIn.com/Bubba, because the last thing that you need to do is waste time on a bad hire. So post your job for free today. And nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn.com/Bubba every week. So you can post your job for free right now. Also, we have that link available to you at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so Bubba, we the celebrity world and the combination of it's so much fun.
Loved everywhere we go.
Feelings.
We sing a.
Taylor Swift. Again, all loving, all caring. My feelings, Bubba, are in the right place.
Well, Rick,
I like the idea of cutting my carbon emissions. I just don't like what it actually takes to do it.
Well, we have to ask the question, who is destroying the planet?
Right.
You know, the planet is being destroyed, and who is responsible? Well, the number one celebrity is Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift is a CO2 emission addict. Here we go. Everybody say, bop, 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 bop. Burn, baby, burn.
Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby,
and you're gonna see that the all-loving, all-caring, super wealthy, they don't really live in the real world, and I don't think she understands that when you have your private plane, because one of the things the private plane owners do is they make sure that if they're not in the plane, somebody is, because it stacks up a lot of cost, and the whole world of renting and leasing your plane, and there's all kinds of rules and regulations that go with that. But it's a very common practice that if you own a private plane, when you're not using it, you lease it out for others to use.
Well, there's a group, Rick, doing a research study on this to see who is destroying the planet the most. It's called the Yard.
Right.
And they did a research, and they were looking at private planes. The worst CO2 offender, Taylor Swift, who racked up more than 22,000 minutes in the air, or equivalent of 16 days. Swift's total flight emission for the year was 8,240 metric tons, or about 1,185 times more than the average person's total annual emissions, according to the report. But now wait, hold the phone.
Hold on a minute.
Taylor Swift's people said, wait just a minute.
Wait a minute.
That is Taylor's jet, but she loaned it out to other individuals on a regular basis. So this information is blatantly incorrect, according to TMZ and through her spokesperson. Now, here's the problem, Taylor, and I hate to break this to
This
you.
is going to be, here comes, you're about to hurt some feelings.
If it's your jet and it's burning fuel,
right,
it's the same thing. It doesn't matter who you loaned it out to. You're still destroying the planet, my man. I mean, come on.
Wait a minute, Bubba. Are you? Because this is hurting my feelings.
Write a song about it.
Because I'm the all-caring, all-loving celebrity left.
Write a song about it. Make you another $1 million. It's going to be all right.
But
listen, you
Bubba,
can't.
I'm not in it. I'm not in the plane.
You can't.
I'm not in it.
You can't get on to us for driving our SUVs, and then you fly around in a private jet and loan it out to your friends all year and put a whole lot. Look, if you're really on this train and you're putting the carbon into the atmosphere, it's the same thing. Right. Come on, it doesn't matter if you're on the jet or not. It's your jet, it's flying, it is your device that is polluting. If you believe this, and if you're on this wagon, Taylor, come on, you're 32 years old. Surely you can understand this, right?
Wait a minute. Wait just a doggone minute. Are you telling me that if a plane takes off shooting out emissions, whether I'm in it or not, it's polluting?
It's still polluting, Taylor.
How did that happen?
And that's a hard fact to shake off. Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's. Yeah, I mean, if you really want to say, which I don't agree with.
Park your plane, Taylor, if you're wanting to save the planet. Don't tell me to get out of my SUV because you're 1,185 times worse than I am.
Yeah, of course, now I don't know how you're going to get to where you're going because the bus is shooting out some stuff, too.
That's right.
How you going to get there?
Stay at home.
You realize how few concerts you can do on a bicycle? I mean, they're just not, they're a long way away.
You're going to have you a theater there in Nashville and just let people come to you. Oh, wait a minute. Then they're burning gas getting to you.
You know what? Really, if you want to do the greenest, if you believe this stuff, okay, if you believe that all of this, planes, trains, and automobiles, okay, of course, they ain't going to get on the train, but
right.
But
it's a funny saying.
If you believe that airplanes and buses, okay, pollute and they're going to destroy the world, I mean, we're all going to die if we don't stop riding in buses, limos,
it's an emergency.
Cars,
it's a climate emergency.
Right. Because I don't know. Has anybody seen an electric bus? I haven't seen one.
I think they've got some, but they're not plentiful.
Have they got one that
got some propane.
Have they got one that can go coast to coast?
Well, Rick,
does she have one?
Even if they have one, guess what? You charge it by burning coal at the old power plant.
The only way to be truly green, if you believe in this green versus non-green, by their definition, not mine, by their definition, you just got to stop being a pop singer. I mean, you
get you a good horse.
Yeah.
And it has its own problems.
Well, it may fart, though.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's
It's tough.
I don't know.
That would be, if I was in the entertainment business, I think I would hush.
Oh, you
about climate
you
stuff.
got nothing to say.
Because you can't really put your money where your mouth is.
And do we really
think about that?
I mean, I want you to think about this too.
Because your money is where your mouth's at.
Because there's some things you say. There's some things you say. Well, we can't help it. We have to have this.
Yeah.
Do we have to have concerts? Do we have to have music?
No.
Do we have to have videos? I mean, do we have to? Is that
You
something
could just
that
entertain people over the internet. Let them stay at home and watch.
you could? We don't need concerts for sure.
What?
Well, huh?
I hate to say it, Rick. If you look at it, concerts and the support network around concerts is one of the biggest polluters on the planet.
Just full of pollution. I'd like to know, and I'm about to throw another one in there, Bubba, and you can help me out a little bit here. I don't know why. I think you may know more about this than me because I don't know why I would think that. But I'd like to see the greenness of what it takes to crank out all this ink in these T-shirts and stuff. I bet the merch table's not too clean.
Yeah.
Rick, there's a CO2 trail to everything we do.
I mean, isn't there a lot of ink involved in that and all kinds? I mean, I'm sure there's some problem there. I mean, if
you mean them shirts that fill up the landfills?
Yeah, you realize that Taylor Swift thinks that she can buy trees and plant those, I'm sure, to offset her carbon emissions. And somewhere in her mind, her handlers and her think that even though it's her airplane that's in the lease program and the loan program, that if she's not in it, then it doesn't count.
Yeah.
But it's your plane.
So let me ask you this. Does it count when my car drives and I'm not in it? So if I lease it out to my wife, it's not my fault, right?
No, she's the one.
Okay.
Yeah, she's the problem.
Okay.
Well, if you let me borrow your truck, when I'm driving it, you're clean.
Right. I mean,
even though it's your truck.
Taylor, I hate to tell you, if we follow that logic out, you're gonna be a big loser on that deal.
You better put that thing in the hangar and burn it to the ground.
That's right. I'd go take it apart right now and give the parts away.
I mean, if the world's about to implode, we got.
If it's a climate emergency, if it's a real emergency, the first thing we need to do in our country is park private jets. That would be thing number one that we stop.
Number one, especially unnecessary flying like people just in entertainment. That's not necessary.
If you're not supplying food or something like that, moving troops around, we need to ground
now,
them.
John
babies.
Kerry's already told us he has to keep flying.
Well, John Kerry can get on a bike too. Maybe there's a song in that for you, Taylor. You can make another $1 million.
She needs to write a new song. Sorry, I destroyed Earth.
It's on me.
My bad, Earth.
Why the long face? That's a new title.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Honey and sugar.
I got a brother who I'm Jersey originally, now Boston, but a big clan of brothers and sisters. I got one who moved down here. First, who's in Charlotte, now he's in Atlanta. And then one day he called me up and he says, "I did it." I said, "What do you mean you did it?" He goes, "I did it." And I goes, "Well, I go to NASCAR, I drink whiskey and bourbon, and I smoke a pipe."
There it is. He's in.
Culture guy. And I was like, "All right, so I'll see you at the next family."
If he goes deer hunting, you got it made.
If you want to have fun with him, tell him what he's now has officially declared,
which is
Southerners call him now a northern hemorrhoid. They come down, but they won't go back up. You know what I mean? So
I got it.
Yeah. So now he's completely locked and loaded into our culture, which is good.
I come down and see him all the time.
No,
It's
that's
great.
great.
I love being down here.
Kevin, you spend a lot of time in old, dirty, dusty houses.
I got some
Are you
questions
just
today,
glad
by the
to
way.
be out? I mean, isn't this more fun out on the road a little bit?
I like the old houses. I'll be honest with you, but it is nice to get out of all the plaster dust, to taste fresh air, not to be sucking it down. Most importantly, just not to be humping stuff to the dumpster. That's what they let me do. They don't let me do any of the skilled work.
You don't see a lot of that, do you?
You're the new guy.
Yeah, clean up, kid.
Yeah,
Just
14
Get
years.
us coffee, clean up.
But I would think too, when you get into these old houses, there's a lot of things environmentally we have changed.
Oh yeah.
So you go in there and go, hey, I'm looking at stuff that we're not supposed to have anymore.
There's a lot of
and
stuff
now I'm
like
exposed to it every time I go in there.
Is that asbestos falling from the roof?
They have clamped down on that like you wouldn't believe. We used to do demo, just a couple of years ago, just go in there and knock stuff down. And now it's Tyvek suits and it's negative air chambers. And we're in Massachusetts.
Overkill.
So it's Mars when you walk through our places during demo. Triple bagged and wrapped up. It's all good though because some of that stuff is nasty and there's a lot of it where we come from. We got a lot of old lead and asbestos and stuff.
Yeah. And y'all carry it to the stream out back, and throw it out. Right?
So now I'm sorry about your arrival at the studio today.
We know there was some confusion.
We have interns.
Tight ship around here.
We have a little thing called Rick and Bubba University where they come in and they try to learn through the intern program, and you can tell we run a tight ship. Because you were asked to, you turned into one time a golden ticket seat.
You had to sign in like a guest.
Yes, correct. I signed in.
And then got put into the wrong room as a green room.
That's correct.
You went into the IT office.
I went to Gary's office, which was Greg's office.
Yeah, they introduced me as Gary for some reason.
It's true, but it's a nice office. I like it. It's got baseball bats and a treadmill and toys and stuff like that. The treadmill didn't look like it's ever been used.
No, it hasn't.
It has not.
Unplugged.
Well, you can hang stuff on it like you wouldn't believe.
It'll hold about 8 shirts.
So sorry about all that,
That's quite
but
all
you were vetted out, which is good.
Now, does the university, is it a 2-year degree or
It is
4 years?
sometimes. Well, you're getting a degree in common sense, which
hopefully would be 6 weeks,
which has now become a superpower. But so,
as you saw this morning,
as you saw this morning.
Yeah.
So I think we got to stop using that phrase. It should be called uncommon sense because the common part is no longer exists.
I will be happy to write a recommendation upon her matriculation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I want to ask you some old house questions.
All right,
as if you've never had them.
Bring them on.
All right, we have a little farm, and when we got there, there's an old house on it, of course, and that's been fine. My wife's done
Rick's old house.
Yeah, my wife's done a good job of taking care of it and fixing it up, and then
just tell me old though. How old? Because sometimes people tell me old, and it's like, oh, the thing was built in 1940, and I'm like, really? Because we work on like 1840.
Whoa!
So what's old for you guys?
All right, that's not that old. Yeah. You ruined the whole thing now.
No, that's all right.
But about 1950.
But I want to ask you one question because I think it applies to older houses.
Okay.
What do you do about that smell? Yes. I've tried everything I can. You know what I mean?
You should bury them. Just get them out of the basement. Bury your Uncle Ed properly.
These old house smells.
Yeah.
There's a certain.
Isn't that just a mold? Or something?
What in the world? I mean, we've tried every kind of.
Does it really smell?
Well, now one of them, the original little kind of cottage thing, it really doesn't. But then when we hunt down there, so I got one that was kind of we call camp house. Where my wife won't even go there. She's like, what are y'all doing over there? But when you walk, if you're staying there a while, suddenly you forget about it.
Yeah.
But every time when you first walk in,
kind of hits you.
It just kind of hits you.
So describe the smell to me. Is it
it's
musty?
Yeah. Yes,
yeah.
musty.
A wet, musty smell.
It's wet, right? So wet. Wet's no good, right?
I bet you don't have a vapor barrier under the.
Look at
Not
him.
that I'm trying to get in your area.
Vapor
Kevin,
Whoa! They just laid down the vapor barrier.
Yeah.
Are you talking about a little encapsulation? VB just dropped it right down.
Technically, Bubba, it's a vapor retarder. But we won't. I don't want to show you up on.
Well, you're from Boston, so you mean vapor retarded. But let's. I noticed the Boston people have not moved off the word retarded. They still use it quite often.
No, we don't.
Yeah, but anyway, that's retarded.
We're saying retarder.
Okay,
and you're hearing retarded.
So
it's a technical term.
I tell you, that shows. 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us in a brand new day, starting a brand new week. And fired up about going to Crestview, Florida, coming up this Saturday night, Man Church, as they roll through the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. I'll be there Saturday evening. All those details at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events or themanchurch.com. And looking forward to seeing all of you guys coming up this weekend. All right, so Bill Russell has gone on in at 88, Bubba, since we were together last. NBA legend. And he
got a lot of wins.
Tremendous amount of wins.
On all levels.
Tremendous amount of wins in high school, college, and at the highest level. Even picked up a gold medal.
Yeah.
So he's got all kinds of accolades.
Just growing up watching sports, I got to see it seemed like I don't really remember him playing a lot. Maybe if he did, it was in the very later stages of his career. But boy, he was dominant, wasn't he? Wow.
Yeah, I'm with you. I just remember him being a commentator, and just being someone that got interviewed a lot and talking. And I always like to hear his take on games and really his take on just about anything.
Oh yeah,
good
commentator.
Yeah, because he's winning championships when I'm 5 years old, and stuff like that.
When was his last year in the NBA? When was that? Does it say?
Now, when he was he one of those famous player coaches that had the dual role? Because I know they said he won a couple championships as a coach, but wasn't he one of those? Back in the day, you had a guy that's a player and the coach.
Greg, I don't know. That's a good question.
Had to be, Greg, because as player and as coach, they're listed under at the Celtics for a couple years. Like from 1966 to 1969, he was a player coach at the Celtics.
Yeah.
So
Right.
to answer your question, yes. Bubba, to answer your question,
Isn't that weird? You had a coach who also played?
it looks like about around the late 60s is when he.
Okay,
He
because I remember
playing.
saying 69.
Yeah,
I
with the
remember
Celtics.
when
I was 3. I didn't know him.
When Lou Alcindor played for UCLA and then became Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and went to the Bucks, and I remember that run. And I want to say Bill Russell was may have seen him play once or twice, but he was definitely in that reserve role, not the star of the team and dominant like he was at one time.
Mm-hmm. So how about this, Speedy? Did you know that he led the first integrated basketball camp in Mississippi?
I did not.
He did.
Yeah, wasn't he from Mississippi?
No, that I don't know that.
He was born in Monroe, Louisiana.
Okay.
Am I reading this right? That he played 13 years and won 11 championships?
At one time, he led Boston to 11 championships, a run which included 8 in a row.
Wow.
Goodness gracious.
5 MPB.
Is that dominant or what?
5 MVPs.
Yeah. Wow.
So and he won some state championships in basketball and won in college.
He played 13 years and 11 of those he won titles.
Correct.
Wow.
How about this? He
12-time All-Star.
Those Boston teams, he was on that run where they
were unbeatable
forever.
Yeah. How about this? How about he's only one of 2 players to record at least 50 rebounds in a game?
Good night.
That's crazy, isn't it?
That's a lot of missed shots, by the way.
I like how they just throw out
every rebound.
I like when they throw around 50. That means that he snatched a couple. Somebody wrote down. Is that a rebound or not? So, but he was he was one of the great big men. That's
athletic.
He played in an era where his abilities really outshined the rest of his competition.
Yeah, way ahead. Way ahead.
So anyway, but 88 years old.
He
died peacefully.
You got another celebrity death I can't mention.
Really?
You know that?
Who else went in?
I can't mention it.
Oh,
well, but that's more
dear to his heart.
That's more in your area.
Well, it's just another one.
We can confirm it, so now you can mention it. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah, see, if you had said this person's name, I would not even have known who this is.
I wouldn't know.
Nicolette Nichols, who was better known as Lieutenant Uhura on Star Trek, the original series.
Yep. Did you say Nicolette?
Yeah, is that how you say it?
I saw this.
It says Nichelle Nichols.
Nichelle. Okay, I'll yield to the gentleman from.
Well,
you should know.
I know that's not
being
Nicolette.
Star Trek.
I could be wrong.
I'm back. I have no idea who you're talking
about. I'm probably wrong.
Listen, I saw on the little tribute one of the things she's credited with the first interracial kiss on TV between her and Shatner.
Right,
that's right.
I didn't know they was getting that jiggy on the Enterprise.
Yeah.
Captain, what are you doing? I'm sorry.
Who are you?
I don't know.
Were you some character on Star Trek?
I think he was trying to be Scotty there.
Was that Scotty? It's always that same guy. I thought it was Charles Martin. I didn't know.
Yeah, so
why are you kissing Nicolette?
Easy.
I mean, I'm assuming that's Nichelle. I don't know.
It is.
I don't know how you say it.
I'm good with
But
that.
Bubba wanted to go with Nicolette.
Well,
He did.
I know if you put an M where the
Michelle.
where the N is, it would be Michelle.
Yeah, I think you're right.
She always seemed to have the answers, though. She, punching little buttons.
Yeah, what was her title on the old Enterprise?
Lieutenant.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, she was the communications officer. She was always working the radio.
Yeah, I
She'd
did
spin that chair around.
I did not watch Star Trek, so I really don't know.
I didn't either.
I don't know much about it. But
probably should have gave it more, but I didn't.
Yeah, I just wasn't drawn to it. Yeah. It's I know more about it like after it was over than I did while it was on.
Yeah,
because of
you
being
remember
on the
our
show.
cousin? He was all into it.
Oh,
he tried to talk to me and you about
goodness.
it. We were like, I don't know what you're talking
Right.
about.
I mean, I'm sorry. I can't imagine spending the weekend with somebody who's trying to speak Klingon.
Yeah.
We had it was really odd. We talked about maybe let's go play baseball.
Y'all are crushing Bubba's spirit.
No,
Let him,
no. Look, it's just different interest. What's wrong with different interests?
Well, I didn't. When I was little, I didn't care for Star Trek because I thought, we ought to be paying attention to the Apollo program.
I knew this.
And then when I got older, I got into it.
When you were little, you
enjoyed it.
thought that?
Yeah, I was against it when I was younger.
Yeah.
And then
You
when I
thought it
got
was silly,
older,
didn't you?
I enjoyed it and kind of took it at face value.
Did you think, honestly, as a real pure space person, you think it was silly?
Well, yeah, I didn't want people worried about people with pointed ears when they ought to be worried about the Apollo program. We got to,
Right.
we need to be focused on Neil Armstrong, not Spock.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, and we've talked about this for years, and I can't explain it.
But I enjoyed it later on.
Yeah, any show that involved space, I was never drawn to it.
Yeah,
I was more of the westerns,
Space 1999,
and Grizzly Adams, and war, that kind of something about once you got out there in space that was just. I don't know. It just. I mean, I'm not saying I don't love space exploration, and I
like
love
real
space.
space.
I love the real space things we're seeing. Like you give me a documentary about I love Apollo 13, one of my favorite movies.
Oh yeah.
You give me some history, I'm all in. But you know what I mean? These shows that are I guess here's the bottom line. I'm not a sci-fi guy.
That's it.
I've never been a sci-fi
Lost
guy.
in Space.
Yeah, so I liked all of them.
Space
When I was little, I
1999.
liked the westerns and I liked
I
the
love
war
that.
movies, and I probably faded. I faded on the westerns a little bit when I got older.
Yeah.
But I've always enjoyed the sci-fi stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. Sci-fi's just never drawn me.
I watched. I went back and watched a movie that I had not seen in a while over the weekend called The Final Countdown. Have you seen that?
It's a final countdown. No,
although that music's not in the movie, it's good though.
If I saw it, I don't
about
remember.
the Nimitz battle group getting pushed back. They went through a wormhole and ended up on
my goodness,
December the 5th or December the 6th, 1941. And they were trying to decide, do we intercept the Japanese fleet or not? It was pretty good.
You've told me about that before.
Yes, good. It's got a lot of big stars in it.
I'd like that one, I think.
It's a
and look, I'm not even going to go into the Philadelphia experiment. Did y'all see that one?
Rick and Bubba.
From cringing at the pump to All right, Rick and Bubba family, those of you that are subscribers to Blaze TV, you probably know that the Blaze socks are back. Now, this really started out when they came out with the first Let's Go Brandon socks. Everybody got all fired up, and they thought they were great. They're very comfortable, very stylish, and best of all, they're hilarious. I mean, you talk about funny stuff. It's time again because a lot of you said, look, let's do more. So by popular demand, they've got a new limited edition of different socks just in time for the primaries back-to-school shopping. There's some 2 sock packages. They've also got some drink covers to keep your beverage cool and patriotic. So and remember, when you have these opportunities, you do need to go ahead and start thinking about, would these be some good Christmas gifts? Yes, grab those as well. And they're really, really funny. They're made in America, start to finish. The materials, the production, the packaging, all 100% American. Even the men and women that are working and putting this together, they're our fellow Americans. And you see some of those right here. They've got some great stuff involving DeSantis. They've also got some funny stuff involving, the stuff, how they feel about Trump. They're terrified of Trump and all that. So there's some socks making fun of that. So if you'd like to find out more, you can see the line yourself. Just go to blazesocks.com, scope out what you like, get a pair. Maybe somebody that you're looking for a gift for right now, or you just want them for yourself for fun. So if you're not a subscriber, no problem. You can subscribe to Blaze TV now. Use the promo code Bubba Socks and save on both your Blaze TV subscription, and you get 20% off these limited edition socks. So remember, if you're already a subscriber to Blaze, then you're going to use the promo code Blaze Sub, and that's going to get you 20% off as well. So find out more by going to blazesocks.com, that blazesocks.com, and pick out your pair or multiple pair right now.
My nephew's a retired.
You're right.
Retarder.
Right. So and I've tried everything. The house has been deep cleaned. It's everything. And is it under? Is it just? And then there was one theory, to Bubba's point, that when they built this house, they didn't put the plastic underneath.
Rick didn't even think about putting it when they
so,
built the house.
So now
they didn't even have plastic.
So
when
do you
they
have a
built
basement?
that.
Are you on?
No.
Do you have a slab?
Crawl
Yeah.
space.
You got a crawl space. So you're up on piers, probably.
Yeah, probably so.
So if it smells, it's alive, and if it's alive, it needs food and water. Okay, you follow me there? So something's...
Kevin, you're so smart. I love this.
Right? But it needs food and water, right? Because whatever it is, the mold, or the mildew, whatever.
Viruses.
It needs food and water.
Swine flu.
You can't get rid of the food, right? Because it'll eat anything, right? Whatever it needs, like paper or wood. Your house is made of all that stuff, so it's the water. You got to get rid of the water.
It's underneath.
Yeah, and you don't need much. It's just moisture, right? So you could be coming up with through the ground via vapor. You could have actually groundwater running. Whatever that is, it's the moisture that's.
What have I got to do
the
under
smell.
there? Put some plastic down? What's got to happen?
Yeah, well, you
encapsulate it.
You can put it in a couple places. If you're literally up off of the ground, you can put that vapor retarder. We'll call it vapor barrier, just to keep it PC here.
Yeah.
You can put it at the bottom of the floor, above the ground, or you could put it down in the ground. And so you want to sort of make a break between that ground vapor or that ground moisture coming up towards the house. And
Kevin, wouldn't it be better to
you
have
could
it
break
on the ground and then have airflow above that to kind of get it out?
Easy, Bubba.
I'm just asking.
Well, so when you say get
face.
airflow, but what are you getting out of there with
Here
the
we
airflow?
go.
Because if you put the plastic down, right, you should be stopping it.
You should be.
Right. So now you've introduced.
But it's not perfect. You're going to get a little bit up in there.
The problem is, so crawl spaces are quirky. You can get into the weeds really quickly because you've got
all kind of things live up on there.
If you put that plastic on the ground, now you stop the moisture coming up out of the dirt, right? But what do you do when it's hot and humid down here?
Then we have that.
That never happens.
And it fills up that space now above the plastic, below the floor is got 89%. Well, why not just do it above on the bottom of the floor?
I don't know. It just sounds funny.
All right, let me
That's
say
encapsulation.
I know you got. I got
do all of it.
I know you got to go to the fresh idea stages. We got to go down the farm for a minute. All right. There it is. David Allen Cole, The Ride.
That's a good one.
Oh, yeah.
I love him. Stories like that.
That's what him kind
had me pulled in.
Got them smoky chords.
That's right.
You got to jump in there. It was good.
That was a good
That's one of them kind, no matter what kind of music you like, when it comes in, you go, I don't know what it is, but I'm digging it.
Yep. That's
By the way, I don't know how many I was listening. Gosh, I guess it's been a week or so ago. And actually, David Allen Cole is got a lot of stories.
Yeah,
And hey, you talk about a handful. When you've booked him and when he's coming to play, you don't know what's going to happen. And I heard a guy talking about that who had booked him somewhere in Texas. And he said, he said, it's just, you don't know what he's going to do. You don't know whether he's going to get up and leave. Seven minutes past the hour. Open fire. Somebody say it. Cause the story sad. Rocky Mountain Way. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, and welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
Did you want to hit the Philadelphia experiment?
I didn't know if any of y'all were familiar with that. The Philadelphia experiment.
I'm sure you told me about
Greg,
it.
Are you on
it
that?
rings a bell, but I don't really remember.
So just check this out real quick, because there's several sci-fi movies about it. But in the mid-1940s, the U.S. military was experimenting with a lot of things, looking for an advantage to win World War II. Mm-hmm. You may remember the little thing they were doing where they were trying to split atoms out in New Mexico desert, which a lot of people said never would work. And if you split an atom, you're going to release energy like we've never seen before.
Right.
And we know how that story played out. Well, one of the other ones...
It's called Skinwalker Ranch.
One of the other projects that the military was allegedly involved in, and all this is nobody really knows, was an experiment to try to camouflage or cloak a destroyer called the USS Etheridge. Well, they were doing this with a technology that they thought they had, and the rumor is that when they tried to cloak the ship, the sailors on it started melting into the metal. In other words, they hit like a resonant frequency where you could pass through metal, and so 2 sailors fell overboard and reportedly ended up in 1984.
No, come on.
No, this is part of the rumor. The ship disappeared, and they thought, well, we have successfully cloaked or camouflaged the ship, but the ship wasn't camouflaged. It actually disappeared and appeared several hundred miles away, and then it came back at some point. And the whole thing has been, some people say never happened. The Navy denies it ever took place. But it has been a great springboard for a lot of sci-fi movies. So there's several movies about the Philadelphia experiment. And if you want one that'll really twist your brain around, then they're not real good. A lot of them are older. They don't have real good effects in them. But it's pretty interesting, the whole concept.
All right. Yeah,
sounds like something right up Greg's alley.
It really does. I thought the Philadelphia experiment's when you have a Philly steak with no cheese.
Yeah, that too.
All right, so Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
We call this the Cleveland experiment.
There you go.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Real, Bubba.
We have a ruling today coming at 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern, if you're listening to the show live. And these are all the allegations against him from various massage therapists. Is that correct?
Yeah. Well, he settled, I think, 3 more lawsuits.
Right.
As this ruling is expected today, he still, I think, has 4 that have not been. I believe that's the number. It's hard to keep up with, to be honest with you.
All right. So when we go to Cleveland and they say we don't want little Bakey Mayfield's out.
He's out.
And we invest a chunk of change in Deshaun Watson, who has shown that he can be a great quarterback. But
he hasn't played in a year.
Yeah, he's already been suspended for all this, right?
He didn't play last year, right?
Yeah, well, he didn't. He didn't. And
so what happened last year? Too hot to touch, and nobody wanted him.
He was still at Houston, I think.
Right, and they
just didn't.
And
have him on some,
he didn't want to be there. I remember that.
And all that.
Yeah,
that's right. And so the league and Watson's side, they've been engaging in like some type of settlement meetings in the recent days, and that's what's expected to be delivered today. This ruling but neither side really was close to an agreement. The most recent update I heard was that Watson's side indicated it was willing to offer a suspension for 6 to 8 games, but the best the league indicated it was willing to offer 12-game suspension and a significant fine as well in the range of about $8 million. But they weren't so at 8 o'clock Central is when they're going to come out with this ruling, and so they think it's going to land somewhere in between what I just said.
Well, I'm very, very confused because, and Greg, I've heard you say it, and that certainly has credibility that, if you've got one person accusing you of something, you kind of go, okay.
Yeah.
And then we'll account for some of those that are going to be like copycats.
Yeah, you got some of those.
Got a few of them.
And that'll get us up to maybe 5, you would think. But then when you start getting into the kind of numbers, right, I mean, we call these Bill Cosby numbers.
Yeah, I mean, when you can say 80% are lying and it's still a lot of people.
So,
again, it's not necessarily a conviction, but because of due process. But it certainly means you got to take a look at it.
Right. But I'm now going to what you said just then. But there has been no conviction of Deshaun Watson for doing anything
that I'm not aware of.
Now we do have some settlements that he had with some women, right? We do have that.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
but to your point, 2 grand juries in Texas declined to pursue criminal charges against him. But the NFL is investigating. What they were doing is that he violated the personal conduct policy.
Well, that's what I was going to say. But if I haven't done these things, what conduct have I violated? I'm playing devil's advocate.
Yeah,
here.
I know where you're going with it.
What I'm saying is when they rule today, they're going to rule, I think, and get in a no-win, because you're going to have, if you don't punish him somewhat severely, then you're going to have a lot of women's rights organizations on you. But if you punish him too severely for something he's never been convicted of and says he didn't do, you could also get some blowback. I know it shouldn't be this way. He is a black quarterback, so you could get in some trouble with you're treating him badly because he's black. Okay, they're just gonna, when you play that political.
What is y'all's
game,
definition of severe punishment in his case?
I would think if you suspend him 12 games and fine him $8 million, which I heard that thrown out, I
think that's severe.
Yeah. Anything in that neighborhood.
Yeah. I think it'll be more like 4.
And you got to remember, he missed last year. He's in the prime of his career. You don't know how many more seasons he's got. It's hard to put a number on that as far as for him. Now, if he's guilty, that's one thing. If he's not proven guilty, that's something else.
It's two different things.
I guess what I'm confused, how can the NFL do a better job investigating somebody than the people who investigate people who break laws? I've never understood that with the NCAA or the NFL.
Let's go with this. If I am punished by the NFL severely, 12 games, $8 million, well, then that means they think I did it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What is their
so at that point I should be arrested, shouldn't I?
Well, I guess what they consider is the personal conduct policy,
which is
maybe might not be criminal, but he broke it. I guess in their opinion,
so
I'm not really sure. But
if
you're keeping up with the numbers, you got 25 women. Okay, 1 dropped the suit, so now there's 24. So 20 were settled, and then he just agreed to settle 3 more.
20 were settled?
Yes, with him. Yeah, 20 of the 24 were settled. He agreed to settle 20 of the 24 lawsuits, but I guess, what was it, a week ago, he agreed to settle 3 more remaining of the 4. So I guess there's 1 still pending. But that's the latest. And the Texans reached a settlement with 30 women who made claims that they and the organization allegedly had a role, I guess, maybe in covering up what he was doing.
But the criminal system couldn't get anything to stick. They wouldn't even hear the cases. They thought the evidence was so bad.
Yeah.
So
it never got to court.
To answer, I think we've all been wondering about his contract and if the Browns have something in there in case this goes. Listen to this. So his 5-year contract was $230 million. 44, nearly $45 million was a signing bonus. Okay,
so
they can't touch that.
Yeah.
According to this, there's language that exists that will not forfeit the signing bonus or void future guarantees upon the suspensions.
Yeah, another $230 million. It says all fully guaranteed.
So in other words, the Browns could be sitting here for over half the season without access to a quarterback that they've given a bunch of guaranteed money to.
Absolutely.
Rick, the head coach has already said that Jacoby Brissett will be the starter. They've already named him the starter if Deshaun Watson is suspended.
Wow. So if he can't play, does that go against their salary cap?
Probably.
Rick and Bubba.
He said the funniest one is he got upset with his band. And he said, because, a lot of times when you're a solo artist, you got musicians that go with you. He said, and he had a bunch of young guys that were playing with him. And he said they got into it out there at the tour bus. And he said, now he was the promoter. And he said, I was watching it. He said, all of a sudden, David Allen Coe takes that bottom part where everybody's gear, starts throwing everybody's bags out and throwing them out like that, gets in the bus and leaves them. He said, all of a sudden I walk out there and all these young musicians are like, hey, David Allen Coe just left. And he goes, they're all trying to find phones to call. Hey, I'm stranded here, and I don't think I'm on the tour anymore. You know what I mean? So he left and went to the next gig with no band. He got no band, Randy.
How'd he pull that off?
I don't know. I guess he went to hiring. You know, but
I guess so.
Well, you remember when we talked to Mark Phillips, and he was telling us about when they were back up for Chuck Berry that time. Was that Mark or Damon? Or was that Damon? I forgot who told us.
One of them.
Yeah, because he just wherever he goes, they hire musicians where he's at.
Yeah,
you know, he just shows up with his guitar.
And he said, you know, we're all wanting to rehearse, and Austin Chuck just starts stomping that feet.
Here we go.
Start stomping his feet. Say, here we go. And you got. That was either Damon Johnson or Mark Phillips. I don't remember which one it was, but they, you know, some of these musicians have got a million stories. Yeah. But anyway, so David Allen Code, The Ride. For those of you that are following along on Helmsley's new list, he's put out at Goodies. Yeah, I saw you putting it in there. You know, I noticed, too, you didn't need no help on that one, did you?
No, I didn't.
You knew that one, didn't you?
I've cranked that one in the car.
I bet old Max played that one, hadn't he?
Probably so. Probably so.
That's Helmsley's dad. I bet Mac just took the show and said, hey, let me turn that up just a little bit more.
Sure.
You think he don't love the ride? By
coming home from a softball win?
You think he don't love it? So anyway, we got a lot to do going forward. Speedy's back. Welcome back, Speedy.
Hey, guys, thank you.
From Miami, and had a great trip. We had a lot going on over the weekend. We'll unpack that a little bit. We'll get your phone calls in here at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We've got a guest in our other studio that's doing the show that we're
not going to do it.
Well, I can't believe that anybody would ever come back here.
Right. Yeah. Well,
I mean, if you've ever come up here and tried to be our guest and hung out with this crew, I don't know why you would ever come back. Especially if we've got people hollering and yelling outside your door and all that.
Challenges.
So that's going on.
Did they ever get him on the air? Do you know?
I don't know. Some weird things have happened. When you invite another show in, it's a different animal.
Yeah. Right.
But and Super Tom, the masterful engineer, he looks a little stressed, but I think he's okay. Oh, there's that stress look.
There he
Tom,
is.
is Greg on there?
All right, that's right. Is everybody good? You got it?
Good?
Oh, he's got thumbs up. We got him rolling there. So
we're rolling.
So Greg McElroy is doing his show here again, which I don't know why he would after the way what he went through.
Don't start all that.
I think it's all.
Isn't that where Greg yelled "Pippin"?
Oh yeah, y'all made me.
I think it's the food that's brought to this place. It trumps everything.
People just say, "I'll try it again."
I'll try it again.
I think the time of the day we do this, food reigns supreme.
Yeah.
All right, so we have Greg McElroy here from ESPN again. The last time he was here trying to do his show in one of our studios, we dared Greg to go outside of his door and scream "Pippin," and he still came back. He came back again.
Yeah, it must be desperation.
Did he mention that?
I think he thought he was going to be back in Charlotte and got held up here in town, and he didn't have all of his broadcast gear, so. This was probably his only option.
So this show airs where? Is it on? Because we got to be the only show that will put a show on competing with us.
I think it's a satellite show, right?
Is it on XM?
No, I think so. I believe so.
I thought it was ESPN. I don't know.
I'm making all that up. I think it is.
Yeah, I know he does work for the SEC channel. We know that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And then this is somewhere. If I remember last time he came, it was satellite.
Yeah,
if I recall,
pretty sure
it probably is.
Now what channel? I have no idea.
No.
Yeah.
Does the SEC have a channel on satellite?
Maybe. I don't know if this is ESPN. Or...
Yeah.
On satellite they have SEC channels, but that normally is just for games.
ESPN,
and then you have your college sports channels and all that.
Right.
And you got ESPN.
This is here. I got it.
ESPN Radio.
It says he works alongside Taylor Zarzar to bring you.
You're talking about Zarzar Binks? I've heard his show before.
That's good.
to bring you the first team each weekday morning on SiriusXM College Sports Nation.
There you go.
College Sports Nation.
Okay, all right, there you go. Got it. Because I would have thought the ESPN programming on satellite would just be what they have on their network.
Yeah, and I guess.
All right, so this is college. What again?
Sports Nation.
Okay. So we've just
a lot of shows out there.
Oh boy, I'm telling you. But I'll tell you one thing, he cuts it close.
Yeah.
For a minute, I thought we lacked show prep. I've never seen. You talk.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Thank you for being with us. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out this past weekend. Hopefully some of y'all got a chance to watch and or listen to that. And if not, know a new one came out this past weekend. All right, so updates after we left the show on Friday, and we'll let you know, by the way, on the Deshaun Watson ruling. Like I said, that's coming in less than an hour, and we'll see what happens there. But so when we left on Friday, those of you that may be new parents, I don't know if you know this, you're living in an era now where your children must have their wisdom teeth out and have braces. And that applies to every child now going forward. And the braces thing, that'll go on and on for a while. But anyway, so anyway, and we've seen this. I mean, social media. I remember the first time I saw one of it. You know, the big thing is if it's for your kids to go and get high on drugs as they get their wisdom teeth out, and then you get your phone out and you video them. Yep. You know, doing all sorts of crazy things, and I know we've had an update, but Bubba and I haven't heard all of it. But you sent a text to us that you had decided to pick up your daughter versus your son on the giving them a ride home. Because I do one, then the next one's up, right?
Yeah.
And you so what was the reaction of the kids to being put under and all this stuff?
It was very different ends of the spectrum.
Yeah.
So Caroline was, and I took Caroline home, thank the Lord.
Right.
Because she was very just out of it and sweet and kind and just happy that everybody was taking care of her. She was hurting a little bit. So, and she finished first. And so Amanda was like, hey, look, get Maddie, our 9-year-old, get them home, get the prescriptions dropped off, those kind of things, and I'll get Braden. Well, they basically were done about the same time. They went back about 10 or 15 minutes apart, but they were finishing up within 5-10 minutes each other. Braden was completely different. He was the guy that nobody wants to be around at the party. He was either it started off as a mean drunk.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Likes to use the middle finger under anesthesia.
Oh, really?
Sadist. Yes.
That's like being around my dad.
Yeah.
Where did you learn that? That's the first thing
Yeah,
Greg said.
my dad, probably.
Younger version.
And so that was going on. Lot of words that he doesn't need to use in any setting.
Right. Yeah.
So that was going on. I wish I could get specific. It would own y'all. By the time he got home, he was through the mean stage, and now he's, hey, I'm the party guy.
Okay.
What's up? You
Okay.
know, he's
that
throwing
guy.
around
Right.
what's up and some other things to go along with the
Okay.
what's up.
Okay.
The B word specifically, plural.
Well, I mean, he was asking a question.
And so,
What, did you let him know how y'all were doing?
Amanda texted. I got Caroline home. I got her. It was funny because she was doing this thing with her feet, like really lifting them up and putting them down. Like I don't know if she couldn't really walk but it was funny. I got her into bed. She was about asleep, and Amanda texted me and said, "Hey, when I get home, come out here and help me get your son in. He's really getting after it. Okay,
He's raising the roof."
So she said he had galls hanging out of his mouth, and he kept acting like he was smoking it. And she was like, "Really, son, I really hope that, I mean, who's doing this that you're, you know."
Right.
And so he gets out of the car, and he sees me, and he's just wide-eyed. What's up? Throws it at me. I'm like, I just started laughing. I mean, you can't. I couldn't help it, you know. Because if I would have, you know, said, "Hey, son, we don't talk like that." Well, I mean, he's not understanding what I'm saying anyway.
Right. He's gonna have no.
How did Amanda take all this?
No, not very well at all, because he said some other things that I can't even come close to sharing. That went along with the middle finger. That she was just like, I can't believe my son. And by the way, he took his phone. He had told his buddies, I'm going to sneak my phone back there, and I'll try to get some pictures of what's going on, send y'all some video, which is completely you can't do. Obviously, It's rules and regulations.
Right.
So the nurse, I didn't see this happen, but one of the nurses handed Amanda the phone and said, "Hey, just by the way, he brought it back here, and we had to take it up."
Right.
So there's no telling what he did with that at that particular time.
He might want to know how they were
doing.
doing.
She said the nurse was not very happy about it when she gave the phone back.
Well, does he remember any of that now?
No clue. The when I helped him to his room, this was another one. and I'll just clean it up.
Yeah.
We're walking when you go in through the garage and there's a little open area. You turn the corner and you either go up the steps or you go into his room. And he tried to go up the steps. I said, no, son, you're going to go in your room. You need to get some sleep. We're going to go in here. Your room's this. He tried to go up the steps again. I said, your room is this way. He said, I'll clean it up. He goes, no crap, Dad. Now, I'm cleaning it up, okay?
Right, yeah.
But Amanda's standing there going, what did he just say? I said, I just don't worry about it. Let's get him to sleep.
Right.
He'll
Please
be
go
much
to
better
sleep.
when he
Please.
woke up. So
He's that guy. Please, let's go put him somewhere.
Get him down, and a couple of hours later, he'll be. So that was the case. Of course, he wanted his phone immediately. Give him my phone. Give him my phone. Got a text. Sam's coming over. Sam, I've invited Sam over, and he needs to, Sam.
They just say it over and over.
Over and over. At one point, he was holding his phone. Give my phone. He's holding it. You're holding it, buddy.
Yeah.
Gave you your phone.
Probably don't want to text.
No, that's what I told him.
Definitely don't want
So
that.
got the phone away from him finally, and mean drunk.
Yeah, sure.
And
handle drunk.
And yes, big handle.
Just put him in
so
the room.
finally, after a couple hours of sleeping it off, he was back to normal. But he don't remember any of that.
No,
So-
it's there's just something about this that what we're doing to these kids just feels all
And
wrong.
I could have messed.
I mean, it just doesn't feel right.
Well, and I was told this. Okay, now again, I think they're all in cahoots. Okay, but I was told, hey, both of those have had braces, and if those wisdom teeth come in, it affects all the work that you've done.
Right.
And so get that. Okay, but that's why I think y'all are all in this together.
Right. Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Caroline, Maddie got a little frustrated with me because I didn't mess with Caroline more.
Mhm.
But she was being so sweet, and you could tell she was hurting that I just didn't have the heart to do it. I mean, I know y'all are disappointed that I didn't get any video of that, but there was times where I started to just ask her questions, and I thought, don't do it. She's being so good.
Yeah.
And,
Considering the other you had to deal with.
Exactly. That's another thing that got me from doing it.
Now, did you let us all down by not prompting some questions? You did.
I did.
But you had your hands full.
I did. I did. Wow, Brady. Wow, buddy.
Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Walking right in right before it.
I mean, just skint right in there.
Yeah.
I think they're on the air, right?
Right.
Yeah,
I think so. Are we going?
And I may have butchered
That's
the
why
guy's Taylor Zarzar's name.
You talking about Zarzar Banks?
Yeah.
Do you think
the broadcast plaza and teleport is very versatile?
Well, I will tell you about the broadcast plaza and teleport. We're very loud people.
We are. Forgot about that a while ago.
Yeah, me too. We're hollering each other up and down the halls. We're not accustomed to having anyone else other than us,
Right.
and it's not soundproof.
Right.
You know,
Well, it is somewhat.
inside there it is,
Not
but I mean
really.
that door's not. I mean,
No.
if you hear me and Adler out in the hall, giving each other the business, then you can hear it through that door.
Yeah.
As we
Well,
remembered,
we've
we
had-
remembered about halfway through it.
Yeah, as we've had problems when we try to, do production work in there.
Yeah.
Same thing.
You talking when everybo's giving each other the business?
Yeah,
You
it's
got a little
absolutely
business going on in the hall.
No soundproof in there. I mean, none. You can hear somebody. If somebody coughs in the kitchen, you can hear it.
Undoubtedly, though, I found out though that Super Tom can't hear Bubba. I found that out earlier.
I thought he was right outside the door.
Listen, it was like the scene from Elf when he's laying in bed. Dad, Dad. And look, so Bubba tries it once. Tom, look, and I go, okay, well, poor Bubba. He'll give it up at some point. Look,
Or God forbid, get up.
Yeah, look, then he goes.
I'd hate for that to happen.
And then all of a sudden, Tom. Hey, Tom. And I'm like, no way he goes 5. Tom.
It just became a sport at that point.
So to Greg,
At some point, I feel like maybe he's not in there.
now listen, but so to your point, I get up and he's down the hall, and I said, may have to cut down the space between you and Tom.
Yeah, you actually have to get out of that chair. I know I don't want you to.
Well,
Hey, Tom.
see what?
Tom.
Is that what he was doing? I can't get up.
Pretty much.
Tom, my butt's glued to the seat.
I sat on that Gorilla Glue.
What it was, I was deep.
It's my knees.
I was deep in doing what I was doing, and the affiliate messed up locally. So I was just letting him know.
And evidently, Tom was deep into what he was doing.
Yes, he was. He was. Well, let me say this. and we've
Tom, this is urgent, but I don't want to get out.
It's kind of important, but not important enough to stand up.
This is somewhat important.
Well, every time I started to get up, I heard something in the hall, and I thought, hey, he's back.
Right.
So I just gave it another try.
You thought good. He's closing the gap.
And it was great.
But let me tell you what's funny. So we think we're apologizing to some of the affiliates. We do something happened. And I blame Greg McElroy for it.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was, but it kicked off some breaks down the line, so we apologize for
Yeah,
that.
Bubba was trying to get it taken care of.
Well, Bubba, I tell you what Bubba said. He said, "This I can't let this stand."
This something must go.
Rick, I tell you, Rick, I'm going to call 7 times and then I'm getting up.
I tell you one thing. Once I get to 8, that's a new beginning. I'm going to start. But look, because 7 is the perfect amount. Sure. And if I get nothing there, I got to go. But let me throw this out there. You had no urgency in your voice, though. Even if he was hearing it, it didn't sound like you had an issue.
It's because
it was the calmest call I've ever heard.
My focus was actually on doing the email I was doing. It was kind of a side thing.
Yeah.
Tom.
I'm sending a tennis email, Tom.
Tom.
Checking the ballistic coefficient. Tom.
Tom, Si's got a new video out. Tom.
Si has a new video out. Tom, I'm looking at Moultrie pictures. Tom.
Y'all make me start coughing.
I'm going high res. So
It's not as good as Gangnam Style, but it's pretty good.
Tom, I'm looking at SI Swimsuit Edition. Tom.
Y'all are way off the page now.
So anyway.
Wow, a hand bra.
No. Friday was much more pleasant.
You never know where you're looking.
Real stuffy in here too. So acting like we're gonna have spring right now. How about it's real hot where we are?
Tom, turn on the AC.
But you know, I know that Spans warned us though. This will not stand.
This is how the weather gets you every time.
Oh, my
You
wife,
remember the
my
blizzard
wife
of
was opening
93?
sunroofs and playing like summer music. I said, "Sonny, we're not there yet."
The blizzard of '93, Rick. We had spring type weather the week before.
No, but don't bring that up.
Yeah. Now it was nothing like Miami. We were like 75.
I was wondering
how hot was it down there? 90?
It was
How hot was it? It was so hot.
Tom.
it hit 90. It was hot.
Yeah, that's
yesterday.
it was
hot.
hot. And you weren't acclimated either.
No.
And you could tell from the players they were hot too.
Sure. You know why? Because 90 is hot.
Tom, it's hot.
Hey, most people agree 90's hot.
Yeah, 90's hot.
It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so as we make our way back, buyraycon.com/Bubba, we're getting your reviews from all over the country about the Raycon everyday earbuds and how much you are loving them. We here on the show have them. We love them about half the price of the other premium audio brands, and they have all sorts of shapes and sizes for you to choose from and styles that you may like. And I like the ones that are discreet and fit in your ear comfortably, and they have the different gel tips to find the one that works for you, and the sound is incredible. You can set up different modes based on what you're listening to. Also, if you want noise isolation, that's available. If you want to stay in an awareness mode, of course, that's available. About half the price of the other brands, and then we get you another 10% off your Raycons if you go to raycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba and get an additional 15% off. And you are going to love these. And also at that price, well, you can pick up a lot of them as gifts and things like that, too. All right, Cleveland Browns, they didn't wait till the top of the hour. We already have the punishment. The only thing we can't seem to find, pun intended, if there is a fine involved with this, the league indicated it would be willing to offer a 12-game suspension and a fine of $8 million. All we're seeing here, Bubba, is he's been suspended for 6 games, but we don't see anything about a fine yet.
No, and I don't think you're going to. Is that when you're suspended like that? Do you also not get paid? Is that
I don't know
the financial penalty in that?
If they were offering
Per game?
12 games on the NFL side and it was $8 million, I wonder if it'd be about $4 million with 6 games.
Well, it feels like it if everything looks like it's about half.
Yeah.
So we shall see. Now, this suspension means he's got to go home right now. He can't even work with the team.
Yeah.
So they're not going to have Deshaun Watson on the field with the team at all for 6 games of the first of the season.
Then you're talking about getting him back in, getting him up to game speed. So you're probably looking at 8 weeks before he's going to be able to play, wouldn't you think?
I don't know. I'm surely he's going to go work with somebody. He just can't work with the team. But still, it's not the same.
Maybe him and Kaepernick can hang out.
Yeah, I was about to say. I noticed all these opportunities. Nobody's going with Kaepernick.
Yeah, didn't he go to the Raiders camp at one time?
I thought. Yeah. I heard that too, but I hadn't heard how that went. So anyway, you hit on all the things that all that's still here in the story, and that is that he's had 25 women accuse him of sexual assault and inappropriate conduct during massage sessions, and that started in 2020 through 2021. One of the 25 lawsuits was dropped. We talked about that because of a judge's ruling, and then we had to amend some petitions, and Watson settled with 20 of the 24, and the Texans reached settlements with 30 women.
A crazy or dumb question here. Probably should know this, and y'all may have just said it, and I wasn't paying attention. The 6 games, does that include preseason, or is preseason part of that? Because that's a big difference.
I would think it'd be regular season. But
It says Watson will still be able to participate in practice during preseason. He will be allowed to return to the Browns to practice during the second half of the suspension. He will not be allowed to be with the team during the first half of the suspension.
Okay. Let him ease back into it.
So preseason practice he can still do. Does that include the games?
I don't know. That's why. I mean, I'm just asking, because they got 3 preseason games.
Yeah, I would.
And so,
if I read this just as it is in the ink, it seems like he's going to participate in everything in preseason.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that would include games.
Okay.
And then when the season starts, he's out for 6
take 6 weeks off.
Maybe I'm wrong on that, but that's how it reads.
Okay.
Have you read how some of this internally happens with the NFL, that this was actually handed down by the disciplinary officer, Sue L. Robinson, and that if he wanted to appeal it, he would have to do so in writing within 3 days. It would go to the commissioner, Roger Goodell, or his designatee, and then they would write a decision that would constitute full, final, and complete finalization of the dispute, as stated in Article 46 of the CBA. It couldn't get much more complicated.
No, and it is the first regular season games, Helmsy, because they're highlighting him what he would miss.
So he'll be eligible for the October 23rd meeting or Halloween, October 31st.
So let's just put all of our cards on the table as we
ready.
walk away from Deshaun Watson, if we can. Okay. So we had 25 women make accusations. One was dropped, leaving 24.
Why did the Texans reach settlements with 30 women?
Right, I don't know. So then Deshaun Watson himself agreed with settlements with 20 of the 24. The Texans agreed with some sort of settlement with 30 women. Then the league says we want to now interview you and some of the women to see if you have violated our personal conduct policy. So they interviewed some of the women and Deshaun, and now their ruling is he should miss 6 games. Is that and the fine? We don't know. So
And that'll wrap it up.
Will that wrap it up? Is the question. Will that wrap it up?
I don't know.
And if you're the Browns, you just spend a lot of money for a quarterback you're not going to have for 6 games.
It's very Brown-like, don't you think?
It's very Brown. Yeah. It's as brown as it can be.
I saw the. I forget which special it was. It was one of those documentaries when they got rid of Bernie Kosar when they were winning.
Oh yeah.
I mean, what in the world?
I know.
You're winning games,
right?
You just didn't like the way he threw sidearm,
right?
Come on.
By the way, I'm going to say something, and then we'll move to another story. But it hit me. You know how sometimes things will just hit you. I'm going to say something. I look forward to seeing y'all's reaction because I wonder if y'all forgotten it too. Do y'all realize the Cincinnati Bengals went to the Super Bowl last year?
I know. It's hard to remember that. You're right.
Did y'all forget that? I did. I forgot.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
I truly did. The other day,
I
something
can't
came
remember
up.
who won.
I know.
It was his surgery. It's off Burrow's surgery. I think is why I thought about it because
Can I tell you why
he's got surgery.
Can I tell you why I thought about it? They put out something that for the first time ever they're going to wear a white helmet this year.
I saw that. I think that's why I did.
And that made me think of it.
And I'll tell you this: it took me a second to actually remember who they played. And I knew they'd lost, but I had to dig deep in my mind to figure out who they played.
And I think the game was pretty okay, wasn't it?
It was a close game.
They didn't get smoked, did they?
See, I had to think about it to come up with the Rams.
I know. It took me a second. So it wasn't just me?
No.
Okay.
No, me either. My first thought was that Tom Brady beat him.
Because this is how it went, Rick. I'm like you. I know.
You know what? That's a good guess.
Yeah. Rick, I'm like you. I saw that thing about their helmet, then I went, oh, yeah, they went to the Super Bowl. And then I went, and I thought, now, who'd they play?
If you're within 3 points of winning the Super Bowl, do you change your helmet? I don't.
No.
Well, it's just for a special occasion. I don't think they'll wear it all year.
Yeah, it's not going to be there all year.
And they're not the only ones. Didn't I see some kind of crazy colors they're coming out with NFL uniforms?
I don't like all that messing with the uniforms.
Oh, just so many uniforms. Like so many uniforms. Did y'all see the Did y'all see the? You sent it to us, which Speedy I thought was really a long way home to get to that white jersey, that white uniform. But the Notre Dame's the jersey they're going to put out this next year.
The reveal.
Yeah,
that's weird.
That was a long way home to get there.
It was. The goal
really was.
I'm out of the loop on it. What do they do?
They're going to be. They got a uniform this year. They're going to play in where it is. It's white jersey, white pants, and a weird combination of their colors.
Aren't they opening up in Las Vegas?
They trying to look like Penn State? What's the deal?
And on their shoulders going to be like the actual cathedral. Notre Dame,
really,
yeah, and all that, yeah.
Look at the video I sent to the team here.
I thought
Friday.
you were going to say a leprechaun in a pot
How about
of
this?
gold.
Yeah. How about this? Don't. The video is a long way home. Just Google the new uniform.
Yeah. See, they lost me. I quit watching the video.
Well, it's a playoff of what is it?
Wow, Golick Jr.'s lost a lot of weight.
Bachelor party. What is it called?
Oh,
hangover. It's a playoff.
Yeah. If you'll just, which is always a great message to send out for college kids. But
Notre Dame's doing a playoff that.
Yeah. See how weird that is.
Seems like a strange pick for them.
Yeah. If you'll just simply Google Notre Dame's jersey reveal, you'll get to the jersey a lot quicker.
I couldn't stay with it. I quit watching.
Right. I mean,
is this a one-time deal or what?
I don't know.
Think so.
It may be.
For a certain game.
Back to Deshaun Watson, Bubba, to answer your question, the 6-game suspension will cost him $345,000 in game-to-game salaries.
Mm-hmm.
He will still make nearly $46 million this year.
He'll be okay. I bet he can.
You hear what I said?
Yeah,
$46 million.
Right. Yeah.
How about that?
With that kind of money, you can pay off a lot of women.
You can.
Yeah, sure can.
We'll come back. Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you about whatever is on your mind at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Also, later in the program, Will Smith has publicly apologized again to Chris Rock. That'll be later. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Speedy's trip this past weekend to Miami, we talked about the language barrier there. And Speedy, there was a part that you were trying to tell, I know, in the kickoff hour, and we went away to a break, and you didn't know it, so you talked to Helmsy and Greg. And Adler's glad they knew about it.
Great conversation.
A few interns. But so the last I heard, you're trying to get because I heard this part in the truck, so I know this got on the air. You went to get your rental car, which was a little bit of a handle since there were no signs. Miami Airport not marked like you wanted it to be, and you ended up in a minivan. Then I didn't hear the rest.
Yeah, we had booked a midsize rental, and they apparently were out. Right. And I saw the buzz started in front of me in the line. People were displeased. They were just not. They were angry, and I'm like, okay, what's going on? And so I'm thinking, is this a separate issue, or am I going to be involved? So as I get closer, she tells us, hey, we're out, and I don't know when any mid-sizes are coming. but you can upgrade to a minivan at no cost because this is our fault.
They call a minivan an upgrade?
Yeah, apparently so. It costs more than
swagger
a
wagon?
midsize.
That's right.
So I looked at Terry and I was like,
Yeah, of
I want to
course.
get to the hotel. Let's
Absolutely.
go. Let's go.
Who cares what we're driving?
I've seen that happen before where they don't have the cars that you reserved.
Right.
How does that happen?
I don't know.
Inventory quag.
Yeah.
Somebody guessing and missing.
Yeah. So we go and there's just a slew of minivans with the doors open, and you just pick one and you go, and then as you're exiting, that's when they I guess run a scanner on the vehicle you've got, and then that's how they know who's got what. And so we get in line, and there's just a couple back, and there's one lane that's open. Well, all of a sudden, the guy behind me jumps out of line and goes to a closed lane and starts to move the cones like he's freaking out or something. I'd encountered the guy when we were picking out the minivan, and he was ranting and raving about how he needed a USB input and he needed a different one. And so he's getting luggage out of one, he's throwing it in the other one. I just kind of looked over, and so I just glad he spoke English so I could understand what he was saying.
Right.
And so he gets out and he starts to move the cone. Well, then all of a sudden, one of the workers comes from the lane that's open. And he said, "You can't do that." Yeah, what are you doing? I don't. That's not it.
Is that how they do it?
And now, and he goes, "I got to get," and he's cussing like a sailor. Of course, kids in the car, with their visual recorder on, seeing Dad do this.
Oh, good.
And he is going crazy. I got to get out of here. Blah blah blah. He had it. And he's, "I'm going to get my supervisor," or however he said it. And so the guy gets out, and he's from me to Bubba, and they are pointing at each other, and I'm like,
is the guy trying to leave a gringo?
Okay.
Well, is he?
Well, he is trying to go through a closed lane,
Right,
which,
but
by the way, they have spikes up.
Right.
And he's just wanting to leave.
You about to be a bigger handle.
He's not going to get through that.
And so we get next in line. We end up getting out there. Well, he had turned off, and you could see him through the river. He's just riding around the parking deck. Can't get out, and just fury. You hear him screaming, and now he's tooting the horn. Meh, meh. It's just echoing through the place.
And you're saying there's only about 2 or 3 people in line?
Right. And I'm like, good gracious, man. And then the guy goes, "I'm going to get my supervisor." And he runs off. And he goes and gets his supervisor, and we leave. So we leave. And of course, we're in the minivan. Right. And I'm kind of trying to figure out.
You just want to be driving.
And it's one of these new ones, too.
They're handy, though.
Oh, they are.
handy.
It was pretty nice. And it looked like a spaceship, so I'm trying to figure it out and dial in where we're going. And so we get back to the hotel, and we had called for a late check-in because the time had gotten away from us trying to get out. And so we get back, and we drop the luggage, and we're like, "Hey, look, we're free. We can do whatever. You want to go get something to eat? We're both starving. We really hadn't eaten dinner because our flight was during dinner time." And I said, "Well, let me pull up one of my apps here and let's see what's around." So I look, and I'm, we got us a 5-star. It's just a mile and a half, a little under a mile and a half away. You want to go? So she's like, "Sure." So we get in the minivan, and here we go. And so we go, and all of a sudden we get to the parking lot where it says it is, and I'm like, "Honey, where is it?" All I see is a grocery store and a little strip mall here. Where do you see it? And she's like, "No." So we ride up and down a couple of times, and she says, "Let me see your phone." So I give her the phone. She goes, "It does say we're here," and she goes, "Now there's a convenience store right there." And I'm like, "Well, let's just go and see what's up." So we park in front of the convenience store, and we realize it's a restaurant in the back of a convenience store.
Oh, I bet the food's good.
And it's an all-Cuban restaurant.
Oh, please.
And it's got a fast food format, but you can also sit down, and they got tables inside the convenience store. So you could be getting M&Ms, Bubba, and somebody be eating right beside you.
10 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Come on, lines are available. Let's get you rolling. Everybody in. Here we go. 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. We move on to the next caller. No meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. Those will all get instant buzzers. We'll start with Charles. Charles is calling us out of Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Charles, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Earlier, you were talking about Bill Russell winning 11 championships in 13 seasons, which is an amazing accomplishment. But you got to remember, they only had 8 teams in the league back then. So whichever team had Bill Russell was going to be the dominant team.
So there were only 8 teams?
There were only 8 teams. And I think they added a 9th team around 66 or 67, but there were only 8 teams in the NBA in the 1960s.
Do you know what teams they were?
No.
Can I tell you this? This is the reason why, look, Bill Russell was a dominant player.
Yeah.
Please don't hear me saying anything else. But you just can't compare eras.
Yeah.
Rule changes, competition changes, so many things. There's so many variables in sports. You really can't compare era to era when players play in different situations. I mean, if I'm playing in different rules than you played against, you can't compare my stats to yours.
Yeah, it's tough.
Bubba, you had the Celtics, Philadelphia Warriors, the Syracuse Nationals, New York Knicks, St. Louis Hawks, Los Angeles Lakers, Detroit Pistons, and Cincinnati Royals.
Wow. Lance,
whatever happened to the Buffalo Braves?
They had 2 divisions and 4 teams in each division.
How about that? Lance in Birmingham, listen to ZZK. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Happy Monday. I hope you're all doing well. You were talking about alternate NFL jerseys yesterday or today, and saw a San Diego Padres baseball game yesterday for the Major League Baseball City Connect jerseys. You need to Google it.
No, I saw it.
It looks like Pablo Escobar came out of his grave and designed them. I mean, it's terrible.
I thought something was wrong with my TV. I honestly did. I saw a highlight, and I said, man, how in the world? Because, these modern TVs don't have that thing we used to have with the colors start getting wrong.
Yeah.
They don't do it as much.
Right.
So I thought, what have I got shaded colors on here for? What's wrong with those uniforms?
What do they look like?
Oh, Bubba. I can't even.
A lot of times they wear
snow cones.
The Padres will wear a lot of camouflage and things like that due to the
this was
heavy military presence.
Is this
in
what
San
it
Diego.
looked like?
They had some neon colors and all that kind of stuff.
My gracious.
It was like a mess.
You know one I liked, and I know a lot of people don't, but I always, I was an A's fan growing up, so I love their colors when they had the what looked more like softball jerseys.
Yeah.
But I always liked the Astros when they had the milk carton jerseys, and they did look like a softball team. But I thought those were good-looking uniforms.
The Nolan Ryan documentary has him in that uniform when he went to Houston.
Look.
You need to go see it. Let's go to Shane in Georgia. Shane, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Biggins.
Morning.
Hey, just a question about the end of the show. You guys are on so Eastern time, which is the time I go off of. It's 6 to 10. Is that correct?
No, Eastern is actually it would be 6 Eastern time till 11 if you count the kickoff hour.
Till 11.
Yeah, 7 till 11
Okay,
if you drop the kickoff hour.
Okay, gotcha. So at the end of the show, which I listen to you guys every day, y'all don't ever say goodbye. Have a good day. Y'all just sign off, and then on WLW.
I was looking for a timeout.
Well, the reason being that some of the stations play the show at different hours, and sometimes they're stacked in there a little bit different. So it's trying to avoid the confusion and make all the hours, virtually. So you can stack them any way you need to.
Yeah, the goal is,
hopefully,
which we rarely achieve it. The goal is that each hour stands on its own, and you could listen to it at any time of day, anytime, anywhere, and it would have the least amount of dating it or day parting it as possible. And that's.
Can I ask a timeout question real quick?
Uh-huh.
If we don't give a timeout, can we not answer the question?
Sure.
Because I didn't throw a timeout there because I thought he had given us enough for y'all to answer.
Yeah.
That was the reason
He had one more little comment at the end, and I don't know what that means.
I felt like I'd be wasting one because I felt like y'all had the answer to that.
Yeah, and
I just want to know my
hopefully that is
timeout
a good
rules.
answer.
Yeah, and for some people, like here in 4.5 minutes, the show ends for some people.
Yeah.
And for others, they have 2 more hours. Let's go to Eric in Mississippi. Eric, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, I was just going to quickly describe the Hegelian dialectic, which is the concept that the government creates a problem only to solve it themselves to make themselves look better. Then there's cognitive dissonance, where your belief system will not allow you to accept facts.
Yeah.
It's anathema to everything you've been raised.
If you had a better phone, you were making some really good points, because you are right. And some of it we could not understand, but I'm starting to learn, Eric, and it sounds like you are too. I'm starting to learn, and the Bible, you know, it's you have to really be careful that you don't turn the switch off too quick, and that's where the difficulty comes in, and you need some discernment from the Holy Spirit. You know, even Scripture says that there comes a time where you just stop throwing pearls at the feet of pigs.
Yeah.
And there are sometimes you get into, I think sometimes I'm in a discussion that the person listening to me thinks I could make the case that they would change their mind.
Right.
But I realize
they're wanting to hear your decide.
But I realize now we're living in a time where most of the people, not all, but most of the people you engage, there's nothing you can say that will change their mind.
Yeah, they're already locked in.
And there's nothing you can do about it. And the government creating problems that they pretend to solve, absolutely. That's all about empowering the central government to the world. And you see this already happening in places all over the world where they've come to the conclusion that the answer to their problems is always the government. And if I am in the government and I have that kind of power, that is certainly what I want you to believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there's human nature that precedes even forms of government,
Right.
whether it's capitalism, communism, socialism, whatever ism you're in, that people want to be able to tell other people what to do.
Of course.
Is it governmental Munchausen? You know,
Yes,
Greg uses that.
it is.
So that's what it is.
It really would be.
You see this when you see the person who gets in charge of the homeowners association. Seriously.
Yeah.
And they turn into a completely different person. You're like, wow, they really like this. But
Create problems to solve them.
Yeah, there's something in our flesh that, to Bubba's point, and you're 100% right, we love to tell other people what to do, and people have to ask us whether they can do it or not.
Well, why in the world would somebody go and be a lifetime politician other than that?
Well, apparently it's a good gig. As Greg pointed out years ago, you make a so-so salary, but apparently these people end up with millions of dollars on book deals and speaking engagements, and I mean it's got a lot of perks.
And you often see the ones that claim, I'm only in it for so many years, and then they hang on forever.
They can't stand it.
Yeah.
And some of that is they like the importance of it.
Yeah.
The other is they realize that the time frame they talked about, the way our government moves, and I thank our founding fathers for this, that, buddy, it's an ocean liner.
Yeah.
And you thought you could do what you needed to do in 4 years when you realize it's going to take more like 12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you have to go back and say, well, I just now got to where I've got to say so.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody's like, you said you wouldn't run anymore. And you're like, I didn't realize it took so long to actually get some authority around here. Top of the hour.
Yeah. The problem is deciding at what point have you, instead of being the answer, you become part of the problem.
Correct.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Jason.
Yeah.
Where I had that
Yeah, it really is. And so we
what I said to myself.
realized that not one person there speaks English.
No.
Not one. So here I go back to my Tarzan.
No.
You speak English?
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know why I go to Asian. I don't know why.
Why is that your meter?
I don't know. And Terry Jane is, you know, she's elbowing me because she's embarrassed.
Right.
And so they're just smiling at me. That's all they do. I notice the response when you don't speak the language is you just smile.
Right.
Okay. And
That's
I'm like,
standard.
okay. So then my eyes go to the next person. You speak English? And
Is that how you say it every time?
Right. Yeah. She go a little. And so
Pico.
and now the place is so small. Now the cooks are giggling behind the person that's helping me.
Right.
So I'm thinking, okay, yeah. And Terry had mentioned, honey, I don't know if you know this. I know we have been here. I haven't seen one bald guy. Not one.
Yeah, you mentioned there's
not many
people.
bald people in Miami, especially fair skin with a red and gray goatee.
They've all moved north.
Yeah, I am a rarity. I can tell you that. and so we're in there, and now I notice that they're kind of looking at each other and they're kind of giggling.
Sure.
And I look at y'all making fun of us. You know, I know not only am I bald with a red,
You didn't go Robert
gray
De Niro, did
goatee.
you talking to me?
I say I've also got a southern, you know, accent, like a little redneck accent here. Is that what y'all laughing at? You know,
and because your Spanish is fantastic.
Yeah, right. I said,
Outstanding.
me Speedy? No. And so finally we look. Hey, by the way, I got a double hamburger. Okay, but let me give you this. You got your patty. You got egg.
Oh yeah.
You got slice of ham.
Mm-hmm. Come on, Cubans.
Oh, there's another patty. Mm-hmm. And then you got some crushed French fries at the bottom, all on top of each other. And I can promise you, it's as tall as a coffee cup. It is this.
And what did you
It's
call
at
it?
least that tall.
Do you know what the name of it
was? It was a double. I mean, it didn't. I mean, that's just the way they do their hamburgers. I take
Dos.
Mi amo Calvin.
Mi amo gringo.
Right.
Dos.
And they're still giggling and stuff. So we go and then we sit down and we get through it. And it's so big I had to open it up and eat it. And it
was fantastic.
Yeah, it was so good. And so we get through dinner and we go home back to the hotel, and we're walking to the hotel, and Terry said, "Oh my gosh, honey, oh my goodness." I'm like, "What?" She goes, "Your fly is open." and she said, "It's not kind of open. Your barn door has swung way open." I mean, we can see.
How do you say that in Spanish?
Oh, barn door open.
He said, "No wonder I thought there weren't any gnats in my area."
Okay.
Tell you what, the bugs here.
I haven't seen one.
And then now she can't stop laughing.
Right.
And she's like, "Oh my gosh, they weren't making fun of you being bald and us not. They were all going, your fly. This guy's fly is open." And I mean, y'all, it was so open that you could see what color underwear I was wearing.
That's
I don't know how it happened.
Well, and I've got to ask, when was the last time you used the restroom?
Well,
how long had
it'd
it
been a
been
minute,
like this?
I think.
The airport.
It's probably Birmingham.
No.
I probably rode the whole flight with my fly down. There's no telling how many people.
It seemed like Terry would have spotted it before then.
Well, I mean, that kind of brought something up. Do you tell somebody their fly is open?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Not a stranger.
I wouldn't tell a stranger.
Your fly open.
Yeah, you're right.
Your fly open. No.
I mean, you say XYZ in Spanish, though.
Yeah. What they were probably saying is the cow's about to get out of the barn, but you got to know the Spanish word for cow.
Rick and Bubba.
We're the Rick and Bubba Show, and we're talking about Speedy's trip to Miami. And now I want to be sure I have this right. At one point during this weekend, you're going there to see your oldest son play baseball.
Yeah.
And
For Jacksonville State University.
And you and your wife are enjoying a little time in Miami. And, and at one point, I want to be sure I have this right, that Fairskin was at the wheel of a minivan with his wife driving in South Beach.
You are correct, Rick.
With his fly open.
Yeah.
Did you get all that?
Yeah.
Here goes Speedy.
And of course, Tyler and JC, they know the name of them, and they're like, "Oh, that one's about $130,000 right there, that car." And these crotch rockets, these guys come, motorcycles.
Yeah, because that was a little close to your fly being open.
Yeah. Hey,
you want to put some distance between those two comments.
Yeah, Rick, I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd let a segment go.
Yeah.
Before I said that to him.
Yeah, you're right.
And in Florida, they have this you don't have to wear a helmet thing, and some of these idiots still do that, and they'll get up on the interstate in these crotch rockets, and they're flying.
I wish you just call them motorcycles.
And then these girls are on the back, and they don't have a helmet, and they're sitting up like this, holding on.
Right.
You know, and
it just gets worse than you doesn't. Let me say this
I mean,
again.
picture it. And
if I'd have been there, if I'd have been in the back seat of the minivan, I would have been saying every time somebody comes by with no helmet on, let's scream, "We have two words for you, Gary Busey."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And so we go to South Beach, and Terry wanted to go to Wynwood Walls, and this is an area of Miami that was run down, and this family developer came in, and we're talking about abandoned buildings and warehouses and places you just didn't want to go, and they bought it up.
Dance movies about that.
Yeah.
Probably.
They bought it up, and they kind of turned it over to these spray paint artists, and they would go. I think they said it's about 86,000 square foot of wall space, and you just basically walk along, and this is kind of it I'm showing for TV.
Yeah, easy.
These are some areas that you can walk through, and you never know what you're going to see. By the way.
Sonny, what are we going to do with you? Spank my ass and make me a martini?
Six minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio. A brand new hour has begun. We're on the bleeding edge of technology with Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. And welcome back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
So as we make our way back, for those of you that might have been out this past weekend, Scott Dawson, Evangelistic Association, they had the Alamo Dome this past weekend. Had Crowder, who we're playing now, if you're listening to us, Chris Tomlin, King and Country. Had quite a lineup, and so I think they ended up over the weekend getting about somewhere around 18,000, 19,000, awesome. And said they had over 1,000 people make a decision for Christ. That's awesome. Wow. And they got it all, people donating and sponsoring it, and the tickets were free. So it was a cool thing. San Antonio, Adler's former hometown.
San Antonio?
Over the way, San Antonio.
San Antonio.
So let's talk a little bit about Will Smith. If I remember the day that we came in after Will Smith. It was just a bizarre thing of him slapping Chris Rock. We all thought it was a publicity stunt in the beginning. I just couldn't believe that anything that strange would happen.
It just looked strange.
It did, yeah. And so we've gone through this time where Will Smith has gone on social media and apologized, and he's tried to apologize. Chris Rock didn't say anything about it, but now he's working it in his act now.
Yeah. Well, you got to.
Which is good. Yeah. So Will Smith has now put out a video letting us know that he has reached out to Chris personally to attempt to apologize. Is that kind of what this is all about? So
can I step out?
Yeah.
It's not bad. You'll be okay.
You're not going to be upset.
You'll be okay.
I haven't seen it. I don't know.
About 5 minutes. He apologizes to Chris Rock, Chris Rock's mom, his family, his own family. You'll be okay.
He didn't hit Chris Rock's mom, did he?
No, but that's going to be the part where he gets a little uncomfortable, but it's not bad.
Okay. All right, so here's Will Smith in his own words.
And this is just 1 minute of it. Do you guys want me to find the full 5 minutes?
Oh, no, I can't handle that.
You may not get
that. Give us what you got.
This is just the initial.
I couldn't even watch the 5 minutes of the uniform reveal for Notre Dame. So that's a good point.
We're over here, Will.
Why didn't you apologize to Chris in your acceptance speech?
Is he a robot?
I was fogged out by that point. It's all fuzzy. I've reached out to Chris, and the message that came back is that he's not ready to talk, and when he is, he will reach out. So I will say to you, Chris, I apologize to you. My behavior was unacceptable, and I'm here whenever you're ready to talk.
Could they not give him a lavalier?
A little phasing there between channels.
Right,
but,
yeah.
the thing that I think we get out of this, the bottom line is this attempted open marriage experience that him and his wife has made him and everybody around them crazy.
No, Bubba, it's funny you said that. When somebody was asking me, hey, I remember when this first came out, and this is after we'd gone a couple of weeks into it and all the stuff started being revealed that you're talking about. And I said that at the time. I said, I think my biggest takeaway is I didn't realize how weird Will Smith and his wife are.
Yeah.
I didn't know how strange they were. I didn't know what a weird world that Will Smith lives in, married to, well, and I use the word married, like Bubba said, with quotations, but I think their weird marriage shows what Bubba's saying is you can act like you're all
hip to the groove, and we're
hey,
open.
Man, it's
and,
open. We don't put those kind of restraints on each other, and that's some kind of.
Well, it didn't affect Will none.
You realize that's no arrangement anybody would really want to be in if they're telling the truth.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Or it's like most human beings. I like it until you start doing it too.
Right. It's not as much.
As long as I get to do what I want to, I'm fine. But then when you start doing what you want to, now suddenly I become all caring and selfish. But yeah, that's my takeaway. I think it's made him weird. I didn't think
I think it's made him crazier.
Yeah,
well,
it's yeah.
Without breaking the thing down again, because we've done that 1,000 times when it happened. But don't forget, he was laughing too until he saw she wasn't laughing.
Right,
and he's had to cover his butt. Now he took it a step too far. I think you could have just yelled from the audience, "Mad!" Actually walking all that way and then slapping him. Because that was a long walk. You could have cooled down by the time you got there. But he went ahead with the slap.
As part of the 5 minutes, one of the questions that pops up was, did you look at, and it wasn't word for word what I'm saying, but it was Jada's response, did she say something to you for you to go up there and do that? And his answer is no. And then he talks about why. But that was part of that interview.
But he wasn't.
Or that weird video we just saw.
So the whole thing is him answering questions?
Is this like him being, is he on some Zoom
Instead
or
of
something?
just him saying what he
there's
needs to
like
say?
3 or 4 different questions. Well, he addresses that before what we just saw. So you see him sit down, and he said, and it's in show notes at rickandbubba.com if you want to go watch it, about 5 minutes. He says, many of you have asked me a ton of questions. Here's some of the most popular ones I'm getting, and I want to address those here. And so every time he finishes an answering one, another question will pop up. But I don't think there's but like 3 or 4.
But you remember that weird video of his wife trying to get on her social media and making him talk, and he's like, "I don't want to be on this.
Yes.
Please stop doing that."
Yeah.
And she's talking about what he's learned, and
he addresses. Didn't that happen before the slap?
I thought it was.
I know we played.
Yeah, I think that was before the slap because that was the when she was dating whatever that guy's name is. I don't know. I don't know if
she
you
had
call
that
it dating
internet
or
show, and her and her mom and her daughter sit and talk about very uncomfortable stuff.
Yes, and that was weird, Rick.
Yeah.
That was a very weird deal.
I guess I guess I'm odd, but if I'm a person that there's no in my worldview, there is no moral standard when it comes to participating in the intimacy of man and woman. And I think the marriage thing is some man-made something, and I don't care anything about it. I don't understand the concept of I'm going to marry you, but yet we can do whatever we want. Why be married at all? I mean, this doesn't even make any sense. Because I guess I'm just kind of odd. I don't want to share my spouse with anybody.
Yeah, that seems...
that's the whole spouse thing. Isn't it?
Right.
I think that's why you go through all that.
Right? Isn't that the wonder of it all? If not, then it seems like it'd be a real hassle.
Right.
The whole, are you mad that I'm seeing some other people? Well, no, what about you? You mad at me? Well, I mean, that just seems.
Well, that whole
I think it leads to me slapping some guy at the hospital.
Yeah.
Y'all, that whole
something. Obviously, there was something that built up that week before that big event.
Yes. Y'all, that whole night was so strange
It
because
really was. And then he wins the award for best.
I understand that you can get in a rage and maybe black out and not remember stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
But if that's what he's saying he was in, that's why he didn't say anything in his acceptance speech, and he was just like, I was in a fog or whatever.
Couldn't believe
but
it.
then he goes to the after party and everybody's like patting him on the shoulder and
that
like
was just
partying
weird.
it up with him. The whole night was weird.
I will say this, and of course I don't condone this kind of behavior, but for me personally, it was the most entertaining thing of the Oscars.
Right.
Absolutely.
Oh, the best thing in years.
Makes me want to watch next year.
Made you almost think that it was staged just to help the numbers.
Well, a lot of people thought it was.
Well,
we had people
including
thinking it
me.
was.
Yeah, we discussed that. Yeah.
Yeah, won't you scream right again about that, Greg?
Right again.
Of course, if I'm Greg though, I'm not sure. I still give it up. I may be thinking, look at it, it's continuing.
Yes, true.
It was. Well, it made me go back and see what happened on the Oscars because I certainly didn't care up to that point.
You're right. We spent a week on it.
It was highly entertaining.
It was.
Grossly uncomfortable. And still,
Analyzing it was fun for a week.
And still getting some discomfort from it.
Sure.
We'll be back 15 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And so she said, hey, I want to do this, and then let's keep going to South Beach.
Right.
And are you thinking about doing something like this back in Helena?
What if I did? And I kept saying,
call it the
welcome
Wilburn
to
Walk.
Miami. And Terry's like, what are you talking about? I was like, the song, Welcome to
Wilburn
Miami.
Whaling Walk.
Underestimated the sun and the impact on my bald head.
Yeah.
I had hats and I just I just kept them in the hotel room, and so before I know it, I'm getting burnt, and she's like, hey, you need to get some on that head. But we get through that, and then we get back in the minivan after eating at a great little taco joint before we head out, going to South Beach, and we go down to South Beach. She's like, hey, I just want to walk out one time, toes in the sand, say we've been here, and this isn't a
Mark it off the list.
This isn't a get a towel and sit down kind of thing. This is let's just shoes in hand. Let's walk out, see what, and then we're out. So we go, and of course, one of the first things we see are people laying out, and some of them, these international layout folks, they'll
international layout.
I mean, you
talking about nudists?
You talking about people with no shirt on?
Yeah.
Or Speedy calls them international layout people.
Yeah, you can tell. I mean, and this isn't like Spanish, Cuban Americans. These are French.
How can you tell?
Because you can hear them. I mean, you can hear them speaking French. and then
almost stop.
Of course,
Then that's a French set there, no doubt.
Yeah, a couple of them.
You can't.
A couple
I'm
of
just
them.
wondering how he was coming up with that.
Well, a couple of them are. They've got hand bras laying out. And so we went to Loomis Park there on the beach walk, and so we go out. And we, I mean, it's different though. I will honestly say, no matter where you go in the world, the Gulf Coast absolutely has the best beaches.
Yeah,
just the white powdery sand. Here you go and it's crushed rock. I mean, it was awful. Terry stepped on a razor. But so we're sitting there and
all them people no shirts on.
Right, and
you
of course,
could take about an hour and a half of that, and you had to go.
Right, and so finally I find somebody that speaks English. And I ask him, "You speak English?"
Just still doing it that way.
I don't know what accent that is.
Right. And then when he said, "Yeah," I said, "Oh, hey man, will you take our picture?" So I hand him the phone, and he takes a picture, and so that's kind of us standing on the beach, and old pal back there. Now this is what you're getting back here, and I wish you could have seen him walking. He was strutting. You had music going. You had some big festival or something that was down a little bit. And so we kind of walk around, and then we're done, man. She's like, "Okay, that's
your
it."
head was burning.
Yeah, I know.
Isn't it hard to imagine LeBron wanting to leave that to go to Cleveland?
Yeah,
that's a great point.
Yeah. And so the game's not till 6. That's Eastern, and so we wake up and we're just kind of tooling around, and then we get back in the minivan and head back. Now you got to understand, Miami, like most big metro cities, every street, every interstate is all under construction. I don't know why that ever can't be completed, but you're down to 2 lanes or 1 lane. So anywhere you go, you got to give an hour to it. I mean, you got to go, okay, this isn't a jump on the interstate and we're down at our exit in 20 minutes. No. You got to give an hour and commit to that. So you had to think ahead, and so we got on back and relaxed before going to the game. But the biggest thing in South Beach that I got is the Cuban Americans. They're very matter-of-fact in everything they do. Now, they're classy people. Don't get me wrong, at least the ones we encountered. But
not a lot of bald ones.
No, not a lot of bald ones at all. And for some reason, they're slick bald ones. Very few have facial hair like me. They're straight bald. I don't know why, but they are. And so we noticed, though, driving, most people that want to pull out in traffic, they ease up to wherever they're wanting to get out, and then they make eye contact to whoever, and then they signal, "Yeah, go." Not there. They're going. You better stop, or you're going to hit them. I mean, it's same thing with walking. I mean, you could be opening a door for Terry, and somebody will walk right in front of Terry and just not even think twice. Of course, I kind of wanted to run roughshod on a couple people.
Right.
You speak English, you cut my wife off. But
that's almost Asian.
Well, I don't know what that's all I could get. I didn't know how to do it. Yeah. And so we almost got in a few wrecks in the minivan, but I saved it, luckily. But I kind of became one with the minivan. I mean, a couple of times we would pull up to these crotch rockets or one of these.
That must be the phrase y'all use a lot.
The way that's what it is.
Right.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I've understood.
Just don't show us the girl riding on the back.
Yeah, but I. $21 past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us as we crank another week out. Here we go. Well, Bubba, we had the story going into the weekend. The Biden administration appears. I mean, should we be chanting to the Biden administration build that wall? They appear to be building the wall
very quietly
on the southern border. They're building it there in Arizona.
Around Yuma.
Yuma. How many miles to Yuma, Greg? The 310 to Yuma?
That's 310 in Yuma, Rick. That's the train we're getting on.
Yeah, we're getting on the 310. So now, are they going to ask Corrine, Jean? I mean, who's getting
them?
Yeah, her and Peter Ducey have a back and forth argument here because he's saying that they're finishing the wall, and she says, no, we're not finishing it. We're cleaning up the mess from the previous administration, and it's all about what term you use and what they're doing. It's pretty funny.
They love
actually.
words.
Strangely, they're cleaning it up by putting it in the ground and stacking it vertically.
Right.
I'm glad they're doing it.
Yeah.
So the wall, this is the thing, and the left's the best at this. You're building the wall. No, we're not.
That's it.
Yeah, we're
no, we're not.
We're not. We're cleaning up his mess.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
you keep lifting things up into the space there.
We're filling a gap.
Yeah, you're filling. You are finishing the wall that President Biden said that they won't be a foot of it.
Yeah.
If I remember, put up. But here.
Stay with it though, because towards the end it gets even better.
Okay, good. All right, here we go.
Why is the Biden administration building a border wall in Arizona?
So we're not finishing the wall. We are cleaning up the mess the prior administration left behind in their failed attempt to build a wall. And I just want to be very, very clear here. On day one, we returned the money, the $8 billion the prior administration took from our military. We gave that back to the military for military families, for schools, for bases. That's what that money was being used. That's what it was taken away from. And so, again, what we're doing is cleaning up the mess that the prior administration has done.
But President Biden, when he was a candidate, said there will not be another foot of wall constructed in my administration.
Yeah.
So what changed?
We are not finishing the wall.
If walls work in that part of Arizona, is this the administration trying to get migrants to cross somewhere else, like in Texas? What is the plan?
We are not finishing a wall. We are cleaning up the mess that the prior administration made. We are trying to save lives. This is what the prior administration left behind that we are now cleaning up.
By installing it vertically. Is this?
We are not finishing the wall.
By filling in, finishing?
We are not finishing the wall.
By filling in, is this racist? Because in 2019, when the former guy was proposing a wall, you said that it was his racist wall. So how is this any different? I'm just having a hard time understanding how this is any different.
I'm not even sure how you get to your first question to this question that you just asked me. I will say this: a border wall. I'm answering your question. A border wall is ineffective use of taxpayer dollars. So it's ineffective of taxpayer dollars that actually went to the military.
So she's got her talking points, and what she wants to say is, I need to talk about the military a lot. I need to say that we're
families and schools.
Isn't it weird to
Are you building, like Bubba said, are you vertically putting what was left there?
We're cleaning up pieces and stacking it vertically.
Are you hauling it off? What are you doing?
But don't miss, if you look right now, there's a proposal for them to raise our taxes even more during the recession that's not a recession.
That makes sense.
When did a leftist give a rip about tax dollars?
Yeah.
And taxing people and the military? So, but when you're cleaning up the mess, if you are picking up the things that are used to build a wall, and you're filling in the gap, completing that section of the wall, I don't know how to break this. And I know in the world of feelings and emotions, you can somehow build a wall and not be building it at the same time. Only in the world of feelings and emotions. But you're finishing the wall in this section.
I also love that she called it ineffective while standing in a building that has a big, huge gate and guards and walls around it.
Yeah. People will go.
That's hilarious. It pretty is effective because nobody can get to her.
Right. Yeah.
Well, do you remember too? And I can't. It was the guy from CNN that got thrown out of the White House one time.
Right.
What's his name? He went down there to and he was showing everybody no one was crossing where he was at. There's not a problem here. And he had a wall behind him.
Correct.
I mean, he made the point that
why?
people are not crossing where there is a physical barrier, and it's just a joke. Again, they're playing with words. They have a hole in Yuma where everybody's piling through, and they're wanting to close it so they don't have a problem right in Yuma, and that's what they're doing.
I credit the Biden administration for building a wall at Yuma.
That they're not building.
That they're not building.
Yeah, I'm good with them building.
And by the way,
put it up.
the money that the previous administration moved over, that was taken to court, and the administration won that they had the authority to move that to a situation where they declared an emergency. So, you can call it what you want to or do whatever, but it's just amazing that these people, it's like they won't even do what they know is right because they're afraid someone will say, hey, that's what Trump was doing. They're still obsessed with Trump.
So if you're cleaning up the mess, okay,
that the previous administration left.
All right.
There it is, Bubba. Look behind you.
The only
yeah, that's it. Look, right. He's telling everybody there's no problem with people crossing here, and he's making the point. That's why his hand is on that wall. Y'all see that wall behind you?
Right.
That's why no one's crossing.
And here are some of the steel slats that the president's been talking about right here. As you can see, yes, you can see through these slats to the other side of the U.S.-Mexico border. But as we're walking along here, we're not seeing any kind of imminent danger. There are no migrants trying to rush toward this fence here in the McAllen, Texas area. As a matter of fact, there are some other businesses behind me along this highway. There's a gas station, Burger King, and so on. But no sign of the national emergency that the president has been talking about.
Well, because there's a wall there.
They're not going to waste their time walking there.
You know where they're going. You know where they're headed? Over to Yuma, where there's a hole in it.
Yeah, and that was Jim Acosta.
Jim, people don't run at walls because it's a waste of time.
And normally, if you're filming, they're really not going to do it.
Jim, did you give Taylor Swift her talking points in climate?
All right, the only way, and I thought Ducey did a good job, but I think I would have gone here. The only way you can be cleaning up the mess and not building the wall is to take the stuff laying there, haul it off, and leave the wall unfinished.
Right,
correct.
Right.
But if you're taking it, putting it in place, and filling in the gap,
that's called building.
That's building the wall. That's finishing this section of the wall.
But you're so obsessed with
not 1 foot.
You can't say building the wall, even though many Democrats voted for building a wall many times in the past.
Well, it was a
but
good idea.
now we can't do it because Trump had started it, and we can't do anything Trump was doing.
No.
Like keeping gas prices down at $2 a gallon.
No,
we just can't do it.
We definitely can't do that.
Can't do that.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Hearing Democrats talk about waste of taxpayer dollars, I can't even believe you.
Is it me? But I come in and I watch the news every day. I feel smarter.
Yeah,
Do y'all? I mean, and I'm not that smart.
So
That's the problem.
they say don't say finish and don't say building, but say cleaning up.
And I would when
they
she
think
somehow erecting a fence. Somehow is cleaning up.
I would have said that. I said, so you're just hauling the stuff off. You're not putting it in that gap.
No, we're stacking the debris vertically in a hole that was unfinished.
Yeah, that's completing the
Sounds
wall.
like building a wall.
That's completing that section of the wall there.
Look, heaven's got one. It's okay to say wall and gate, you know it, and restrict who's coming in.
Yeah. We'll take your phone calls next. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fine with that. I really will be fine with the term motorcycle.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not a Harley, whatever. I mean, it's they're sitting up, and we would pull up beside it, and then for a split second, I would forget I was in a minivan. You know, I'd kind of look over.
You thought you were real cool.
I kind of look over like, yeah.
Swagger wagon. You had to forget it on South Beach.
Yeah. Oh, you had to.
Yeah.
That's all. I mean, especially when you're just cruising up and down the strip, and you're there you are in a minivan.
Right.
Yeah. Of course, I had to embarrass Terry, roll the windows down, and blare some music.
I hope you blared Will Smith. We were just playing Miami.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I kept saying "Welcome to Miami." She's like, "What are you talking about? You don't know the song, honey? Come on."
That's the truth. Man, love you is such a dream. Bubba, you were telling me drones.
Hey, before we do that, can I ask you a question?
Sure, you can.
Does McElroy ever take a break? 'Cause he ain't been out of that room since he's been here. And we've got lasagna. We got Girl Scout cookies. Has he been out at all?
He's been out.
Has he?
Yeah.
Just he's got a different clock.
Stagger a little bit.
I guess.
Did you break on the 10s?
I have seen him. I saw him go to the John and grab himself a drink.
Well,
I thought he's out and about.
I thought he'd been held up in there though.
Well, Bubba's talking
Nice
about.
hat.
I was trying to slip him Girl Scout
saw
cookies
that,
on the
too.
door.
Yeah. By the way, it's interesting because you can tell he doesn't work with us.
Yeah.
Because the way he's wearing his hat, if any of us were doing it, we'd be ripping each other.
I think it has something to do with the headphones and the mic.
Right.
That's all that is.
Yeah.
Because he's not wearing it like that when he comes out.
Right.
He's fixing it.
Okay, good.
Because it bothered me too. I analyzed it a little bit.
Yeah. For a minute, I thought he's in some Wham tribute band.
No.
Yeah, it said choose life.
Right. So
he
anyway.
saw our Greg and walked the other way.
Yeah, ever since that time I screamed during the show. God, I kind of.
I don't know if he knew. I don't know if he knew that was you. Or not.
Oh yeah, he saw through the little window. You screaming.
It's very tempting.
We have a
I don't want that hat fall off his head.
Greg McElroy is doing his show from one of our other studios today here at the Plaza, so he's having to deal with us today. So, but yeah, I'm like you. Our brakes. He might be braking on the 10s. I've got traffic and weather on the 10s.
I thought he'd dive into that lasagna in there.
Yeah, well, yeah. So, all right,
good stuff.
That's good.
It is.
Me and Greg's hit it pretty hard.
I'm having to hold back.
Yeah, man. Look,
I ain't had before slices.
One of the smartest things we ever did was set up this golden ticket seat setup.
Oh yeah,
I know.
Ingenious.
I hate to quote our friend Mark Garnett when he co-hosted one day. He was like, "There's no job better than this one right here."
Yeah,
and his analogy of it was phenomenal. All right, so you were talking about, you're gonna have to start dealing with drones. We got to get all of our drone, protocol together because it's becoming more and more part of society.
Quite a few of them out there now.
Right. I mean, let me tell you when you know that it's gone drone mania. We were actually I was coaching in a lacrosse game last week, and in warm-ups I'm noticing a drone flying around, and I look over and it's just a small kid flying around. And he was like, "Hey, do y'all want me to shoot some of the game for you?" You know what I mean? I'm like, "Sure, fire it up."
Well, Rick, the French are using the birds of prey, eagles, to train to prevent terror attacks in France after being recruited by the country's Air Force. Now, they say a team of 4 eagles is being trained to bring down remote-controlled drones when they stray into unauthorized airspace. It is feared that terror groups could use the drones, types which can be bought from local toy stores, packed with explosives to target civilians and military landmarks.
They've got a little eaglet.
Yeah, they're teaching it early on to play with.
Going after a drone. And did you see that big eagle take that one down? I mean, he took it down with no problem.
Yeah, they say that an eagle's grip is 10 times that of a man, so they can grab them and be gone pretty quick.
All right, how did they keep from the propellers?
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Well, they probably just hit it real quick.
Well, maybe in the middle, I guess. Yeah. Is there?
They probably. I'm sure their talons are pretty tough because they get things biting at them all the time. So
I just remember how bad that one cut. What's his name up on stage that time?
Yeah, real bad.
Yeah, so I guess. But
look, they got the little bitty eagle. I mean, he ain't even got his feathers yet, and they got him playing with a drone. Look at that.
So eagles. We send eagles out to knock drones down.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah. See, there's a little area in the middle. Maybe.
Well, let's see. Watch him when he grabs it.
Yeah, right.
It looks like he's just grabbing it.
Is it coming over the top and dropping down in the middle?
Yeah,
kind of got it by the.
It looked like he grabbed it on the side, didn't it?
It did. So I was thinking about that, but I guess they're always catching things that are dangerous.
Yeah.
So they know how to try to avoid getting bit and scratched.
Unbelievable.
When they go to eat it, they're disappointed.
They're very disappointed.
Yeah.
Unbelievable pictures and video. Some you see there. There's other pictures in the story.
Of course, if there's a bomb on it, boom.
Yeah. Well, they figure eagle disposable, I guess.
Sure.
Bubba, easy.
Well, windmills take them down too. They've made a comeback, Rick. Come on.
Yeah, eagles. We work so hard to get our eagles back, and people put these stupid windmills up and start killing them. We work so hard.
Yeah. Eagles versus windmill, not a good match.
There's a good shot right there. "34 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866. We Be Big is our number. Here we go. Jericho 212. I say, hey, mama. There's room for you to get in and chat on any topic you want to. 30 seconds. At the end of 30 seconds, buzzer will get you. Your time on the program will come to the close, and then we'll get another caller on. 10 lines are available. So, bam! If you're moving right now, you probably hear a ringtone, and you'll get in. And then when you get in the line, we'll start moving through these calls pretty quick, and you won't have to stand in line very long. Lear Bubba, LearBubba.com. Right now, Bubba, are we in a recession or not? I know the Democrats have changed the definition. We got another one today, by the way, from 2008. But we keep pulling up audio and video clips of them saying that the definition of a recession has already been achieved.
I think Rick, historically, we're in a recession.
All right. So, now more than ever is a good time for you to diversify a little bit. We've got policies. The inflation is running away. Gas prices have gotten better, but still double what we had. A war still in Europe, supply chain and labor shortages. If you've been out, the labor shortages are still there. Who in the world knows what's going on with COVID this and monkeypox that. Right now, if you're remembering the last time we had a recession, what happened to your retirement, you probably want to move now. But if you're like me, you didn't know much about how to diversify with gold and precious metals. That's where Lear Capital can help. Go to learbubba.com for more information right now, or you can call them 1-800-707-4575. To make this extra important, right now you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of gold coins you purchase. So go there now, learbubba.com for more information. It's a great hedge against recession. Or call 1-800-707-4575. And really, the price you're buying it now, if things are headed continue in the direction they're going, that could mean that your gold could be worth even more than what you bought it for. So 1-800-707-4575, learbubba.com. To the phones we go. We start with Richard in Vestavia Hills, Alabama, home of our former Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Richard, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys. Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy.
Thank you for working.
What's on your mind?
I emailed a couple of y'all a clip from an old movie, but I hate to agree with Greg, but he's right about that Will Smith, Chris Rock being staged. If y'all go watch that clip, I think it'll change your mind. It is word for word. And his husband is laughing at the joke until he looks over and sees his wife isn't laughing, and then gets up and goes up on stage.
So some people still holding out that it's still fake. Greg, there's your minions.
Wow, that's scary.
Let's go
I
with
don't know if
Steve and Troy. Steve, 30 seconds. Go.
Hi, Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Go ahead.
You cannot be surprised by Democrats redefining recession. They redefine sex. They redefine marriage. And since when do they worry about spending our money wisely?
Never.
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 I'm a retired Navy senior chief, son, and I've never seen them spend it right.
Well, you know what we say to them now, don't you? Build that wall.
Build that wall. Sick 'em.
David in Birmingham. David, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call.
It's our pleasure.
Just got a question about the Deshaun Watson. How mad do you think Calvin Ridley is right now?
Calvin Ridley, is he now a receiver with the Browns? Is it? I'm not.
He was the guy who got suspended for betting on games for a whole season.
Yeah. People are comparing.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
That's a little different.
Yeah. Again, and Deshaun Watson's case, and we laid this out. Nobody has been able to get him in a trial where he was found guilty of anything. As a matter of fact, two opportunities in Texas, when they looked at the evidence, they didn't even take the case. So,
and I know it looks like there is guilt here in the numbers.
Yeah, and there may be, and there may be
in the payoffs. But again, we've got to hold a due process, because without that, you just got mob rule, and nobody wants that.
Columbus, Mississippi, Laser 96.1. Eric, go.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
Kind of to keep going off of the Deshaun Watson situation, I'm kind of confused on what they're suspending him for. There's still accusations at this point, or are they suspending him for the sexual abuse of all these women? And is 6 games worthy of that? I mean,
it's a weird thing, because his suspension is solely on their assessment of interviewing him, everybody involved, some of the women, and their suspension is solely he violated our personal conduct requirements.
Which says what?
We don't know.
Yeah, well.
And again, so the investigative arm of the NFL is better than the police departments and all of that involved with it.
I would say to violate their personal conduct apparently is a lower standard.
Yeah, that's the only thing you can come away with.
Yeah. To Brian in Meridian, listening to us on the Buzz. Brian, go ahead.
So I'm riding around with my wife listening to the Skinwalker Ranch episode on Rick and Bubba U. And she looks at me crazy on 2 moments. When Travis first says, this happened a million years ago, and I holler out, "Bit of a step out." And the second time when he says that this was all underwater one time, and I was like, "You mean when the earth was under water from a giant flood?"
Yeah, it sounds like me. I do the same thing, get in trouble on tours all the time. Yeah, I do the same thing. Yeah, step out. And by the way, it'll really upset tour guides. And my worst one, was in Arizona. And it was the exact same topic.
I saw, actually, I got Betty to watch an episode of Ancient Aliens last night dealing with the Ark of the Covenant.
How'd
it was
that
pretty
go?
good.
How'd that go?
Well, they covered the three main theories of where it is now, and it was interesting from a scientific standpoint.
They still think the Ethiopians got it?
That's one of them.
By the way, when I was in Ethiopia, I asked about it. That's not the thing to do.
What do they say?
Well, it gets real. Everybody's like, keep that down home.
Rick, they're saying they got it. And they got a guy that lives in that little church that takes care of it.
Tamaru didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah. Well, I've asked several drivers that were Ethiopian that we've run up to on, when we're in another city or something, and they all go, yeah, we got it.
Yeah, Tamaru just went like he didn't want to talk about it. I said, any shot we can go I want to see the Ark of the Covenant before I go back. I guess that was a big ask.
Yeah. Well, you didn't go to that town, though, did you?
No.
It's in north. It's in North Ethiopia.
I don't know where I was.
Right.
I don't know if I was anywhere near.
Who knows?
Rick, you were closer than we are now. You're in the country.
Sure. Yeah.
How did Betty enjoy it?
She thought it was pretty interesting. Just because the Ark of the Covenant was real. Mm-hmm. Now they take it to a whole nother. Some of them want to say it's some space communicator or something.
Yeah.
But look, it is a historical thing that we know existed, and we don't know where it is now. Right. So I think that's interesting.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, really, if you look at artifacts, that's the most important artifact on the planet that we know of for sure, right?
Yeah. Yeah, just FYI, if you're doing that with your wife, call her. That it usually goes well. Tour guides do not like that. No, step out. That happened to me, and then I got into about that we had a shortage of grouper. That was the other one at the Georgia Aquarium. That one went south.
They didn't go into it in the special, but I pointed out to Betty, in we got the caller here in World War II, Italy under Mussolini, you got Germany who's at war with Britain. They're at war with France. They start a front with Russia. The U.S. they're at war with. Italy was their partner, and they attacked Ethiopia, which has absolutely no strategic value, other than people say that Mussolini was looking for that Ark because he thought they had it. And basically, Raiders of the Lost Ark was based on that, except they changed it to Germany to make it a better story.
Correct.
And a little scarier.
Well, all evil tyrants want the Ark of the Covenant.
Well, sure they do.
Let's go.
It don't work like that, though.
Brenda in Mississippi. Brenda, go ahead.
I was just wondering, I'm a religious person, and I believe in God and everything. But do you believe that there could be a possibility that God could be an alien?
Well, here, I know what the guys hear what they're going to say, and when you look at some of these shows like Ancient Aliens, they kind of drift into that mode that God is some kind of deity a lot higher than us, and what we call a God could just be some type of alien from another world. No, I don't believe that, but I see where people can, if they want to push things out to the end, can come up with that.
Well, yeah, and I agree with that. Bubba, Brenda, I think you could just, what I will do, and it's so big that there's no way your mind can comprehend it nor mine because it's finite, and we are, flesh and spirit and soul, but God says that He is. Meaning, I have always been. And when people say, "Hey, there's got to be some kind of beginning," well, God says He is the beginning. He doesn't dodge that question. He just says He's the beginning. Everything begins with Him. And whatever you want to label that, I guess you can, as long as you don't start calling God something He doesn't call Himself. And He says that He is. What's your name? I am. I have always been. I am the Alpha. I am the Omega. And everything flows from me. So as long as, to me, that's good enough for me. That's pretty mind-boggling.
I got to just leave it there.
Yeah, and that He created all things, so He wouldn't house Himself on something, like He's not coming from another planet because He created all the planets. He is just the beginning of everything, but some of this may be semantics, but just don't call Him something He didn't call Himself.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba,
But and his name is Holy, Holy, Holy. I am. I have always been. So everything's got to start somewhere. Right, that's what he said. It started with him.
Well, in our mind, it does. If you're on the space-time continuum, if you're outside that, maybe not.
Well, he answers that question. He said, starts with me. I am that beginning.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, look at that.
All right, so we're looking at some of the pictures to try to figure out where.
They're really magnificent birds. Big, too.
That's a big bird.
You know, we had one in the studio here one time. He got to flapping. You remember the dust? He kicked up some air. I mean, it's like somebody cut on one of these airboats or something. There was dust flying everywhere.
How about this? The gift of flight's huge.
It is.
It is.
Really big.
I've told y'all I want to fly.
You want to fly high like a bird up in the sky?
Yeah, I'll look at a bird and want to fly.
Get you one of them wing suits.
Would you rather just have something that's motorized, or because that flapping your arms, you got to get in shape?
But if you got wings, though, you just
you think they don't get tired?
Yeah, well,
you'd be kind of funny.
I know they use the wind, but a lot of times they're digging. They're having to really.
Yeah, but if you just 1, 2, 3, and you're
show me that again.
1, 2, 3.
But let me ask you this:
so you want wings? What about when we're all doing the show?
Yeah, when you're not flying,
if I could do this, I would like wings to go.
Would you, Rick? I saw it was kind of
awkward.
We were predator hunting last weekend, and I had a little decoy to try to drag in coyotes, and it's looks like a little rabbit, and it's flopping around, moving. Got a little motor on it, makes it move, and I'm gonna tell you, a hawk locked into that thing and started dive bombing it, and I thought a hawk is about to steal my decoy.
You better believe they will.
And he got up in a tree and got to watching it. Then he jumps down on the ground and does his wings out and walks, and he's trying to cover it up with his wings so he can attack it. Mm-hmm. I had to flash a light at him, get his attention so he'd get out of there.
How'd you do it?
Yeah,
well, I had my phone. It was my phone's all I had. It was the middle of the day, and I'm like, hey.
Back to you, Speedy.
Yeah,
can you show us what it would look like if you were trying to fly off the back of a crotch rocket?
Yeah, show us.
There you go.
But you're good at doing acting stuff out.
All right, so I'm on the back.
Yes, you're on the back.
Yeah. All right, you're here,
and you're going to take flight.
You're here, and you're holding here.
You're a giant eagle riding in the back seat.
Well, here's what I'm thinking. I was going to bring this up. I don't think you can ride motorcycles or roller coasters ever again.
No,
you won't. You get some wind there, you're gone.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I guess they could turn them down though to keep the wind from under.
But hey, you got to really concentrate. You're on a roller coaster now. Suddenly you're at Six Flags, and you make the wrong move, and you're headed out.
Yeah, well, you definitely can't put your hands up.
They tuck them in, right, when they're sitting there. Wouldn't that be all right?
I don't think I'd want to hang around, Speedy, if you had wings.
I wouldn't either.
You know, when you're not flying, you'd be kind of weird.
All right, but think about traffic. Yeah, I'll just fly over. I'll fly over.
Yeah, but think about it. Now I got wings.
What are you going to do with your car, though?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
You going to have a car at all?
I fly back to it.
You don't need a car, Rick.
I mean,
now somebody's having to sit in church with a guy next to wings.
Yeah.
Now, if I could have
then when
some,
you start molting, your big handle for everybody.
If I could have some talents and pick up my car, now you fly.
That's a big wing right there.
Just don't have it. The weather's going to be an issue. You're going to have to drive every now and then. Yeah. But what I'm thinking about when you've
never looked at a bird and wished, I wish I could fly over there.
No, and I'll tell you why. Because I wouldn't want to give up body size. They ain't got much body.
True.
They're a lot of wing. You know what I mean?
Their wing to body ratio is incredible.
You got to give up a lot of body. I wouldn't want to look like that. In order to have wings.
If you could hit a button on your body and all of a sudden wings come, they flop out.
You got a butt.
Yeah.
Now we back to motorized again. Or am I flapping? I don't want to flap.
But all right, I'll give you motorized.
Yeah, you mean I can just take off like a jetpack whenever I need to?
You want to?
Yeah, I'll probably look at that.
Harder to stay airborne.
I can take it on and off, but I don't have to live with it 24/7. Right. You know what I mean?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
On the cover of the Rolling Stone.
All right, so David Cassidy in the news today, and now he is.
Fans took to social media, Rick, and concerns from. It was a concert this weekend. Where was it at, Speedy? Do you know?
Canyon Club. The Canyon Club in California.
He appeared to forget the lyrics to his songs. He also took breaks between songs.
Between songs?
Yeah, between songs, and said he was slurring a lot of his words.
Yeah, he was slurring a lot. He slurred, he fell, He forgot.
He fell.
Yeah, he
backwards
forgot
off
some of his lines, and everything. It's just sparking a lot of alcohol fears from a lot of his fans. Like, okay,
because he's had problems.
He seemed a little out of it.
Yeah, remember he's been pulled over before and been under the influence, and he had some issues. He's tried to get his act together a couple times. Oh no!
Leave it to TMZ to have about 2.5 minutes worth here of just different moments.
Hard for me to say. Very, very difficult for me to say.
Yes, it is.
As much as I actually really do love it.
Oh boy.
Hello, Los Angeles. How are you, baby?
Here's another moment. He's sitting on a stool.
8 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go. So, looking back over the weekend, and we've heard some of the highlights of the weekend. I know, Speedy, you talked about you were involved in a move. Helmsy had kids recovering from wisdom teeth out. Bubba, I guess you have a pretty laid-back weekend.
I tried to have as big a laid-back weekend as possible.
Always the goal.
Yep.
Always the goal. So we have, and we've talked about this. We're all, as you move through the different times of life. We're in the times of life now that, Greg, our parents, praise God, are still with us, but they have moved to a retirement community about 7 minutes from my house. And which is good. They had that house they had was a little much to keep up with, and Greg, you of course used to be close to them then, and you remember that that was very convenient, and now they're close to me, and it's just an ongoing thing now. And all my kids are adults now, and they're out on their own, and they live all over the place, and. We've got Philadelphia, we got New York, we got Atlanta, and then we got young Broderick that is in between my house and where my parents now live. So he's about 6 minutes from our house, and they're about 7. Okay. So anyway, today is the official day of Camtastic's birthday, and so that's Brody's girlfriend, and she's 22 today. So you know how I don't know how it is at y'all's house. It may be different. But when it comes to things involving the weekends or anything like that, I really just check in with my wife on what we're doing. What's our obligations? Have we got anything we got to do? Are we going to some wedding? Are we going to whatever? And then you kind of and I was like, what's going on? She goes, well, Friday we're celebrating Camtastic's birthday. I'm going to cook shrimp boil and which was fantastic. Wow. And we're going to do this, and then
me at shrimp.
And we played the board game Clue, and God love her because the Burgesses will play the board game Clue, and Camtastic has been looking for her first win, and she just can't quite get there. And she said she practiced with her family, but she said they're not as good at it as y'all. So
it's a whole nother.
And so she does some scrimmages, and then she comes in and tries to make it happen. And I probably
they're just not as cutthroat as y'all.
Yeah, I probably pulled one of the greatest Clue moves I pulled in a while, and I diverted because we kind of divide up. Sherry, me, and young Broderick win about the same amount of time. I remember I was way out ahead of everybody. Then they kind of watched my strategy and closed the gap on me a little bit. So now it could be any of us to win. And I pulled a maneuver that was you know how you do.
In other words, you cheated.
No.
How do you play Clue? I ain't played.
Clue! I love playing Clue. To me, it's the best board.
You got to
game.
guess who did it, and what room they.
Is that the Colonel Mustard with the ranch in the library?
Oh, yeah. It is.
I love that
board game style.
I love that game. So we got pretty intense, and I could tell that Sherry wanted us to play again. Kept hoping that she would win one, and she almost looked like at me and Brody like, would it kill y'all that maybe?
Oh.
And
then you don't want to win one they let you win.
No, that's
not built in a Burgess.
No. She just pay attention to the weapons a little more. But anyway, so
maybe when they're engaged,
that's where she's weak.
Or she's in the family. She can win.
Well, I can't give away the strategy because I don't want everybody.
Yeah.
But you can figure it out if you just figure out how the game works.
How long does it take you to play a game?
It varies wildly.
Yeah.
How about this? I hit a home run on the game that I won that led to the maneuver. Is that my first guess based on the strategy I was using? My first guess of the entire game.
Got it.
I got the room and I got the person, and then all I had to get was a weapon.
Oh, wow.
And so I knew I could get it pretty quick before anybody else could figure out the others. But then I had to pretend like that I didn't have it right.
Right.
That's the key, because then everybody just starts drafting with you. If they pick
everybody else doesn't know if you got it right. See, I can't remember. We've played before. It's been a long time.
Well, here's how it works. So I get into a room. Let's say I'm in the ballroom, okay, and you're the next person to my left, because that's key. And then Greg, then Helms, and Speedy, okay?
Last.
So I go to the ballroom, and I say, I believe that Colonel Mustard did it in the ballroom with the wrench. And then we flip to you, Bubba, can you prove that wrong? And you look at your cards.
If I have the card, that means you're wrong, because the actual answer is in a secret envelope in the middle, right?
Yeah, that nobody knows what it is.
So to be the right answer, nobody can have that.
But then you've got to be strategic. If you've got more than maybe you got two of them. Well, I don't need to know that. You want me to think that so you would say I can prove that wrong, and I say really, and you would show me the wrench.
Right.
So I'd go to my sheet and I go, wrench is out.
Right.
And then, but I don't know. Greg might have had Colonel Mustard, and Speedy might have had ballroom. The whole thing may be wrong, but once one thing is wrong, that's all. Then you don't get any other information.
Right.
And so if you do I can't prove that wrong, I can't prove that wrong, I can't prove that wrong.
So everybody, you go around to everybody
in order. And so
it's been a long time since I played.
So, well, I'll tell you off there one of the strategies that works. But anyway, so then I'm kind of thinking, all right, well, this is fun. We this is a good night. And then she goes, now don't forget tomorrow we got the farmers market. And I said, I'm sorry, what?
The who?
And she says,
who?
Excuse me. She said, yeah.
Excuse me.
She goes, we're going to the farmers market tomorrow, because Camtastic's wanted to go to the farmers market, and so. And I'm looking at Brody. He's looking at me, and then she said, "And your parents, we're going over to your parents, and we're picking them up." And I said, "Wait a minute." Wow. So when the sun comes up tomorrow, I'm headed to the farmers market, which is a standard with Sherry during the summer. We're going to the farmers market with Mom and Dad. Right. So I said, Mom and Dad are 80 and 81, just so you know. Mm-hmm. And she was like, well, yeah, they love the farmers market. Your mom's been excited about getting some fresh vegetables.
Especially in the heat.
And then, of course, my first thought is it's 1,000 degrees. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thunderstorms can come and go at any time.
Anytime.
This time of year. And couldn't we just get vegetables and bring it by to them?
You're thinking candlestick in the farmer's market.
Yeah.
Is it in a shade or is it all out in the sun?
Oh, Bubba, you couldn't find shade. I tell you, the only place you're going to find shade is standing on one of these tents. And it's 1,000 degrees back there. So really, I thought to myself as I went to bed, and I'll tell you about it, I thought, well, so tomorrow, and this is what it features. It features profusely sweating. Okay, now keep in mind, everybody you're dealing with sweating too. Okay.
Yeah.
And for some reason, everybody with a dog brings their dog.
Yeah, well, you got to do that.
I mean, everybody. There's not one dog left at home.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Bubba, I'm sorry you're having to see this.
It's like he's at a karaoke
What's he
bar.
singing?
There's a lot of echo in it.
Yeah.
Greg, that's the sound man trying to save him.
Where does it go down?
Yeah, he's playing guitar over by the keyboards now. And they go, boom, he falls backwards. Y'all, he went down bad.
And the keyboard player never saw him fall.
No. All right, now he's stumbling up.
Nobody was there to help him.
He's leaning over the stage, giving the front row high five. Drunk.
Are people...
His equilibrium's off a little bit. You can tell he's stumbling.
Oh, yeah. Greg, he thought he was somewhere else in the song.
Being able to come back to the place that, despite the fact that I was born here, for the most part, this was my home.
It's my home. It's my home.
This is where I became
Oh my God.
a television star.
Oh, y'all.
Yo, that's bad.
Oh. All right, secondhand embarrassment. We got to change it.
Are you okay, Speedy?
Oh, no.
I feel so bad for the band.
Oh, he was counting it down. Did you see?
I feel bad for Shirley Partridge.
Oh, y'all.
I feel bad for Danny Bonaducci.
Yeah.
Guys, I mean, when you're that far gone, he struggled to put words together.
Guys, don't forget he did a back fall.
I'm trying to see if I can catch it when he falls
and nobody
here.
was there.
He's losing it. He's gone.
And then he just slowly crossed.
It was a while before he got back up.
Well, Bubby, they can't afford a lot of road crew. He don't have a lot of staff.
Yeah, he's
They
down. Oh, my goodness
Wow.
gracious. I'm so embarrassed.
Well, can I tell y'all a thing that surprised
Not a friend in the world.
No.
Not a friend
Somebody
in the world.
hired him.
There he
thought
comes
was
back
sharp.
up.
If that ever
Oh,
happened
gosh,
to
you're David
y'all,
Cassidy.
y'all would see my bald little head walk from the side of the stage, and I'd grab you by the sleeve, and I would escort you off.
And so,
you,
guys-
you wouldn't be up there doing that.
that long. You might have a 10-second video of
Yes,
a
he
real
was-
friend. That's it.
Uh-huh.
Because you started getting slurring right here, and somebody came and got him.
You're right though. The sound guy was trying to save him and put all that echo in his in his singing because he was as flat as you can get.
But here's the
And it
question.
still didn't help.
That was. Don't we all agree? That's beyond letting it go on. Do we agree?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's let's shut this down and let's refund some tickets. Don't you think?
That's
Yeah.
bad.
I mean,
That's
here I'm
bad.
shocked how many people just stuck it out.
Hopefully,
Do-
they
do
were
you think
drunker
it-
than he was.
do you-
Train wreck, Rick.
Do you think it was just a
Rick, would you have left?
No.
If I know you could watch him fall off stage, I'm sorry, and I'm not proud of it, but I would have stayed
As
and
a matter of
probably
fact-
paid extra.
As a matter of fact, I would shift to the value of my ticket. There's a whole new goal now.
And
There's
Rick, I
whole-
would cheer for an encore. Bring it on back.
Right.
Let's do it again.
We were joking around in the break. You know, we've been doing radio for a very long time, and we've heard everything under the sun. I mean, I'm talking about everything under the sun, every plan. You remember we came up for a long time. Remember we were going to go with the runk format?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, we thought if you formatted a music station with rock and funk and created the format runk,
Right.
that it really could be big. Do you remember that?
Rock and roll.
Yeah, and we've done all the different things, and so we were looking at some different things that are going on, and one of our buddies that's been with us a long time out of Starkville, Mississippi, we were cutting some new liners for them. They're doing Laser 96.1 now, and they felt like it'd be more music like we're always playing 70s and 80s stuff. We love that, which is great. And so I was sitting around, and I said, you know, we've always tried to be format breakers. You know, what can we do that has never been done before? Do you remember Runk? I really believe if that would have caught hold, there's a lot of stations still be on there.
Oh, yeah. We had a lot of fun days with that.
So I thought about playing off the Laser. Like, what if, let's say our frequency was, I don't know, 94.
Right.
And
94 what? You have
94.3.
Yeah, it has to be a
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Point
instead
five.
of something like Laser, I called it Lazy.
Yeah.
94.3. And you listen to it, and everything about it was lazy.
Yeah, sloppy board
Just
work.
sloppy board work, dead air. Yeah, I mean, you know, and people go, man, you go, no, man, that's lazy 94.3.
Yeah, they're laid back.
Yeah, they're very laid.
Nobody's
Greg,
getting upset.
Somebody get around that in a minute. Outdated stories.
Right. The show starts at 6 and might come on at 6:15.
Right. Yeah, things like that.
They announce celebrity deaths, years after they happen.
Yeah, sure.
Because they're too lazy to research.
Right. And you'd have stuff like
The
that.
only thing not lazy is they just kept showing up.
Right. And
And we give the wrong time.
Oh, yeah.
We
Weather
never
forecast.
give the wrong time. Outdated forecast. Eating on the air.
Sure.
yeah.
Wait a minute, Rick.
And stuff like people coughing up in the mic. You'd just be like, I mean,
I think I've heard that.
wait a minute, that's starting to.
Wait a minute, maybe we are lazy. Now that I think about it, Rick, we may be ahead of our time.
We're the lazy crew.
But wouldn't that be funny though? And we would like sponsor dead air instead of actual something.
Right.
Wait, man. It's lazy 94. It's hanging there. Somebody's about to talk.
This 30 seconds of dead air.
They'll be
was
back in a
sponsored
minute.
by-
They're getting something to eat.
Somebody goes, yeah, that dead air right there brought to you by Dollar Shave Club.
Yeah.
Here at Lazy 94.3. And then they go, y'all gonna give
Yeah,
something?
we use Dollar Shave Club when we shave.
You're right.
Yeah, we don't shave much.
Yeah. Hey, when y'all give something away today? 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. So we've covered a lot of stories before you've joined us this hour. We are anxiously watching to see if Nancy Pelosi will visit Taiwan, even though China said we will suffer consequences if we do that. We've hit the Biden administration is finishing a wall, but they're not finishing it. And also Will Smith and some of that. And we're talking weekend. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day, and we appreciate it.
So headed out to, we hit the farmer's market a few times every year. And Sherry's very particular because there's small versions of it, but she wants to go to the big boy. I mean, she likes her farmer's market like she likes her husband. She didn't want a small one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
see any farmers?
Of course, there's one you could throw a rock and hit from our house. But anyway,
what about those farmers?
Well, I'm sure that you got to go to the biggie. And so we go by. So here's how the weather is in Alabama. It's miserable, and so we had, and you can't trust the forecast. And that's no dig at Span and our friends. It's just crazy. Impossible because when you're talking about scattered, and I heard y'all talking about this in the kickoff hour. I mean, where we live right now in a tropical rainforest, it could downpour like you think end of time anywhere, and it could be a half a mile difference.
Oh yeah.
You could be one place it's not raining on you at all.
Not at all.
And you just think end of time, and then you walk a few
then
blocks
the sun
and you're
comes
like,
out, and you're like,
well, and that's the worst. So we get up and I say, all right, it's overcast, but it's not. It doesn't look like a big thunderstorm. I said this, and I shouldn't have said it. I know better than this. I said, you know what, this may work out for us. It's going to be cloudy but not rain during the time we're there.
Right.
You
may cool it off.
But how about this? You can't say those kind of things.
Well,
okay,
it's just a guess.
So first of all, right out of the gate, I'm having to deal with adult children. Is they're always got something going. They're busy, which is better than them laying in your house and playing video games. It really is.
Yeah, I agree.
But it really hurts Mama because Mama is wanting to have time with them that frankly they really don't have right now.
Right.
Okay. So first of all, it goes from we're all riding together.
Now, you don't sing "Cats in the Cradle."
Oh, sure, all the time. So it goes into the we spent some time on Friday night with them. With Camtastic and Brody. That was great. And so now they're supposed to meet us for the farmers market at Mom and Dad's retirement community. Then we're all going from there. Okay. So, of course, they're not on time.
Well,
and I'm like, well, we're leaving right now. And I said, okay. Then they come up and I see the look on Brody's face and I'm like, because any shrapnel is going to hit who?
You,
me,
Rick. Always.
Yeah, always. Because I'm with Mama the rest of the weekend. Okay, and so I will cover myself because I'm with her the rest of the weekend. So if you think I'm going to draft with you, I'm not. If she's mad at you, I'm going to be mad at you too because as soon as you leave, that's me for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah.
So if anything that's upsetting her, I'm against, including you. If you upset her, I'm against you. You know what I mean? And so I don't want any of that because I've got a weekend here and I'm handling it like fine china. Yeah. Okay. And so I see him walking up and I'm like, nah, it's not good. And so we're going to take Mom and Dad's car because it has 3 rows in it, and all this. And so, and he does that. And I'm like, oh, here we go. I need to go by the office, and the farmer's market's only a few blocks from my office, and I've got some work I need to work on, so I think I'm just going to take my own car.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, oh, here we go.
Bailing out.
Here we go.
No.
Well, and then, hey, we'll just meet y'all there.
Oh,
and I'm like, beautiful. And she's like, well, that's not, well, what? Well, you have to go to work. Well, I'm working on a project. I need to go by the office. And, of course, I'm thinking, who cares? But but then my thought
you're supposed to be offended.
And then I have to go, well, I thought we was all riding together. And he looks at me like, who are you? And I'm like, drafting with her. It's always all riding together.
Dang it.
And then you become the person, you don't know what to do. You don't know whether to stick with her or start saying, well, this isn't that bad a thing, because that might work too.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the big deal? If they meet us there, you don't know really where to land on that. You know,
right.
You really have no conviction on it, because honestly, if somebody really forced you, you don't care. You just want it to go smoothly. And I said, well, if you got to go to work, then I jump back in. I mean, you know, I don't know why you didn't mention that to us last night. And he looks at me like, what? And so there was no mention of this last night. And I said, well, you know, sometimes you got right. Okay, so I finally said, we'll just meet there. So now I've got to get to the farmer's market in the mob,
right?
And of course, Mom's goal is, well, I just want to get some fresh vegetables. And I'm like, okay, well, you know, we can do that. And then
we're going to the right place.
Yeah, we're going to the right place. But then here's the problem, though. Let me tell you something. You may think you have the greatest tomatoes in the world. My mama probably doesn't. Real picky.
She's a tomato expert.
Oh my goodness. Well, you know, you can't get them at the grocery store. I know, you're right. Those are awful. I hate those, Mom. Well, I want to find some fresh ones. I don't like them too ripe. I know. I don't either. You know, I don't even know what I'm talking about. Yeah, me either. It bothers me. And so we unload it. About the time we unload, the clouds are over us.
Sure.
All of a sudden, those clouds, you feel that first beam of the ball of fire.
Oh, no.
That first beam hits you out of the clouds, and you think to yourself, that sure is hot on my face right there, that beam from the
sure it is.
from the big ball of fire in the sky.
It's like Will Smith slapped you.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, as we're walking the several blocks to get to the farmer's market, along with the hundreds of other people, and everybody with a dog.
How about that?
A lot of dogs.
I can't imagine. I just can't wrap my mind around it. To each his own. I just can't imagine that I'm going to the farmer's market. It's 1,000 degrees. I've got my family with me, and I want to add to this experience picking up fresh dog poop and putting it in a bag. I just can't imagine me thinking, I tell you what, I'm in for that.
I got a bag of okra and I got a bag of dung.
Right.
Yeah.
It just seems like it would interfere with the fresh vegetables.
Good
you know?
gracious.
It takes fresh off.
Right. And, you know.
Fertilizer.
Now, you know, and of course, now what happens? Well, there's a main building that we call the main building, has really good restrooms, and we all know. You know this. The thing with your aging parents, you just shift back. Because when they like your younger kids, your aging parents and your younger kids apparently all have the same problems. Okay, and that means that if you've arrived in a new place, you have to take them to the bathroom. Okay. Hey, true. Dad's always said, "Hey, they have a bathroom around here?" Well, I got it. Yes, Dad. Please, everybody hears you. Everybody hears you.
Right.
Hey, I got to take. Everybody hears you. And so
because both age groups can't whisper and will say anything.
Where's he at on the dogs?
Oh, he's going to pet and talk to every single dog. My dad is not going to miss a dog. Hey, look at that dog right there. Hey, that's a hoss right there. That's a good dog right there. What kind of dog is that? That's what I thought. And then Dad, you still got 11 other dogs. Okay, you're spending too much time with each dog. Yeah, Dad, that dog can't take that kind of time. This one here will never get the time you want to give him.
Look at that thing hunkered down right there.
Look at him bowed up.
Hey, now we used to have one of those. So anyway, Dad, there's an overwhelming number of golden retrievers. One will do. Okay.
Yeah. Just talk to one. That covers all.
Now I love a retriever. Yep. We've heard that 5 dogs go. You know what I mean? And so.
Do you have any dog fights?
Yeah. No.
Yeah. You go to these places when you have multiple people bringing dogs. See, I couldn't take Mr. Buddy nowhere like that.
You get some growling and
that'd be a fight.
Greg, and that is my suggestion number 4. Suggestion number 4 for me: dog people, bring a well-behaved dog.
Yeah.
I mean, if your dog is not leash trained, and he doesn't like it. He shouldn't be here.
He's going to be miserable.
Maybe he doesn't like coming off the
Look,
farm.
this is a lot of people trying to work together. A lot of dogs, a lot of food, a lot of people.
Yeah.
Okay. Your dog has to be well behaved to be here. Do you agree?
I agree. Yeah.
Point number 3: don't bring dogs that scare people.
Yeah. Don't bring scary dogs.
Because I've got a wife that's terrified of big dogs. Oh no, like that. And then of course, Dad's talking to the same dog Sherry thinks he's going to kill him.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so I'm in the middle of all this. Well, that sun comes out, and it begins to bake us, and it begins to bake us, and it begins to bake us.
How about that sweat?
Oh, the baking sun. And so
y'all need to go to trade day.
So we go, it's the same thing. And so
really is.
we're in the bathroom where the air conditioning is, And so, in our opinion, that's the main building. Okay. Here comes. Well, have you heard from Brody? Baby, I don't know where. Look on Live 360. They're here. They're here somewhere. Hey, we're here. We're at the main building. We're standing in the main building. We don't see you. We're at the main building. Honey, they're at the main building. Well, I don't see them. Where are they? I said, they're at the main building. Well, this is the main building. I agree with you. This is what I would call the main building, too.
Your dad. Where's the bathroom?
Yeah. Look at that dog. Hey, can we just go down here? Is there another bathroom down here? There are, Dad. Dad, where we at? Well, it looks like we're in the main building. That's what I thought, too. So apparently there was another main building that was on the complete other side. And so we eventually got all together, and then the process of people trying to – I was told it was bad form to eat samples and not buy something.
Oh, no.
At one point, the heat got so bad, and Sherry was moving us at a pace that only a professional athletic team could move at. And I finally had to – this is what finally got her to put Mom and Dad in some shade. You are physically killing my parents. You are killing them. And I mean,
Rick and Bubba.
Sometime, at some point, if we ever get around to it. Yeah, we got some people in the seats today. Yeah. I can't find the stuff.
Yeah,
just completely. That would be a format changer, right? Instead of being in this radio, did you hear that transition? Did you, on the 10s and quarter hour and all that stuff?
The millennials may be drawn to that.
That's true.
I think they might.
That's a good point.
Mm-hmm. Hello there.
Think about that.
You may be onto something here.
You tell everybody they're a winner because they've already won.
Lazy 94.3.
Oh, you're not? Okay, 90. Okay, I'm right.
Yeah, Lazy 94.3, the millennial station.
There it is. Ooh, I like it.
I don't even think you have to say that. You can say you're a winner because you are.
Yeah.
They know, and then they translate that.
Right.
Oh, he's talking to me.
And instead of your liner guy being like this professional, laser, just have like a real lazy guy, Hey, man.
Lazy 94.3. Music coming up.
In a minute.
In a little bit.
It's the same music because we hadn't changed.
Forecast, same old things yesterday. Partly cloudy.
Tell you what's on TV in a minute.
Be dark tonight. Today we do a tribute to Bob Denver, who just passed away 12 years ago.
But we still remember
it. Sports by Pete Van Wieren.
Yeah.
Hey, look, then we could put out best of CDs, and it'd be like a half thrown together, like the titles on there sometimes.
Oh, yeah, misspelled stuff.
Right.
Yeah, that'd be
awesome.
Crazy.
Wow, this is like looking in the mirror.
Wow. Well, maybe before I
Yeah, maybe that format's already been dry.
So
late to the party.
866 we be big. Like things like your software won't show you who's online.
Yeah,
and you look up,
like
can't
that.
tell
Yeah,
it.
nobody tell you.
And you have to guess.
Yeah.
Hey, person calling. How are you doing? Welcome to Lazy 94.3. No, hey, you're on the air. I can't see your name, so go ahead. This would be perfect.
This would be.
You want to talk about Trump not being supported by people?
Hello?
Yeah, you're on, buddy. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
This is perfect.
This is it. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
This is the show.
It
Hey,
is.
guys, my name's Big Daddy. I'm out of Tuscaloosa.
Your name's what?
Big Daddy.
Okay.
Big Daddy.
Okay. So is Daddy your last name, Big your first name?
That's right.
Okay.
Hey, guys, first off, I want to say thank you for everything y'all do.
Oh, no, thank you,
y'all,
Big Daddy.
Y'all have been here. I've listened to y'all 21 years, but
Thank
my
you.
gripe is, my daughter is now in the service. She's in the Navy. They're getting ready for deployment to the Middle East, and I am catching slack from everybody that I've known for the last 50 years about why I'm supporting Trump. When, every male member of my family has been in every conflict this country's had since World War I, and nobody's ever said a thing about it. But now that my daughter's getting sent to the Middle East, they want to know why I can still back Trump. My question to them is, why can't they?
Yeah, well, I was going to tell you, you need to take the same approach that we took on eating ribs for breakfast. When somebody says, why are you eating ribs for breakfast? And we said, no, here's the question. Why aren't you eating ribs for breakfast?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Welcome to
I just had a friend this weekend that I told them, when you kneel down and say your prayers at night, once you get through saying your prayers for your family and for yourself, you need to thank every man and woman in the service of our country.
Amen, brother.
For you to be able to get on your knees tonight and say your prayers.
Well,
because overseas, they can't do that.
but yet you judge me because my daughter chose to join the service. She's the first female in our family to ever do it. And to be honest with you guys, I am tickled to death. I am a proud father.
Well, Big Daddy, I'm not drawing the line on your daughter serving the country in the Navy and people being mad at you about Trump. I mean, we've had all sorts of presidents send the military to different places, not just Trump. And if you're a military family, if you want to look at the things that Trump has already started getting done, that is to get more money to the military, and he gave the list. Yeah. So,
yes,
so what do they? I don't understand what they're mad about. What they just if they don't like Trump, that's fine. But I don't see what it has to do with your daughter. Am I the only one?
Exactly. That's my whole point with them. I mean, what is it? If you don't like Trump, you don't like Trump. But you know, Trump right now is trying to make our country military strong again and make it a great power that it used to be.
So they don't like your daughter being under the commander-in-chief of Trump? Is that the problem?
That is exactly the way I took it, brother.
Well, you know, I'm kind of shocked that you said that because most places I go, I think with rank-and-file people, they're very pumped about what Trump has done so far.
Are these rank-and-file people or are these civilians?
Somebody on social
civilians.
media or something.
Oh, they're civilians.
They're civilians. They're all civilians. Nobody, none of these people that are
22 minutes past the hour. So when I finally convinced Sherry when she was moving at her military pace that she was killing my parents, that we were allowed to sit in an area of shade, listen to some music as the shopping continued. The food was delicious, and we all got home with great vegetables. As a matter of fact, Nana sent me a picture of the plate that she made after we got back. Because I will say this. There is a difference between the grocery store and a farmer's market or having a garden and bringing that stuff in. Because, you know, at the grocery store, they're doing shelf life and all that. Look at these right here. She got home black-eyed peas,
Man, that's nice.
corn, squash, cornbread, and fresh tomatoes. Good gracious.
A lot of color there.
Worth it right there.
And there is a difference. And those farmers, I love being there and seeing those farmers and what they mean to our country, and boy, do they have the food, and it is delicious. So it was a great day, a little hot, and we have agreed in the future that Sherry will take us to a shade spot, and we'll sit us down, and then she'll take everybody's orders and go out and grab the stuff and bring it back.
Rick, don't criticize farmers with your mouth full.
Well, let me tell you, I don't. And you know what I like to? By the way, I called a little heat about the samples. I basically put my breakfast together on samples.
Yeah.
Well, if somebody offers a sample and you take it, that's not rude, is it? I start getting.
They're offering samples.
Yeah.
That's the sample stands on its own. You know, I've had many lunches, Rick, at the food court just making the samples.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
But I mean, the one guy had it wasn't Conecuh sausage. I think it was a competing sausage from another county, and he'd had wrapped it in bacon and all this kind of stuff, and he was giving out samples on a toothpick, and so I ate the sample, and then it was like. You know, Brody was like, "Dad, you going to buy some?" I said, "Well, no."
No, he's giving out samples. Thank you for sampling it.
Yeah, but anyway, then we did end up buying some later because then Dad said, "Where'd you get that?" And then we went back and we all got some. So anyway, it was a great day at the farmers market, and you know what? If you like to pet dogs and you like fresh vegetables, that is your place to go.
And heat.
Yeah, and
Rick, I like petting a good dog.
Yeah,
you know?
Sure. All right, so. This history of Let's Go Brandon, and it all came from NASCAR of all places.
Talladega.
When people were chanting something very negative about the president, and the reporter said, "Oh, look, they're doing Let's Go Brandon for the race driver that won the Saturday race, right?"
Yep.
Well, that has now picked up, of course, a life of its own. Boy, you talk about a controversial, massive crowd now. This is LIV Golf and Let's Go Brandon. So this is
At Trump's golf course.
At Trump's golf course.
Bedminster, it was packed.
Yeah, and this, you've got LIV, you've got Trump, and you got this.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Let's go, Brandon! Let's go, Brandon!
See, Tucker Carlson standing right there with him.
Let's go, Brandon! Let's go,
Rick. President Trump not known for his rhythm, but
he's really not.
Yeah,
he won't be breaking it down,
right? And he thinks that hat looks good for some reason.
Well, that's his go-to.
But anyway,
45 on the side.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, but boy, I tell you, this LIV. They're trying to make everybody feel bad about LIV, but no one is. It's like everybody.
Well, they keep writing him checks, and everybody seems to be getting over it.
Let me give you some numbers that will just blow your mind. The two competing events this week, PGA and then the LIV. Okay, if you finished 75th at the PGA, where they played, I don't even know what it was called, but it was the Rocket Mortgage, whatever. Okay, you had 4-day event, and you had a pressure to make the cut. Number one, there's no cut at the LIV event, but you had the pressure to make the cut, and you finished 75th, and you shot 1 under for the total. You made $16,000. Okay, if you finished dead last in the LIV event, you didn't have the pressure of the cut, and you worked 1 day less because it's just a 3-day event versus 4. You shot 77, 78, and 74, okay? You went home with $120,000.
Dead last.
Dead last, okay?
Wow.
You didn't have to worry about when your tee time was because that's scheduled already. Everybody's a shotgun start. By the way, the winner of the LIV event, Henrik Stenson, took home $4 million.
Hello.
Okay.
That, by the way, that's more than twice as much as he had ever won in an event.
And not only that, he got $50 million as a signing bonus to jump on this event. The winner,
$50 million just to sign up.
For the tour. Hey, the winner this weekend at the Rocket Mortgage PGA, $1.5 million, no upfront money.
Wow.
And how much did he get?
$1.5 million with nothing up front. Henrik Stenson, okay, $4 million and then $50 million to sign up for the LIV League.
Yeah. So the winner of the LIV is $54 million and change.
Better off.
And if you won the PGA, you got 1.5 and no guaranteed money.
Yeah. And I think about the guy that finished dead last. That played 3 days of golf, played horrible. Hey, he was 16 over for the tournament and made $120,000.
Yeah, and so in the team competition, the Aces won it, and they got to split $3 million. Four players did, and Dustin Johnson was captain of that group. But little side note on Henrik Stenson, he had his Ryder Cup captain stripped from him because he joined LIV Golf. And then ended up winning. So the last couple of weeks have been pretty stressful for him. Yeah. And he threw a shot at the PGA for stripping, or his Ryder Cup captain status being stripped, basically saying me winning's very captain-like.
Yeah.
You know, saying I'm good enough to be captain of the Ryder Cup team and then do this too. But he had some shots for him.
It's obviously better for the people who win, but it really is a game changer for those people that are finishing 75 and dead last.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a whole different thing. That keeps you playing golf in a lot of cases.
Speedy and his wife Terry were talking about how much of it's almost like this is a party. It's a fun thing to be a part of. It's not, tight. Just, I got to act a certain way. John Daly, even this weekend, I was this weekend or last week, said, I really ought to be a part of this because this is one big party. And I'm a party.
Oh, yeah.
You can hear music from a DJ, like when they're teeing off. He's like,
I think that's John Daly saying, I'm ready to be hired and get me the check.
You're all over that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Questioning me about my daughter has ever served our country or had any family member serve our country any way, shape, form, or fashion.
Well, Big Daddy, what I'm talking about is most places I go, people are fired up for Trump. I mean, they think this is the time to be in the military.
Exactly. I mean, my daughter looks at it that way.
Well, I have a little something.
My brother looks at it that way. My brother's getting ready to do his 6th deployment in Iraq. Afghanistan, so he still looks at it that way. He's fired up about it.
Well, here's a little something you need to say, and that's just something I'm coming off the top of my head now. You sleep under the very freedom in which my daughter and my brother provide, and then question the very way in which we do it. I just appreciate if you just said thank you and go on with your day.
That's what I told them this weekend. They got mad about it. And I said, well, you know what? I'm going to call them that tomorrow morning and see if I can get on one of the greatest radio shows that actually allows people to get on and vent about stuff like this and express their opinions and just see what everybody else thinks about it. Because I know what these guys are going to think about it. They're going to fall in line with me.
That's right, Big Daddy. So, you hit that nail right on the head. So thanks for the service of your family. Because everybody whether it's your brother or your daughter, you're all involved in it, and you're all making sacrifices, and they chose to do it, which makes it even more impressive. And I think if you are in the military right now, what you got is better than what you had. And it really doesn't matter who the commander-in-chief is. I don't see how that's a dig on whomever is currently serving and just doing what they're told to do. The old classic from the Marshall Tucker Band. That's Blackstone Cherry's version of Can't You See?
How about it?
You know, I'm doing great, man. I actually, you and I talked to a guy yesterday, Bubba, and I want to pass this along to
Famous Rick James song. You and I.
You and I. So I was, it was a holiday yesterday for the kids that were still in school. It is interesting. I laughed my head off when I watched some of the things that were out yesterday about President's Day, and I thought somebody put out a good one. You know, there was a time where this was Lincoln and Washington, end of subject.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
And then we started lumping in all presidents.
Right.
And I heard somebody doing a video that you would have laughed your head off about that says, I'm sorry I can't be forced to celebrate Jimmy Carter.
Right.
All right, but anyway, so
yeah, that's a tough.
And then somebody put the line underneath that said, "What we've done, we've turned this day into a participation trophy for all presidents." Meaning some of y'all weren't very good. Y'all really shouldn't be recognized.
Maybe we should study the presidents and what they did good, what they did bad.
Right.
You know, maybe that would work.
What if we had a playoff and these can be celebrated today, these cannot?
Yeah. Right.
But anyway, so because it was a holiday and we ended up being able to get out of work a little bit earlier because we didn't have some of the meetings we normally did. So I went to have lunch with the boys. So I met them up, and it's weird now. You know, they meet you somewhere. You don't have to go pick them up anymore. So we're going in and we're having lunch, and this waiter is interacting with us. And I realized pretty quick he's got some personality.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Yeah.
He's a little colorful.
Yeah, he's a colorful waiter.
Talk it up a little bit.
Which is great. I enjoyed it, and I didn't know it would include magic tricks.
Really?
Yeah, that's a
now I'll tell you, I love sleight of hand magic tricks.
Well, let me get to it. This is going to test your memory a minute, because this guy says to me, now that when I complete this lunch today, I can leave the state of Alabama. And I was like, what are you talking about?
What?
He said, well, now I have waited on Rick and Bubba, because I'd already waited on Bubba, and I was waiting on this day. And whenever you came in, I realized I've done the bucket list of Alabama. I must leave. Do you remember this guy? And
I do.
He'd take the cigarettes and act like they're blowing out his nose. And
yes,
and,
this is a waiter.
Yes, I agree. His sleight of hand was fantastic.
He was really pretty good.
Hey, very good. Yeah. And how about
you
this?
Couldn't bust him.
No, I mean, again, I didn't ask him to do it again, but he did it so well. I mean, it was really good.
Does his employer care that he does magic tricks while serving?
Well, he probably likes it, because I got to tell you something. It made our lunch a lot of fun.
Okay.
I think I gave him I think I gave him a good tip too, because
I did too. Well, look, guys, I mean, it was sleight of hand that was as good as you'd see anywhere.
Yeah, it was really good. It was really good.
At one point, when he first pulled out a carton of Marlboro Lights, I didn't know where it was headed.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. In love with this product. I'm loving Field of Greens. A lot of you have responded to it, been doing some emails back and forth with some of you. Let me tell you, this stuff, I'm really seeing a difference, and I've been taking it now. I guess I'm probably on my third week of Field of Greens. I take a scoop in the morning with some orange juice, and then again later in the day. Really, really good. And the fact that I know that I'm getting the recommended amount of fruits and vegetables every day. I'm also getting prebiotics and all sorts of vitamins, a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits and herbs, and it just really has the clarity, the energy, the feeling healthy with all the different, the flora in your digestive system can really affect, a cloudy feeling in your mind, and plus it's just not good for your overall health. You need all that to be healthy, and Field of Greens does a great job, and with more energy, you'll feel healthier, you'll operate more sharply, skin will look better too. If you haven't started it yet, you can get yours by going to fieldofgreens.com. Use our promo code Bubba, as I did, and you'll get 15% off your first order, then 10% off any future orders. Fieldofgreens.com using the code Bubba. Again, I'm loving this product. We've got our whole family's using it now. We've even sent some out to the boys, and they're using it now. So fieldofgreens.com and use the code Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. Bubba, Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney. We this is the thing you see from time to time where someone on the Republican side will attempt to reach across and try to find themselves in a kind of a moderate world where they just kind of land, and I'll be the one that'll go against Trump, and I'll be the one that'll cooperate with the Democrats to try to throw other Republicans under the bus. And you start thinking, well, is this really going to work for you? Because in my opinion, you can land in a world where nobody likes you, because the Democrats are not going to embrace you.
And that may be where she's found herself.
And I'm afraid she may have found herself there. We have CNN, of all people, who love Liz Cheney. They go to Wyoming, her state, to see how the people of Wyoming see Liz Cheney, and this should give us some indication here. Here we go.
Cheney for a fourth term.
Are you planning to vote for Liz Cheney?
Can I cuss? Hell no.
Are you planning to support Liz Cheney?
Absolutely not.
What are your thoughts about Liz Cheney running for a fourth term?
Personally, I think she's had three too many.
Keep in mind, in 2020, Donald Trump won about 70% of the vote in Wyoming. So Liz Cheney's work on the January 6th investigation isn't playing so well with many Wyoming voters.
She's done us dirty.
How so?
Oh, God. Look at how she's done Trump. I'm a Trump fan. I'm sorry.
So she lost your vote because of her role on the January 6th committee and what she's doing about Trump?
Yes. She's supposed to be supporting him. She's a Republican, for crying out loud.
I find her work on the January 6th committee just repulsive.
How do you feel about her work on the January 6th committee and her role?
It's all a hoax. It's all propaganda. Has nothing to do with anything. It's a witch hunt.
Well, she says she's defending what's important to people here in Wyoming, upholding the rule of law, defending the Constitution.
If that was the rule of law, why doesn't he have a defense team in that courtroom? That ain't the rule of law. That's a kangaroo court. That's not the Wyoming way.
She has been an embarrassment. It's a witch hunt.
Are you proud of her for taking on Donald Trump?
No.
Here in Cheyenne, more than 1,600 miles from Washington, D.C., almost everyone we spoke with told us they believe Liz Cheney is too focused on Donald Trump and the January 6th committee and not paying enough attention to what they believe matters to the people here in Wyoming.
There you go. Can I cuss?
Now, how's she related to Dick Cheney?
That's his
daughter?
Daughter, right? Isn't it Dick Cheney's daughter?
Boy, yeah, I think she kind of parted ways with a lot of the conservative values a long time ago. Prior to this,
you're correct. So it's it is not playing well.
Well, how did she do in the primary? They already have theirs there?
Yeah, I don't know. But
yeah, she's the oldest daughter of Dick Cheney.
Yep.
Did she win the primary? Is she the Republican? Is she the Republican candidate in the general election, or is she not running, or what? What's her deal?
It looks like the Republican primary is next month in Wyoming.
Oh, okay.
Okay. There we go.
How's she polling in that?
I think from that video, not good. Can I cuss? That's fantastic.
I think the red.
It's going to be more important.
The red cowboy hat really added that to it.
What about in the middle of it, also, and they cut to someone on a bucking bronco?
Oh, that was you too.
Well, she says she represents the ain't represent me.
You talking about the guy with the American flag bandana and overalls on?
Who, Trace Atkins?
Big man.
He looked like Trace Atkins.
He did.
Bubba, we also have on video 6. This ongoing fantasy world thing where we are allowing, we're just taking biology and we're just throwing it out, and you can declare, whether you want to be this gender or that gender, and you don't even have to do anything other than just declare it. We now have a story today of a trans cheerleader. Now, when I hear that, there's 25. So when I hear that,
no, there's the trans cheerleader is 25.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you meant there's 25.
No.
Okay.
I meant 25 years old.
Okay.
Well, the reason why I
A
thought
little
that,
older.
I just thought you're 25 and you're still a cheerleader. But I mean that was what threw me, especially when the teammate is 17.
Right.
That's what threw me. That seems
that's a big difference.
We got
the same squad.
8 years.
25-year-old might identify as a 17-year-old.
Well, that's just true. And by the way, don't think we've left that because we haven't. This is a biological man who identifies as a woman.
Mm-hmm.
So the men are taking over competitive cheerleading
Look,
too.
Men are going to take over everything. I keep saying this, ladies, until y'all rise up. How can you let men now say that men can even be a better woman than a woman can? So now the trans cheerleader.
It feels like it goes against the whole idea of Title IX and a lot of other things.
Well, don't forget that now Title IX, we may change the verbiage of that.
That's right.
So trans cheerleader who's 25, usually when cheerleaders get upset with each other, there might be hair pulling and maybe a slap.
Right.
Well, not when it's a man. The man who identifies as a woman got mad about the biological females, not liking the trans woman who is a biological man. And the instead of it just being I'm gonna pull hair, I'm gonna cry, or I might slap you, it's alleged that he choked the other cheerleader.
Wow.
And choked her out. So we have a news story about these allegations.
Right.
And I'm not sure who's it courtesy.
So this is actually after that assault happened.
Oh, okay.
Somebody recorded the transgender cheerleader then kind of fake explaining, fake apologizing, and it is censored, but there is some words that are used throughout. But just here's a quick clip of the trans cheerleader basically trying to cover over the fact that I'm a 25-year-old man that just choked a 17-year-old
Well, now you have to
girl.
admit, he's already had to cover over something in his bloomers.
Right.
So
things are already hard enough to set up. Trying to walk through this one and set it up properly with who's on first is really difficult.
By the way, 25, is this a high school cheerleading squad?
This must be like an extracurricular.
Is this a competition cheerleading squad probably?
I guess so.
Okay.
Ready? Okay.
Come in the door. Okay, Courtney, first of all, you need to calm down because who are you talking to? Okay. First of all, whoever's in there, Presley, Kalani, Reagan, Courtney. Okay, well, I'm just letting you know that outside of cheer with y'all. So after today, don't me, I want you. And Presley, Kalani, whoever's in there, don't me after cheer. Reagan, if you're in there, don't cheer. We're only teammates, and that's it. Because at this point, y'all are taking it out of proportion. I was just joking with Carly. I've never done anything mean to Carly. I've never done anything mean to Kalani, Presley, Reagan, or anything. Reagan, those talk shit to you, saying that you're fake, saying that you only want boys. They talk about you and Micah. So, yeah, watch your back, because them are fake. So, yeah. So, if anyone has a problem, come address it to my face like an adult and stop being and let me know the problem. So, it doesn't have anything to do with me being drunk. I'm not drunk. I had one twisted tea, and I'm above age to drink. So if you want to tell Nicole, you can tell Nicole. You can snitch. You can be a little crybaby. Da 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 da.
And that goes on.
Yeah. So he's saying he was called by the cheerleading squad, saying that he is a man because of his anatomy. They're not accepting him as a woman, strangely enough.
Yeah, crazy.
And But keep in mind, guys, if you're keeping score at home, we've had a trans woman impregnate 2 biological women in jail.
Yep.
We have a trans cheerleader choking one of the other teammates who he's 25 and identifies as a woman, so you have to let him be on the women's cheerleading squad. And now he's gotten upset for them not, if you're going to be a biological man and you're going to identify as a woman and try to be with other women while still anatomically being a man, you better have a sense of humor.
Yeah.
Because if you can't take them maybe finding that weird,
you got to choke a lot of people.
Well, there was a time in our society that we show compassion, and we thought that people who were this confused needed our compassion and some help.
Or this dysphoric.
Yeah, but now it's just like everybody has to adapt to it, and if it messes up your world, their feelings and their will, it supersedes yours.
Rick and Bubba.
I thought, well, he thinks Speedy's joining me.
But
anyway,
when he made that glass of water appear down his sleeve, I thought,
oh my goodness, he had cigarettes just disappearing, shooting out all kinds of stuff.
What? So he has his move.
He come out with a cigarette, do this, all of a sudden it can fly out his nose.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. What? It was unbelievable. Really good. And then did he do the one with Hunter? Did you have anybody with you and your kids? Because he took Brody and did a trick with him where he's doing this on his hand, making ashes on his hand, and Brody's got his hands closed.
Right.
And he said, "Do you feel that on
so
your
he's
hands?"
Smoking the cigarette.
And Brody said, "No, I don't." And we went outside for this one. And he said, he really did. He said, "I got one more to show you if you want to come outside." So we did.
Yeah.
And he said, Brody said, "No, I don't feel that on my hand." And he's doing that. He says, "So that's not burning your hand." And he's acting, of course, they always act like the trick's not working to get you.
Right.
And then he goes, "Okay, well, open up your hand," and he's got ashes in the inside of his hand.
Shut up.
What? Yeah. I mean, how do you do that?
Yeah. And Brody went back, looked at his cup, see if he'd put it on him earlier. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it was good. It was good.
Like it.
I mean,
Yeah.
look,
I like
and the
it.
food was fantastic. It was actually a fantastic lunch.
Yeah.
Complete with the entertainment. I felt like I was, on vacation.
I wish I could do sleight of hand better.
Oh, me too.
I'd love to just be sitting in a meeting and make a quarter disappear.
Well, the problem is everybody would dread me. Oh, gosh, here comes Burgess. I got to warn you, he's going to start doing sleight of hand.
He's going to pull a dime out of my ear.
Hey, we
again.
can't get through this meeting because he keeps making the agenda disappear. We'll be back. David Cassidy thing from yesterday. And look, at the end of the day, and I do not want to be, overly harsh about this. If David Cassidy is getting in the early stages of dementia, obviously that's a sad thing. It's prominent in our country. There's a lot of research going on. It's affected us all personally.
Yep.
And all this. But at the end of the day, the video that was shown of David Cassidy had nothing to do with dementia.
No.
And really, I'm a little bit. I've lost some respect for him for attempting to deflect the fact that he was, still struggling with alcohol, could not pull off the performance. And now the video's out there, and to me, this looks like he's trying to deflect the video. If he really is in the early stages, which he clearly may be, that had nothing.
He's got family history of it.
Yeah, but there's that performance that is out there on TMZ has nothing to do with dementia.
No. Dementia would be he couldn't find the location he was going.
Right.
Not and by the way, if you're really concerned with it, you wouldn't be abusing alcohol like that, because that's the worst thing you could do.
Right.
So I don't know. I ain't buying into all that. I love David Cassidy. Never met him, but I grew up with a Partridge Family, so and I want him to do good, and I've been pulling for him over the years, but he's not helping himself.
Right. And
I mean, he's done the same thing that all the other child stars have been through. Substance abuse. He's been bankrupt. He was divorced a few years ago from his long-term wife. I mean, he's fallen off the edge of everything, and a lot of it is because they just never had any discipline, anybody to tell him yes or no.
Well, he's also, and it's a real struggle, and I've seen this too, and it's very difficult. The man is struggling with alcoholism. He's struggling with alcohol. He has a history of that. That's sad. It's difficult. You can either at times be very high functioning, or you can have these binges like this where you can't function and do what's asked of you. But to try to draw a line from that video to dementia is sad, is what it is, and it's clearly trying to deflect that problem as well. And I'm with Bubba. If you are having those problems for all that is good and kind, try to get this other thing beat down, because it's only going to add to the problems. So,
yeah,
but,
I mean,
but like
you
Greg,
need to dry out and then assess your dementia problem.
well, and Greg said it best. Glenn Campbell has had a journey with dementia, but when he would get up and perform, the way he played and the way he performed was really not affected very much. He might forget a lyric here or there and then say that was it, but he wasn't slurring.
It's a really good documentary about it, by the way.
How about this?
Glenn Campbell, you really need to watch it.
He's not slurring. He's not falling off the stage and all that. And he's not
amazing.
swaying when he's trying to talk like drunk people do.
Right.
And two, a lot of this on the whole dementia thing, like I said, we've been through it in our family, as most families have. If you are lucky enough to have somebody live to be older, it's. I remember my relatives, my older relatives, they didn't call it Alzheimer's; they called it old timers. And it's going to happen. You have hardening of the arteries in the brain, and you don't get the blood flow you used to get, and you start getting confused, and it can actually lead to death at some point. So, but alcohol is not. It's the worst thing you can do for that.
Right. So anyway, I know some people are saying, "Hey, now he's come out and said that those things are unrelated," and it's really kind of sad that he's trying to use this particular moment to talk about the battle because it looks like he's trying to deflect from the other problem. It is 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us as we move through it. So, Bubba, you got the numbers out of Wyoming, and it doesn't look good for Liz Cheney.
Well, there's several different polls, and the negative numbers for Liz Cheney range between, and this is negative, that they would not vote for 71 to 61%. So, I think one story even had that she had raised more money than her competitor, but they imagine a lot of that's coming from out of state Democratic, donations. So. But it doesn't look like she can win that, but we'll see.
Did you say about a 10% chance that she could win?
Oh, yeah. The people who are setting the betting things on it give her a 10% chance.
Shakira's in trouble. Apparently, her hips may not lie, but her tax accountant does. Shakira is going to trial in Spain. They think that she has beat the country of Spain out of anywhere from $14 to $7 million. 14.5 euros, so that's about $17 million that she has beaten Spain out of in tax fraud.
Now, so they're actually going to trial with that.
Oh, yeah. Yep. So Shakira is being accused of tax evasion by the country of Spain.
So,
Could face
when you
up to 8 years in prison.
Yeah. Shakira going to jail.
When you have these international artists that travel and make money and all this, it gets a little confusing. I can imagine it's probably a nightmare trying to do the taxes of those people anyway.
Yep.
I remember when Todd Jones was telling us about the way that here in the U.S. they tax Major League Baseball players.
Yep.
Because you get taxed, wherever your legal address is, your home.
Yep.
And you also have to pay taxes in every city that you play in, and you don't get to write that off on the other. So it's really a double taxation, and gets to be a big quag. It looks like
Spain says you lived here with us more than 200 days a year during a 3-year period, and you did not pay taxes, and you should have. Her team says her main residence was the Bahamas, and that'll be where it'll all come together.
So it's really about where she lived at.
Correct. Yep.
So, and I imagine the Bahamas has a much more workable tax system than, say, old El Spano there in Spain. Huh?
I've never been to Spain.
I have not. And I've never been there when it rains.
I like the music.
Yeah.
Shakira. So, on a somber note, tough transition here.
Wow.
This Kentucky flooding thing.
Oh, wow. A lot of water.
Like 28 people dead so far. Is that right?
Yeah.
Still raining.
And it's still raining. So they looking for some relief for the people of Kentucky is going to be, it's not here. They're expecting, as you both said, more of these afternoon thunderstorms, and those things contain 1 to 2 inches of rain. So they've got horrible flooding problem. 28 people are dead now. and that keeps climbing. So that's sad news for.
Yeah, that's those numbers just seem high, for when we have storms and things now.
Wow, look at that.
But that just shows you how massive it's been.
Oh yeah.
There's a story of one lady and their survival that USA Today had put out, where she basically had to tie her kids to her because the flooding was the current was so powerful.
Oh yeah.
They were able to survive, but that was the only way that she could keep them close.
Unreal.
Can we just real quick? I know we're about out of time here. See video 5. I don't know if we even covered it last week. The whale that came out and landed on the boat. Did you see that?
I did see that.
And I think this is video from the boat of that whale actually landing on it.
All right. So when you get that, holler. And we have a listener of ours, David, out of New York. He claims he started Let's Go Brandon at the LIV Golf tournament. That one of our listeners is the person who started.
Are you serious?
That's what he said.
Sure.
He said, long-time listener, I started the chant.
Rick, look at this video of this whale. You're on a boat out in the water, and this is what comes up.
But when you can see the mollusk on the bottom, oh, my goodness.
Oh, that's what it was
Good
eating.
night. Look at that.
Wow.
Look, when
Is this a different angle?
Oh,
nice.
Hey.
Look at the fish. He was coming up getting him a big bite.
By the way, you don't want the fish to gather around your boat.
That's a different angle. Good.
Night. Look at
that thing.
Glad nobody was sitting there.
I know it.
I got to wonder if the whale's okay. Did he get a scrape?
Rick, I'm impressed you knew what all that stuff was on the bottom of the whale.
No, sure.
What?
What do you call it?
Plankton? Mollusk. Get in the bottom of it. Barnacles and stuff. Oh, buddy.
It is
ahead of gracious
and
alive.
of course, they love Creole.
Rick, they had a recording. You could hear the whale. Damn.
That's what I was wondering.
I don't know. His skin is so thick, it probably didn't even bother me.
Have y'all seen, speaking of ocean and stuff in it, the story,
Speaking of ocean and stuff
that lives in it? Yeah. Have y'all seen the giant walrus that keeps falling asleep on these people's boats and sinking them? And she's laying everywhere. I mean, they got pictures of her on the dock, and she'll get in these small boats, and they'll eventually sink.
Needs a spot.
Yeah.
She needs a bigger bed.
Yeah. She's lounging all over the place.
It's like a little cot there for her to sleep.
I believe I'd make her one and stick it out there to keep her occupied.
Somebody put a platform out there for her.
Yeah.
Look, here she is. Look, Bubba.
There it
she
is.
keeps getting in everybody's boats and sinking them.
He just wants to lay down.
She's going to lay down right there. But she lays on
lay
docks,
down.
but she got in some of them smaller boats, and she sunk them.
That's a heavy animal.
She just caved in the boat cover.
Right. Tore it all up.
Looks all muddy and
Look,
nasty.
that's the one that sunk. Look,
She's so good.
what's wrong with you?
You're sinking our little,
very comfortable.
our little boat here.
I was just looking for a seat.
Is that Look, yeah, she's getting in everybody's boat.
Look, it's sound asleep with people all around her.
I'm trying to sleep over here.
and what can you do with the walrus? I mean, what can you do?
You can't do nothing with me.
Don't miss the teeth that comes with it. It's almost like the water.
It's so comfortable.
They have this same problem at Lake Martin. Bubba keeps sleeping in everybody's boat.
After he's been on the ice cream boat.
Yeah. Well, let me see if I can get up here.
Bubba sunk the ice cream boat.
So good.
I look for it this weekend. I couldn't find it.
Oh, Bubba. Top of the hour.
What?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.